Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reborn into one piece as Corazon and conquered the world with Doflamingo. Let the tale begin. Chapter 181. Just as I was about to reach out to the sword, Kozaburo spoke again, his voice filled with solemnity. Kid, I know it's too late to ask, but tell me, why exactly do you need the blade? He inquired. He continued, his tone heavy with the weight of history. I just hope you use the blade for what it's intended. Too many lives were sacrificed to forge such a weapon. Everyone who willingly gave their lives did so believing their sacrifice was worth something. I turned to face him, meeting his earnest gaze. Kozaburo-san, rest assured, this blade will one day fulfill its purpose. That, I promise you. I could see the doubt lingering in his eyes, but also a flicker of hope. You better keep that promise, kid. The legacy of countless souls rests in your hands, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The cavern seemed to hum with timeless energy, the glowing flowers casting ethereal light on the ancient poneglyph and the enigmatic sword. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, the echoes of the past whispering in my ears. Kozaburo's words had stirred something deep within me. The responsibility was immense, but so was the resolve growing in my heart. The blade, dark and foreboding, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if acknowledging my vow. I reached out towards the sword, its pitch-black scabbard gleaming with an almost ominous allure. It was slightly longer than Shusui, and as my fingers brushed against the cool surface of the scabbard, an unsettling feeling began to spread, enveloping the entire underwater cavern. The atmosphere grew thick and heavy, as if the very air around us was being compressed. Just as I began to unsheath the blade, a powerful wailing sound erupted, echoing through the cavern. An incredible pressure, akin to Conqueror's haki, surged out of the sword. It was as if the blade itself was resisting, testing my resolve. I had to release my own Conqueror's haki to counter the oppressive force, the clash of wills causing the water around us to ripple violently. The sword felt incredibly heavy, almost as if it were rooted in the depths of the earth itself. Drawing it out was no simple task, it was a battle, a struggle to assert dominance over the ancient weapon. As I finally managed to free the blade from its scabbard, the scene before me was nothing short of epic. The blade itself was completely crimson, the color of blood. It shimmered with a dark, foreboding aura, and I could feel the weight of countless souls that had been sacrificed to forge it. The material of the blade was unlike anything I had ever seen, the same as they used to create the red poneglyphs. This I knew for certain, as we had a red poneglyph in our possession. The connection was undeniable. It was a fierce struggle as the pressure from the blade clashed violently with my own Conqueror's haki. Suddenly, the blade absorbed all of my haki, including my Conqueror's haki. I realized that if I wasn't careful, it would completely drain my life force. The memory of another blade, Enma, crossed my mind, but Enma seemed like a cheap imitation compared to Akatsuki. Akatsuki was drawing out my very life force along with my armament haki and Conqueror's haki. My upper body felt like a husk, drained of almost all vitality. I knew instinctively that I couldn't let the blade overpower me. Desperation fueled my resolve, and I activated Life Return, unleashing the vitality and energy stored in every cell of my body. Kozaburo, standing to the side, watched in disbelief. He had never been able to hold the blade for more than a couple of seconds, and even then, it came at a great cost. Yet, the teenager before him had been clashing with the blade for over a dozen minutes. His upper body was emaciated, reduced to skin and bones. Enma, which Kozaburo created after being inspired by this blade, paled in comparison. Even as its creator, Kozaburo didn't fully understand Enma, let alone the original blade it was based on. My eyes began to bleed, and my nose and mouth were stained with blood. I didn't know how long it had been, but finally, the blade seemed to mellow. I found myself almost completely resistant to seawater and sea stone, yet Akatsuki's unknown composition still had a unique quality that weakened me. This was my one chance to acquire the blade, and I couldn't let it slip away. Without taming it, even taking it forcefully would be futile. Gritting my teeth, I roared in defiance, unleashing my voice of all things alongside my Conqueror's haki in full force. Black and golden lightning filled the cavern, and even Kozaburo, a veteran warrior, was brought to his knees by the sheer intensity of the pressure. The entire island shook, the sky rumbled and darkened ominously, and the sea churned violently. My voice seemed to resonate with the will of the world itself. Rain poured down in torrents, and sea kings for miles around trembled. Almost everyone on the island succumbed to the overwhelming conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, in Shimatsuki village, Kushiro looked up at the sky as dark, ominous clouds suddenly gathered. Lightning streaked across the heavens, and thunder rumbled ominously. As a swordsman, he could feel the world wailing. Suddenly, he heard the cry of an infant in the room. Just as he was about to step inside, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire island. He fought to keep his consciousness, but his vision began to fade. The cry of the baby was strong, unaffected by the pressure that was causing everyone else to fall unconscious. Looking around, he saw that almost everyone had succumbed to the unknown force. Only he and Miyamoto remained conscious, but their visions were fading fast. Quickly, he opened the door to the room where his wife was, and to his relief, both mother and child were peacefully sleeping while Tara and the midwife lay unconscious. Before he could take another step, he too lost consciousness and collapsed with a thud. After a few minutes, Kushiro regained consciousness. It was raining heavily outside, and to his surprise, he could hear the soft cooing of an infant. Rising unsteadily, he saw the boy who had accompanied Ross taking care of his newborn child. It seemed the child had regained consciousness even before him. Seeing that Kushiro was now awake, Lucci carefully placed the infant back in the crib and, without uttering a word, exited the room. When Kozaburo and I returned to the island, I couldn't help but feel sheepish as my observation haki detected that almost everyone on the island had been knocked out. Even Kozaburo seemed pale, but his mind was preoccupied with something else. I had finally tamed the blade, and now I was carrying 3 swords, Akatsuki, Shusui, and a broken Sandai Kitetsu. Kozaburo hadn't said a word since I successfully tamed Akatsuki. I couldn't help but feel the weight of the blades in my hands. Shusui felt heavy like gravity itself, while Akatsuki's weight was like the abyss, something akin to a black hole. As we returned to the dojo, Lucci hopped at me and turned to attend to the others who had yet to regain consciousness. Miyamoto was also helping Kushiro get the children and the rest of the unconscious villagers out of the rain. Kozaburo temporarily pushed the matter of the blade to the back of his mind, as he had more important matters to attend to. He turned to Kushiro, who immediately asked, "Father, what happened?" The entire island shook with an ominous feeling, similar to the supreme color, but much more powerful. Kozaburo immediately put a stop to his questioning, his gaze fixed on the blade attached to my hip. Kushiro understood immediately and looked at me as if I were a monster. "Take me to see my granddaughter," Kozaburo said sternly, ordering Kushiro to lead the way. Kushiro was confused about how his father knew it was a girl but didn't question him and led the way. I followed them, eager to meet Kuina. Kushiro's confusion was palpable as we made our way to the room. The rain outside continued to pour, each drop adding to the tension. Kozaburo's silence spoke volumes, and the weight of Akatsuki at my side was a constant reminder of the power I had just subdued. As we entered the room, the atmosphere shifted. The soft cooing of the infant filled the air, providing a stark contrast to the chaos that had just ensued. Kozaburo approached the crib with a sense of reverence, his stern demeanor softening as he looked down at his granddaughter. "She's beautiful," he murmured, a rare smile gracing his features. Kushiro watched his father, a mix of awe and confusion in his eyes. "Father, how did you know?" Kozaburo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to me, his eyes piercing and thoughtful. "This child, like you, is destined for greatness. The world is changing, and she will play a part in it. Kid, now that you have the blade, you might not have much need for this old man anymore," Kozaburo said earnestly, his voice carrying a weight of unspoken emotions. I remained silent, not wanting to interrupt him. "I hope you can fulfill a request of mine in exchange for helping you find it," he continued, his eyes locking onto mine. "Take my granddaughter as your disciple. I know that sooner or later, this world is going to descend into madness, and I am not sure if I will be alive to keep her safe. Please, do this favor for a dying man." To everyone's shock, Kozaburo bowed deeply, his humility and desperation palpable. "Father!" "You cannot." Kushiru's voice wavered as he looked back at his newborn daughter. "He is a pirate, and I don't think the path of the sword would suit my daughter." It was clear that, just as in the canon, Kushiru held the belief that women couldn't become strong while following the path of the sword, and it seemed like he didn't favor his own daughter inheriting his mantle. Before I could comment on Kushiru's prejudice, Kozaburo roared, his face reddening with anger. He hurled his smoking pipe at his son, narrowly missing him. "What did you just say, you little brat?" Kozaburo's voice echoed through the room. "My granddaughter has the blood of Shimotsuki flowing through her veins. I will break all your limbs if you try to prevent her from pursuing the path of the sword if that is what she wills in the future. And I am sure that she will." He paused, taking a deep breath. "And so what if he is a pirate?" he questioned, his voice now a low, dangerous growl. Kushiru flinched, clearly taken aback by his father's outburst. He opened his mouth to respond but then closed it, looking down at his daughter with a mixture of fear and respect for his father. Kozaburo continued, his voice firm and unwavering. "The path of the sword is not determined by one's gender. It's determined by one's will and spirit. If my granddaughter wants to become a swordsman, she will. And she will be trained by the best, regardless of their background." Kushiru's eyes widened, a mix of anger and confusion flashing across his face. "You can't be serious. She's just a child, and you're asking her to walk a path of violence and danger." Kushiru looked at me, his expression conflicted. "You must understand," he said, his voice softer now, "I only want what is best for her." "And what is best for her," Kozaburo interjected, "is to be given the freedom to choose her own path. Just as I chose mine, and you chose yours." I then turned to Kozaburo, but Kushiru-san is right in one aspect. I am a pirate, and associating with me will put her life in danger, Kozaburo-san. So tell me, are you sure about this? Although I was confident in protecting the people from my family now that I was strong, the old man needed to know the weight of his choices. And it wasn't like I was going to take an infant right away, she needed to grow up with her family. Kozaburo, however, seemed dead set on having his granddaughter become my disciple. Perhaps me taming Akatsuki made him realize that the world would soon change and something akin to what happened during the Void Century might repeat again. He needed his granddaughter to be prepared. "Yes, I am sure, and I believe my daughter-in-law thinks the same," he said, turning toward Kushiru's wife, who gave a warm smile and a quick nod, leaving Kushiru in disbelief. "Fine, then," I declared, looking at Kozaburo with determination. "In the future, if little Kuina still wants to pursue the path of the sword, I will take her as my apprentice." Kozaburo's face lit up with delight. "In that case, what's everyone waiting for? Let's have a grand celebration for the birth of my granddaughter." He roared in bliss, disregarding his son's sulking mood. The room transformed with Kozaburo's joyous proclamation. Despite the recent upheaval and the storm still raging outside, a sense of warmth and celebration began to fill the air. The villagers, who had slowly started to regain consciousness, were soon brought up to speed. Miyamoto and Kushiru's wife worked together to prepare a feast, their hands moving with practiced ease as they cooked and arranged food. I watched as Kozaburo took charge, his booming voice directing everyone with a mix of authority and excitement. He was a man who had seen much in his life, and yet, the birth of his granddaughter seemed to bring him a joy that eclipsed even the pride he felt for his clan's storied history. Kushiru, though still clearly conflicted, joined in the preparations, his face softening as he watched his wife cradle their newborn. I could see the love and protection in his eyes, a father's fierce determination to keep his child safe. Perhaps, in time, he would come to see the path his father envisioned for Kuina not as a danger, but as an opportunity. As the evening progressed, the dojo was filled with laughter and music. The villagers, initially wary of the strangers in their midst, warmed up to us as they saw the people of Ishin Dojo being close with us. Stories of the Shimotsuki clan's past glories were shared, and I listened intently, absorbing the history and spirit of the people who had forged such legendary blades. Kozaburo approached me, a cup of sake in each hand. "To the future," he said, handing me one. "To Kuina's future, and to the dawn you will help bring." Chapter 182, Somewhere in North Blue. Inside a dimly lit underground cavern, Doflamingo, clad in his distinctive red suit, sat casually on a wooden crate. Surrounding him were countless corpses, evidence of a brutal slaughter. In front of him lay the battered and broken body of Morgans, the owner of the World Economy newspaper. Morgans, a tall, bird-like man with a beak and wings, wore his signature hat and suit, now torn and bloodied. His usually imposing figure was now a crumpled heap of pain and defiance. Diamante, one of Doflamingo's top officers, clad in his orange suit, was meticulously cleaning up, ensuring no guard was left alive in the underground room with the help of his Logia suitability. This was one of the many secret bases Morgans used to operate his newspaper in secrecy. Tracking down Morgans had been no easy feat. He had numerous flying air bases, making him a moving target. Without the foresight of little Shirley, Doflamingo might never have caught him. Morgans had been rising rapidly in the underworld since his advent at the time of the God's Valley incident, and he is now currently seated firmly in the underground as one of its emperors. Foo. You are one slippery bird, aren't you, Morgans? Doflamingo kicked the downed man. I had to run around the whole of North Blue to find you. You're lucky I need you, or you'd have ended up like your subordinates. He pointed at the hundreds of corpses littering the underground base. Morgans, battered and bruised, held a defiant gaze. However, he was also shocked. How had Doflamingo managed to track him down? Even the world government, with all its resources, had been unable to pin him down. They resorted to blackmailing workers or trying to infiltrate his company, negotiating through special transponder snails. He had even slipped past the infamous cipher Pol Aegis many times. Wondering how I caught you, Morgans? Doflamingo chuckled, gesturing for Morgans to take a seat on the crate in front of him. No, I'm wondering why someone like you, who is at war with the entire underworld in North Blue, would take the time and trouble to find me. As far as I know, neither I nor my company were involved in the matter that happened all those years ago. Morgans picked himself up and sat on the wooden crate, realizing that Doflamingo wanted him alive. If he handled this carefully, he might just come out of it alive. But that didn't stop you from writing about me and my little brother in your newspaper. I especially loved that piece you wrote about him after what we did in Impel Down. I wonder how you came up with those pictures, and you didn't stop there. You shared the information about all my little ones with the world government, didn't you? Doflamingo chuckled. Morgan's face paled. He had thought he was being discreet. His company had paid hefty rewards to informants within Dressrosa who provided details about the new members of the Donquxote family. Those who provided pictures were given extra rewards, and he had sold this information to the world government at a high price. This was why even Little Smoker, Gladius, and Lucci had bounties on their heads. Morgans knew that one wrong word could mean his death. The young man sitting in front of him would rip his head off without hesitation. I originally wanted to hunt you down and roast you, but my little brother had a different idea, and I kind of agree with him. You almost control the opinion of the entire world with your newspaper, especially in the Four Blues and the first half of the Grand Line. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, his tone turning serious. What are you implying, Doflamingo? You should know my connections with the world government. If you truly understand the sway my newspaper holds, you should also know how important I am to them. Morgan smirked, attempting to leverage his connection with the world government. Doflamingo's veins popped in anger at the mention of the world government. With a cruel smile, he stepped on Morgan's foot, crushing it. Arg! Morgan screamed in pain, but Doflamingo held him firmly by the shoulder, not letting him fall. You are nothing to them. They wouldn't lift a finger if I slaughtered you in cold blood. I may need you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you, Morgans. Don't push your luck. Doflamingo's demeanor then returned to normal with a smirk. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Tell me, Morgans, What is your opinion about the power of information? He asked in a teasing tone. Morgans, trying to control his breathing through the pain, looked up at Doflamingo. His mind raced. He knew he had to tread carefully. The power of information was his lifeline, and Doflamingo knew it. Information is power, Morgans finally replied, his voice hoarse. It shapes perceptions, controls narratives, and can bring down empires or build them up. But you already know that, Doflamingo. What do you want from me? Doflamingo's smile widened, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Exactly, Morgans. Information is power. And you, my feathery friend, are going to help me control that power. You will continue your work, but from now on, you will serve my interests. You will shape the world's perception to suit my needs. Morgan's heart sank. He was being conscripted into a game far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. But as he looked into Doflamingo's eyes, he knew he had no choice but to play along. For now, survival was all that mattered. Master Doffy. Senor, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, arrived silently next to Doffy and whispered in his ear. Morgan strained to eavesdrop on their conversation, curious about the exchange. Senor handed a sheet of paper to Doffy and respectfully stood by his side. Foo, it seems luck is on my side, Doffy murmured to himself, then turned his attention back to Morgan's with a chuckle, holding the sheet of paper in his hand. Do you know what this is, Morgans? He questioned, his voice sly. Morgans gave him a blank look. Of course, I'm not unaware of what a Vivre card looks like, he commented, but realization suddenly struck him, freezing him in shock. You're smart, Morgans, and I like smart people, Doffy said with a cruel smirk. You see, my friend Senor here has painstakingly learned the method of creating Vivre cards, especially for occasions such as these. So, if you ever entertain thoughts of defying me again, rest assured, I'll find you without all this effort. His words hung ominously in the air, and Morgans couldn't help but gulp in fear. Turning to the man who had delivered the Vivre card, Morgans wondered where he had disappeared earlier. Crafting a Vivre card from nail clippings was a rare skill, even in the New World, yet Doffy had someone who could do it. This spelled a sealed fate for Morgans, whose mind raced for countermeasures. Doflamingo, you're ambitious indeed. I may not know your true goal, but even if I assist you, how long until the world government neutralizes me for exclusively publishing news against their interests? Morgans challenged, his voice laced with a hint of defiance. The only reason I'm spared now is because I occasionally aid them in manipulating public opinion. Once they realize I'm out of their control, I'm as good as dead. So, it doesn't make much difference, does it? Do you think I'm that naive, Morgans? Doffy retorted, his tone low and dangerous. Why would I expose you so easily? You have a crucial role in my future plans. With a gesture, Senor handed Morgans a folder. Opening it with confusion, Morgans began to read, growing increasingly shocked at Doffy's audacious plans. You want to start your own newspaper? Morgans exclaimed incredulously. And you want me to handle production and distribution for nearly half of what you intend to print? Exactly, Doffy confirmed with a chuckle, his eyes glittering with ambition. This way, we can distribute my papers secretly, without the world government's knowledge. To the world, this new source of information will appear as an anonymous power, while my family pulls the strings from the shadows. Even if I manage this covertly, how do you plan to distribute these papers? What about funding? And what's in it for me? Morgans pressed, his mind calculating the complexities of running a second newspaper, especially under such secrecy. Come now, Morgans, I'm a businessman as well, Doffy replied with a cruel glint in his eyes. You won't suffer financially. You'll receive your funding and a generous cut for your efforts. Plus, I'll spare your life. Cross me, and you'll learn just how dangerous I can be, more so than those you fear above. As for distribution, the Newsco network doesn't work exclusively for you. Did you think their secret would remain hidden forever? Senor nonchalantly placed a black transponder snail in Morgan's hand. Keep this close, Morgans. It's your lifeline. Here's to a fruitful cooperation between us. Soon enough, Doffy, Senor, and Diamante left the underground base. So, little Shirley has confirmed it, has she? Doffy questioned. His normally calm demeanor was now laced with fury. All three of them had been waiting for this day. Yes, Master Doffy, Senor responded. Little Shirley has divined it multiple times. The auction by Germa is a trap to bring us down. However, the news of the mythical Zoan fruit being auctioned seems to be true. It's likely the world government offered it as bait to lure us in. Forget about the fruit, Senor, it's secondary, Doffy said, wrath pouring from every pore. I just want to make sure you will be there. Yes, Master Doffy. Additionally, it seems one of the Shichibukai will also be there as part of the ambush, Senor added. From the side, Diamante grunted and gestured, still unable to speak fully. Yet, Doffy understood him perfectly. Well, Diamante, if it's just these many, I'm sure we can handle it on our own, Doffy said with a smirk. But let's not take any chances. From our last intel, it seems my little brother's friend is in the vicinity too. Let's have a word with Ross and see if his friend is available for hire. He chuckled darkly. And remember, Senor, I want him alive. If possible, let's try to get our hands on that devil fruit too, Doffy added. Due to continuous battles in the past few months, Doffy had already breached the Admiral level, boosting his confidence. However, this matter involved the CP0, a Shichibukai, and Germa 66. How do we deal with Germa 66, Master Doffy? Senor questioned. The way we always deal with our enemies, Senor, Doffy replied with a sinister smile. If Judge had any sense, he would have stayed away from this conflict. But the fool had the audacity to take the Underworld's contract to spring a trap for us. I'll show him what happens when he messes with the Donquxote family. As they walked through the dimly lit corridors of the underground base, the tension was palpable. Each step echoed with the promise of retribution. Doffy's mind raced, calculating every possible move and countermove. Master Doffy, Senor ventured cautiously, do you think the world government suspects the full extent of our plans? Let them suspect, Doffy replied coldly. Their suspicions won't save them. By the time they realize what's happening, it will be too late. As they boarded their ship hidden within a cove on the island, Doffy turned to Senor with a questioning look. Do you have any other news from Isho back home? He asked. Yes, Master Doffy, Senor replied dutifully, handling all communications for Doffy. It seems the young master has provided sanctuary for the Dark King and the former Shichibukai Shikuyaku. She has also been given a prime plot of land next to where little Shirley's Mermaid Cafe is being built. Doffy couldn't help but grin widely. He knew the implications of having Silver's Rayleigh and Shikuyaku in Dressrosa. Although these individuals might not be directly under his control, as long as he had Ross by his side, they wouldn't pose a problem. My little brother sure knows how to reel in the big fish, Doffy remarked with a chuckle. Fine, in that case, have some of our people divert resources to Amazon Lily. The Kuja will be a valuable addition to our forces in the future. What about Water 7? Any updates from Tom? He inquired further. Everything has been going smoothly, Senor reported. Tom-san mentioned that, at worst, he should complete the project in 5 to 6 years. Good, Doffy nodded. Deploy a few more people discreetly to enhance his security. He is a crucial piece in my brother's plan, and we can't afford for anything to happen to him. Doffy then turned his attention to another matter. What about the main railgun cannon on the top of King's Plateau? Has it been completed yet? Yes, Master. It's completed. In addition, 3 other railguns have been deployed at various strategic locations, Senor confirmed. Doffy's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Excellent. With those railguns, Dressrosa's defenses will be nearly impenetrable. Ensure that their operation is kept under the highest security protocols. As the ship set sail, the crew worked efficiently, their loyalty and fear of Doffy driving their every move. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt and opportunity, and Doffy's mind was already calculating his next steps. Master Doffy, Senor continued, should we also reinforce our spy network in the world government? With the recent movements, it might be wise to have more eyes and ears on the inside. No, it's too risky. Try something now, it will just risk exposing the foothold that we have gained. What we really should be working on is a way to infiltrate into the core of the world government, but that's not something we can achieve easily. Doffy countered. They did have some people working for them, but within the world government, they really had no sway. Senor nodded and made a note of the order. And what about our expansion plans in the New World? The territories recently raided by the Donquxote pirates surrounding our current territory are ripe for the taking. Doffy's grin turned into a predatory smile. Yes, move forward with those plans. But proceed with caution. We don't want to spread ourselves too thin. Prioritize securing the most strategic locations first, and ensure we have the strength to hold them. As the ship glided through the waters, Doffy stood at the helm, gazing at the horizon. His mind was a whirlwind of strategies and contingencies. He was ready to seize every opportunity and crush any opposition that dared to stand in his way. Remember, Senor, Doffy said, his voice cold and determined, we are not just playing a game. We are shaping the future. And in this world, only the strongest and the most cunning will survive. Senor, feeling the weight of his master's words, nodded solemnly. The path ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but under Doffy's ruthless leadership, they were ready to face whatever came their way. So, what about my little brother? What is he up to lately? Doffy asked with a smile, a rare and genuine expression reserved only for his little brother. Even Senor, standing by his side, couldn't help but smile at the mention of Rosinante. It seems the young master will be staying in East Blue for some time, Senor responded. He has already forwarded the instructions that need to be followed in the meantime. Good, good, Doffy said, his voice filled with warmth. It's good that he's taking a break. He has been working continuously for quite some time, and a break will do him good. We can't expect my little brother to carry all the weight now, can we? He chuckled, looking out at the horizon. The smile on his face was genuine and full of brotherly affection. Chapter 183, Lode Town, East Blue. The World Military Draft of the Marines has been underway for a week now. All around the world, Marine bases were bustling with activity as they intaked and assessed new recruits. Even though the Marines, under the orders of the new Fleet Admiral, wanted to bolster their ranks, they didn't rush to accept everyone who applied. Most of the regular folk were signing up, not out of a desire to serve justice but because they knew they would be fed. For many, the prospect of regular meals was more appealing than the abstract notions of justice and duty. Among the throngs of hopefuls and curious onlookers was a small boy, no older than 6 or 7. His eyes darted nervously around as he made sure no one was watching him. His gaze was fixed on a fruit stall where the vendor was busy bartering with another customer. The military draft had drawn an increasing number of people to the Marine base each day, creating a bustling, chaotic scene. Seizing his opportunity, the boy moved with cat-like reflexes, grabbing a bag of apples from the counter before anyone could notice. He sprinted away, but as luck would have it, he ran directly into a group of Marine soldiers heading in the opposite direction. "Thief! Thief! Someone catch that little bastard!" The shopkeeper roared, his voice cutting through the din and catching the attention of the Marine soldiers. Just as the boy was about to dart past them, one of the soldiers reached out and grabbed him by the hair. The boy screamed in pain, dropping the bag of apples. Another soldier picked up the fallen bag and took a bite out of one of the apples, his eyes narrowing as he chewed. Theft at such a young age, the soldier sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. He roughly yanked the boy by the hair, forcing him to his knees. The boy's eyes were wide with terror, his small frame shaking. The second soldier, a hulking figure with a cruel glint in his eyes, stepped forward. "It looks like we need to teach you a lesson," he growled, planting a fist into the boy's gut. The boy crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. A crowd had started to gather, some watching with pity, others with indifference. Among the spectators was a Marine officer named Lieutenant Helmeppo. He was known for his somewhat lazy demeanor, but there was a streak of justice in him that couldn't stand seeing the abuse of power. Just as the Marine was about to kick the boy again, a figure moved at blinding speed, delivering a powerful punch to the Marine's face and sending him flying into a wall. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Attacking a Marine during the military draft, especially so close to a Marine base, was a blatant insult to the Marine's prestige. The Marines didn't hesitate for another second, immediately brandishing their weapons at the woman who had intervened. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, standing close to 3 meters tall, with striking blue eyes and spiky silver hair that gave her a tomboyish, fierce appearance. She had a white-sheathed odachi strapped to her back. Her attire consisted of a tight combat vest over a sports tank top, revealing her voluptuous form, and short trousers that exposed her muscular thighs. Knee-length boots completed her formidable look, embodying the essence of a fierce tigress ready for battle. "You dare attack a Marine," one of the soldiers shouted. His gun cocked and ready. More Marines started to gather, drawn by the commotion, but the woman disregarded the growing tension and turned towards the little boy. She knelt down next to him, her fierce expression softening. "Are you all right?" she asked gently. The boy looked up at her with tear-filled eyes, nodding slightly. "What's your name?" "Miko," the boy whispered. "Where are your parents, Miko? And why are you stealing? Don't you know that stealing is wrong?" The woman, Raylene, asked, her voice gentle yet firm. I don't have any," Miko replied, his voice barely audible. "My little sister, she's hungry. We haven't had anything to eat for 3 days now. I didn't want to steal, but my sister." Raylene understood the boy's situation. This was a common story in a world where only a privileged few got what they wanted, while the rest struggled daily. She stood and faced the vendor. "How much for the apples?" she asked, pulling out a few coins from her vest pocket. The vendor, taken aback by the woman's intervention, stammered, "F5 berries." Raylene handed over the money, then turned back to the soldiers. "Next time you see a child in trouble, help them, don't hurt them. Understood? Dumb bitch! Who the hell do you think you are, lecturing us on how Marines should act? The boy is a thief, and he needs to be punished. And you are aiding a criminal. Do you know what kind of crime it is to attack a Marine?" One of the Marines responded angrily, feeling insulted as more and more civilians gathered to witness the confrontation. "Tui!" Raylene spat, her face twisting into a feral grin. "You call yourselves Marines? I originally wanted to see if the Marines were worthy of joining, but it seems like you lot are just as corrupt as the rest of the world. There is not much difference between you and the pirates," she chuckled. Originally, Raylene had intended to visit the scaffold where the pirate king was executed and see if she could join the Marines. She was strong, exceptionally so, and she wanted to make a difference, even if only in a small way. Believing the Marines were a force for justice, she had thoughts of joining them. But now her thoughts were wavering. "Surrender peacefully, or else you know the consequences," the Marines circled her, but she stood there defiantly. She knew she could take them all with a flick of her finger and couldn't help but smile at how clueless these Marines were about the disparity between their abilities and hers. Raylene's stance was unwavering, her presence exuding confidence and raw power. The civilians watching from a distance could feel the tension thickening in the air. She eyed each Marine, assessing their resolve and finding them wanting. These men, who should have been symbols of justice and protection, had shown their true colors through their treatment of a helpless child. The Marine who had been sent flying earlier struggled to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. His eyes burned with humiliation and rage. "You think you can just walk away from this?" he growled, his voice trembling with anger. Raylene's eyes flicked at him, and she smirked. "I don't think. I know." The Marine lunged at her, but with a swift, fluid motion, Raylene sidestepped and brought her knee up into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. The moment Raylene made her decision not to stand down, the atmosphere thickened with tension. She stood her ground as the Marines surrounded her, their weapons drawn, eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and determination. She knew she had to be careful, not because she was outmatched, but because she didn't want to kill anyone. "You made a big mistake, you bitch," one of the Marines snarled, stepping forward with his sword raised. Raylene's response was swift. She ducked under his swing, delivering a bone-crunching punch to his gut, sending him sprawling to the ground. Another Marine lunged at her with a spear. She sidestepped, grabbed the spear's shaft, and used it to pole vault herself over his head, delivering a brutal kick to the back of his skull. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Chaos erupted. Marines charged her from all directions. Raylene moved like a whirlwind, her fists and feet a blur of controlled fury. She landed blow after blow, her strikes were precise and devastating. Each Marine that came at her was met with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving them bruised and bloody on the ground. One Marine tried to grab her from behind, but she twisted, elbowing him in the face and breaking his nose. Another swung a mace at her, but she caught his wrist and flipped him over her shoulder, slamming him into the ground with a sickening thud. The sound of bones cracking and cries of pain filled the air. Despite her ferocity, Raylene held back, ensuring that her strikes incapacitated but did not kill. She was a force of nature, her movements were fluid and relentless. Her blue eyes burned with intensity, her silver hair whipping around her face as she fought. More Marines charged, trying to overwhelm her with sheer numbers. Raylene dodged and weaved, her body a blur of motion. She leaped into the air, delivering a spinning kick that sent 3 Marines flying. She landed gracefully, immediately launching into another attack. A Marine with a large axe came at her, roaring in anger. Raylene dodged under his swing and drove her fist into his knee, shattering the joint. He screamed in agony as he fell, clutching his leg. She followed up with a brutal uppercut that knocked him out cold. The ground was littered with groaning Marines, their bodies broken and bruised. Raylene stood amidst the carnage, her chest heaving with exertion. She was about to turn to check on Miko when she sensed a sudden, malicious intent. One of the Marines, realizing they were no match for Raylene, had decided to target the boy instead. He lunged at Miko, his sword raised. Raylene's eyes widened with rage. Her observation hockey flared, detecting the Marine's every movement. Her body moved before her mind could fully process it, her anger propelling her forward with deadly speed. "No!" she roared, her voice echoing with pure fury. She reached the Marine just as he was about to strike. Her fist connected with his head with a sickening crunch, sending him flying. She dashed forward, not willing to let him go. Within seconds, she stood over him, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. As he lay on the ground, dazed and terrified, she raised her fist to deliver a fatal blow. But before she could strike, a flash of steel intercepted her punch. The air around them exploded with a resounding boom, sending everyone within 100 meters flying through the air. Raylene's eyes widened as she saw the man who had blocked her attack. Standing before her was Bogard, a calm yet imposing figure with short black hair and piercing eyes. His face was stern, and his presence was commanding. He wore a long, marine coat that billowed around him, and his hand rested casually on the hilt of his sword, which was only halfway unsheathed. The power radiating from him was palpable, his aura was one of absolute control and strength. Bogard had been Garp's right-hand man, known for his exceptional swordsmanship and unwavering loyalty to the Marine hero. His reputation was one of quiet, deadly efficiency. Few had seen him in action, but those who had spoke of his unmatched skill and ferocity. "That's enough," Bogard said, his voice calm but firm. "There has been enough violence here today." Raylene's eyes locked with his, and her body was still tense and ready to strike. She could sense the immense power within him, a silent threat that promised swift retribution if she continued. "Who are you?" Raylene demanded, her voice edged with both respect and defiance. "Bogard," he replied simply, his eyes never leaving hers. "And you?" "Raylene," she answered, her voice steady. The Marines, seeing a savior in Bogart, quickly began to complain. "Sir! She attacked us without due cause," one Marine started, but his voice faltered as he felt a towering presence behind him. Turning hastily, he was met with the fierce gaze of Marine hero Garp, who was already aware of the situation. Beside Garp stood a little girl about 4 years old, who immediately ran past everyone to check on her brother, still groaning on the ground. "Garp Chujo!" The Marine gulped, unsure whether to continue lying. Garp simply walked past him towards Raylene. "You wanted to join the Marines?" Garp's face bloomed with a smile. He could sense the strength in Raylene, potentially strong enough to take one of the admiral positions. Her character was something the current Marines sorely needed. "Who are you, Gramps?" she asked instinctively. She felt she might stand a chance against the swordsman, but the old man with graying hair was a different matter altogether. Even if she used her devil fruit, she might not match him. Her instincts, which had never led her astray, screamed that she stood no chance against this old man. Bogart couldn't help but chuckle when Raylene called Garp Gramps. He sheathed his blade and gestured for the Marines under his command to detain the ones who had caused the commotion. Confine them in the Lowtown base. Strip them of their current ranks and reassign them as chore boys for a year. Whether they want to remain Marines or leave after that is up to them, Bogart ordered. The Marines under his command, all elites, moved swiftly to subdue the more than 3 dozen errant Marines. Even the officers in the group were not spared. Attempting to escape punishment would brand them as deserters, ensuring they would be hunted down. "Raylene, was it? Follow me. Let's see if you're really worthy of joining the Marines," Garp said, walking away without waiting for a response. Raylene, momentarily dumbfounded, watched the old man. Though she initially wanted to leave, curiosity got the better of her. She followed Garp, dragging Miko and his little sister along. As they walked, Garp led them through the bustling streets of Lowtown, with the military draft still in full swing. Crowds of hopeful recruits, seasoned Marines, and civilians filled the area, their eyes widening in surprise as they saw Garp leading the way with Raylene in tow. "So, what brought you here, Raylene?" Garp asked without turning around, his tone casual but probing. "I was here to sightsee, you know, this is the place where the Pirate King died and all, and I also wanted to see if the Marines were worth joining," Raylene replied, her voice steady. "But from what I've seen so far, I'm not impressed." Garp chuckled. "You've only seen a small part of it. The Marines are far from perfect, but there are good people here. People who genuinely want to make a difference." Raylene looked around at the bustling Marine base. "And what about you, Gramps? Are you one of the good ones?" Garp laughed heartily. "That's for you to decide. But I've been around long enough to know that strength alone isn't enough. It's what you do with that strength that matters." They arrived at a training ground, a vast open space right at the edge of the island filled with recruits undergoing various drills. Garp stopped and turned to Raylene. "Show me what you've got," he said, his smile replaced by a serious expression. "Fight me." Raylene's eyes widened. "You want me to fight you? Here?" Garp nodded. "Here and now. If you're going to join the Marines, you need to prove your strength and your resolve." Raylene hesitated for a moment but then stepped forward, her eyes locking onto Garp's. "Fine. Let's do this, old man." Chapter 184, Marine HQ, Marineford. 3 weeks had passed since the official start of the World Military Draft. The draft, scheduled to last for a full month, was already yielding promising results. The first batch of elites had arrived at Marineford, ready to undergo rigorous training. With the help of Zephyr, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had secured an excellent instructor for the elite camp. Even Zephyr himself seemed satisfied with the man taking over his additional responsibilities. Currently, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is buried in paperwork, his office filled with towering stacks of files. Vice Admiral Tsuru had been dispatched to Mary Geos to report on the progress of the World Draft and propose an additional budget. Zephyr had gone to assess a potential candidate for the Chief Warden position at Impel Down. Although the underwater prison had lost its former glory of being unbreachable, it still held significant importance to the world government and the Marines. The mechanism for the Gate of Justice had been fully repaired, and many escaped prisoners had been recaptured. However, the most dangerous criminals from levels 5 and 6 remained at large, and the Marines were struggling to muster enough top-tier fighting force to address the issue. Suddenly, the door to Sengoku's office flew open without a knock. Sengoku felt a headache form as he instantly recognized the intruder. Rather than being delighted to see Garp, he was fuming with anger. "Garp, you bloody bastard," he roared, rubbing his temples. "Why the hell would you tear down the Marine base in Lodetown along with half its island?" He shot up from his seat, sending the folders he was working on scattering through the air. He very much wanted to smash his table to smithereens, now understanding why Kong kept asking for replacement tables whenever Garp visited his office. Garp, oblivious to the chaos he caused, gave Sengoku a sheepish smile while munching on rice crackers. Bogard, ever the diligent aide, silently moved to collect the scattered documents and began rearranging them on the table. "Is this old man the fleet admiral you told me about, Garp-san?" "Not bad, he seems quite strong," Raylene commented, standing next to Garp. One of her arms was heavily bandaged and held in place with a sling. She unceremoniously dug into the rice crackers Garp was holding, chomping on them with gusto. Sengoku was dumbfounded, only now realizing there was someone else with Garp. The woman seemed to have just come out of the hospital, but what irked him was their nonchalant attitude, especially Garp's smug grin. Sengoku turned to Bogard, the only other person in the room who seemed to have sense, and questioned him. "Bogard, who is she?" Bogard, while continuing to rearrange the files, responded, "She is Raylene, she is from East Blue. Garp-san thinks she would be a nice addition to the Marines and would like you to consider her for the admiral position." Sengoku turned to the two, who were now seated unceremoniously, helping themselves to the tea he had personally brewed for himself. An admiral position? Was this supposed to be a joke? Then it clicked. Garp had sparred with someone in Lodetown, razing the entire Marine base to the ground along with part of the island. The Marines had to pay out substantial compensation for the destruction of property. Luckily, they had held back, otherwise, from the reports, Sengoku estimated the island could have been sunk. Now, he scrutinized the woman next to Garp and her unusual weapon leaning against the table. Observing her closely, he could tell she was strong, but appointing an admiral required convincing the elders and conducting a thorough background check. For all he knew, Garp might have already promised the position to this fierce-looking woman. Sengoku couldn't help but sit back in his chair with a throbbing headache. Garp continued snacking on rice crackers, unfazed by Sengoku's outburst. "It was a necessary test, Sengoku. Raylene here is exceptionally strong. We need people like her in the Marines." Sengoku shot a glare at Garp, then turned his attention to Raylene. "And you, Mississippi. What makes you think you can be an admiral? Do you understand the responsibilities and challenges that come with such a position?" Raylene met Sengoku's gaze without flinching. "I do. And I know I have what it takes to make a difference. The Marines need strength and integrity, and I can provide both." Sengoku leaned back, contemplating. Despite the chaos Garp had caused, there was a ring of truth in his words. Raylene's strength was undeniable if she could make Garp personally recommend her, and her fierce spirit was evident. However, becoming an admiral was not just about strength, it was about leadership, strategy, and unwavering dedication to justice. He sighed, deciding to give her a chance. After all, with the world draft going on, he had certain leeway to wiggle in potential candidates, and Sengoku didn't want to see the admiral ranks filled completely with lackeys of the world government in the future. "Fine. But this isn't a decision I can make alone. You'll need to prove yourself further. There will be trials, and you must undergo a thorough background check. If you pass, then we can talk about the admiral position." Raylene nodded, understanding the gravity of Sengoku's words. "I accept." Garp grinned widely. "Great! I knew you'd see reason, Sengoku. See how good a friend I am, getting you an admiral the day I joined back on duty. You! Garp, don't you dare speak. You've been on your so-called vacation for close to 2 years now, so don't you dare. Sengoku fumed while he pulled the teapot to his side and poured himself a cup, knowing that if left alone, the two people sitting in front of him would empty it. He also poured a cup for Bogard, who picked it up with a nod and sat on the couch to the side. Oh, we get such long vacations? Can I take one now? Raylene asked with a grin. Shut up, Marine. Sengoku glared at Raylene and then at Garp. What the hell have you been teaching her about the Marines? However, Garp simply stuffed more rice crackers into his mouth, making Sengoku sigh in frustration. Taking a few sips, Sengoku picked up a folder he had set aside inside a drawer and pushed it towards Garp. Now that you're back on duty, I want you to deal with this matter. Garp's goofy demeanor vanished as he checked the folder, and his brows raised in surprise. Is this intel accurate? And why would they be worried? It's just a new newspaper, Garp said. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh and pick up a small stack of newspapers, placing them on the table. These started circulating just a week ago, and although it seems harmless for now, the world government feels that this so-called World Times is a direct threat to the stability of the system. The publishers, whoever they are, seem to be hell-bent on continuing to publish despite a worldwide ban. I don't see any lies in here. It seems like a pretty fair newspaper to me, Raylene commented as she went through one of the newspapers. It's more like facts compared to the other ones we normally get, and this one has much more news and is cheaper, she added casually. Sengoku wanted to reprimand her, but since she was new to the workings of the Marines, he decided to explain things to her. However, Garp spoke first. They are afraid of what this newspaper might disclose. Until they know who is in control of this, they cannot have such a paper spreading information that's undesirable to them. He then turned to Sengoku. And you want me to find the source of this? That's like trying to find a needle in the vast ocean, Garp said. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, his expression serious. This newspaper isn't just about providing news. It's about control, influence, and power. The world government fears the sway this World Times might hold over the masses if it continues to spread information that goes against their narrative. Our intelligence suggests that the paper has connections to various revolutionary movements. If left unchecked, it could destabilize the fragile order we've maintained. Raylene listened intently, her expression shifting from casual interest to understanding. She realized the gravity of the situation. So, it's not just about the news. It's about who controls the narrative, she said thoughtfully. Exactly, Sengoku replied. If people start believing that the world government is hiding things or not acting in their best interest, it could lead to widespread unrest. We need to find the source and stop it before it causes more damage. Garp sighed, closing the folder. All right, I'll take care of it. But don't expect miracles overnight. Finding the source of this will take time. Sengoku nodded. I understand. Just do your best. We can't afford to let this escalate. I am reassigning you to the new world. Help me get some control over these troubled waters. Raylene looked at Garp, a newfound respect in her eyes. I guess being a Marine isn't as simple as I thought, she said. Garp chuckled, finishing his rice crackers. It's never been simple. But that's what makes it interesting. Welcome to the real Marines, Raylene. As Garp, Bogard, and Raylene left Sengoku's office, the fleet admiral leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. The headache was still there, but now there was a glimmer of hope. With Garp back and Raylene showing promise, perhaps they could navigate through these challenges. New World. A small dinghy blocked the path of a massive ship shaped like a whale, the infamous vessel of none other than the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard. On the main deck of the ship, the crew waited patiently for their captain's command. They had an unlikely visitor aboard, one who had somehow managed to find them in the vast ocean. Originally, they were on their way from Wano to Fishman Island, but this visitor had been waiting quite some time to meet Whitebeard. Glug. Glug. Whitebeard was drinking directly from the large barrel that the visitor had brought along as a gift. He drained the entire barrel and tossed it aside with satisfaction. That was some good stuff. At least you know manners. Whitebeard narrowed his gaze at the young man standing before him. It seemed like it took every ounce of courage for this young man to approach Whitebeard for help, but he had to swallow his pride. "Brat! You sure are audacious. You tried challenging my men continuously and even dared to challenge me, and now here you are, standing before me, asking for a favor. So tell me, why should I help you?" Whitebeard asked, turning his attention to the missing limb of the visitor. His gaze narrowed a bit, as if in question. "It seems like you've been taught a harsh lesson, haven't you, crocodile brat? So tell me, who is it that took your arm but spared your life?" Whitebeard asked curiously. Crocodile gritted his teeth in anger, his other hand unconsciously reaching for the stump where Donquxote Rosinante had severed his arm. He had taken quite some time to reflect on what had happened back then and the things Rosinante had told him. He realized he had become complacent because Whitebeard and his crew had always left him alive whenever he challenged them. He had grown arrogant, thinking he was strong enough to face the strongest man and come out of it alive. But finally, the young teen had shown him the disparity between the two worlds they lived in. Crocodile had been over-reliant on his devil fruit powers. Although he was aware of the concept called hockey, he had never bothered to truly learn about it. "Donquxote Rosinante," Crocodile whispered, but Whitebeard heard it clearly. "Heh, so it was that brat who studied under Garp. Then you're lucky he left you alive after taking just a single arm. That kid is quite bloodthirsty. He may not seem like it, but he's someone one should always be cautious about." "Well, let's forget about that, crocodile brat. I'm sure you didn't take all this risk to meet me directly just to deliver a gift. So tell me, what are you here for?" Whitebeard's voice roared, reverberating throughout the ship and shaking it. "I have come here to learn. Teach me. Teach me about the secrets of hockey. If I'm going to learn about it, I might as well learn from the man who calls himself the strongest in the world," Crocodile declared, looking Whitebeard straight in the eye. Despite the overwhelming pressure from Whitebeard, Crocodile didn't falter. He had already resolved to die if things went south with Whitebeard. He had stepped onto the ship, knowing that all too well. The entire deck fell silent as everyone was struck dumb by Crocodile's request. Even Teach, who was among the lower-ranking members of the crew, was dumbfounded. Silence enveloped the whole ship, even the sea seemed too calm and eerie. "Gururara!" Suddenly, a deafening laugh echoed around the sea. "Brat! You sure have balls. You want me to teach you hockey? So tell me, what are you going to do once you learn hockey, if I agree to teach it to you?" Whitebeard asked with a glint in his eyes. "If you teach me, then someday I will grow strong enough to bring you down. And meanwhile, I will repay a certain someone for this," Crocodile said, tightening the grip on his stump. Whitebeard's laughter died down, and his expression turned serious. He studied Crocodile intently, weighing the sincerity and resolve in the young man's eyes. The crew held their breath, waiting for Whitebeard's decision. "Brat! So you want me to train you in the secrets of hockey so that someday you can take my head? Is that it?" Whitebeard questioned him as he rose from his throne, towering over Crocodile. The imposing figure of the Emperor of the Sea cast a long shadow over the deck, but Crocodile remained unfazed. "Yes. I want you to teach me without holding back, so that someday I can best even the strongest man in the world," Crocodile declared, his voice unwavering and his eyes filled with determination. The tension on the ship was palpable. Some of Whitebeard's crew instinctively drew their weapons, ready to end Crocodile once and for all. The clinking of swords and the creaking of the ships would under the weight of the men added to the heavy atmosphere. However, a gesture from Marco, Whitebeard's 1st Division commander, made them stop. It was not their decision to make. Whitebeard's piercing gaze scrutinized Crocodile. The massive blade of the Naginata was placed right by Crocodile's neck, his eyes narrowing as he considered the audacious request. The silence stretched on, and the only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. You're a bold one, brat. Coming here, asking for my help, and then declaring you'll use what I teach you to take me down, Whitebeard said, a hint of amusement in his voice as the blade drew blood. Do you have any idea what you're asking for? Crocodile met his gaze with unflinching resolve and nodded without hesitation. Gururara. Good, brat. Good, you have sparked my interest. All right, brat. I'll teach you, Whitebeard said finally, his voice booming across the deck. But know this, hockey is not just a power to be used lightly. It requires dedication, strength, and a will of steel. If you fail to meet my expectations, you won't leave this ship alive. Understood? Crocodile nodded, his eyes burning with desire and determination. Understood. Whitebeard turned to his crew. Prepare a place for the brat. He's going to be staying with us for a while. He then looked back at Crocodile. You've got a lot to learn, and it's not going to be easy. But if you survive, you'll come out stronger than you ever imagined. The crew began to murmur among themselves, surprised and curious about what lay ahead for Crocodile. Teach, however, watched with a calculating look, already plotting how this new development might benefit his own ambitions. Chapter 185, Germa Kingdom, North Blue. Inside the central throne room of the Germa Kingdom, on the grandiose throne sat a large man with long golden hair that reached his waist. He has a long and thin black mustache that spikes upwards, a thin and small beard, and a prominent cleft chin. Vinsmoke Judge, the current king of Germa Kingdom, goes by the alias Garuda. His stern visage and imposing stature exuded an air of authority and menace. Vinsmoke Judge, a former member of MADS, managed to retain his freedom by aligning with the world government. When MADS breached the interests of the world government, Judge cunningly leaked all the information in exchange for his liberty, demonstrating his shrewd and calculating nature. Currently, a high-stakes meeting was taking place in the throne room. Several influential figures from the underworld, one of the Shichibukai named Hector Barbarossa, and agents from CP0 had gathered with a common goal, to take down Donquxote Doflamingo. The CP0 agent placed a small chest on the table, and everyone's eyes in the room glistened with greed. Inside the chest lay a mythical Zoan devil fruit, the main auction item for tonight. The Germa 66 had made extensive preparations, attracting many powerful individuals from the Four Blues, the first half of the Grand Line, and even some influential powers from the New World to participate in the auction. Good. Now that we have the main attraction for the night, everything should go forward smoothly, one of the underworld bosses spoke, taking a deep drag from his cigar. He had been running ever since Doflamingo entered North Blue in the name of vengeance, but tonight would be his salvation. Not so fast. I have yet to receive the other half of the payment. Unless I get the remaining 25 billion bellies, you can forget about having my Germa soldiers move against Doflamingo, Vinsmoke Judge's gruff voice echoed from the throne. The underworld had agreed to an exorbitant sum of 50 billion bellies to mobilize against Doflamingo and the Donquxote pirates. Judge knew the underworld leaders were desperate, with no other force in North Blue willing to face the Donquxote family. He exploited this desperation to his advantage. His ambition was to re-establish the Germa Empire and dominate North Blue. The Donquxote pirates were an obstacle he wasn't confident in facing alone, but with the help of CP0, he believed he could take down Doflamingo. The CP0 leader, flanked by 5 agents, brought significant muscle, with the lead agent seemingly at an admiral level. Judge had prepared nearly 10,000 clone prototypes, having spent the upfront payment from the underworld. The remaining funds would be pure profit to continue his research. Vinsmoke, don't you think you're being too greedy? We've already paid you 25 billion berries. Once Doflamingo falls, you'll have to face the wrath of his little brother. You have no idea what kind of monster he is, do you? A man from the underworld spoke, his voice tinged with fear and frustration. He won't be coming after just me. I'm sure the world government has some contingency in place for the younger Donquxote, right? Judge turned to the CP0 leader. We've already made a deal, 50 billion to deal with the matter. If not, I'll take no part in this and disclose your ambush plans. Do you want to become hostile with the powerful factions already gathering for the auction? Judge's voice was firm, his threat clear. The CP0 leader glared at the underworld members, who sighed in resignation. This was nearly all the funds they had managed to save, as the rest of their strongholds and assets fell prey to Doflamingo's wrath. The leader of the underworld reluctantly gestured for his men to bring in crates filled with berries. Seeing the remainder of the payment, Judge smirked. He was also plotting to seize the devil fruit from the CP agents if possible, using the chaos that would ensue during their clash with Doflamingo. All this is well and good, but will Doflamingo really make it to this auction? Without him, all this preparation would be a waste, Hector Barbarossa questioned. After his loss to Rosinante, he had been brooding, and when the world government assigned him to take down the older brother using a trap, he eagerly accepted the opportunity. And don't forget, there are quite a few powerful forces who have come for the mythical Zoan fruit. Even one of Big Mom's commanders is present, he added. Everyone flinched at the mention of Big Mom. To lure Doflamingo, they spread details of the auction far and wide through the underworld network, attracting powerful forces interested in the devil fruit. Forget about Big Mom's forces. Our sole target is Doflamingo. As long as we can eliminate him, the rest are inconsequential. Remember, you're backed by the world government, and several marine forces are on standby in the surrounding seas. We have to ensure Doflamingo is dealt with today, no exceptions, and don't worry about Doflamingo, he will definitely make it, the CP0 leader said in a chilling tone. To him, everyone here was a pawn. He would gladly sacrifice them all to achieve his objective. The higher-ups had also given him a secondary mission, to closely observe Vinsmoke Judge's experiments. Despite letting him go, Judge's association with MADS and his involvement in lineage factor research warranted constant surveillance. With the massive influx of resources, he must have made some headway in his research. If there were substantial results, the CP0 leader was to bring back the details, especially regarding the bio-soldiers. The stage was set for a high-stakes confrontation. The fates of the underworld, the Germa kingdom, and the Donquxote family hung in the balance as they prepared for the inevitable clash. The underground auction arranged by the Vinsmoke family was nothing short of grandiose. The venue resembled a magnificent opera theater, with its domed ceiling adorned with intricate frescoes and gold leaf accents. Ornate chandeliers hung from above, casting a warm, golden glow that illuminated the grandeur of the place. Rows of plush, velvet seats were arranged in ascending tiers, ensuring every attendee had a perfect view of the stage. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation and tension, a palpable sense of excitement mingling with underlying fear. Kings and influential leaders from all corners of the world had gathered, each hoping to secure something of great value. The Vinsmokes had spared no expense in ensuring the security and exclusivity of the event. The entrance to the auction was guarded by Germa's 66 soldiers, their imposing presence deterring any unwelcome guests. Inside, attendees were ushered to their seats by elegantly dressed ushers, each wearing the emblem of the Vinsmoke family. Among the distinguished guests, the most eye-catching force was undoubtedly the delegation from the Big Mom Pirates, led by Charlotte Smoothie. Smoothie, one of the sweet commanders of Big Mom's crew, stood out not only for her towering height but also for her fierce demeanor. With a bounty of close to 600 million berries, her presence alone sent shivers down the spines of many. Her long, flowing silver hair and piercing eyes added to her intimidating aura. She was accompanied by a contingent of loyal and equally formidable pirates, each ready to act at a moment's notice. The auction began with a flourish. An elegantly dressed auctioneer took the stage, his voice amplified by hidden speakers that ensured everyone could hear him clearly. The first item up for bid was a rare and ancient sword, said to be a part of the 21 great swords. The bidding war was intense, with kings and underworld brokers vying for the prized weapon. The final bid, a staggering 800 million berries, came from a king from the West Blue, his face beaming with triumph as he secured the weapon. As the auction progressed, the items became increasingly rare and valuable. Oi Shanks! We don't have a single berry to our name, and look at all these dangerous figures surrounding us. Why are we even here? Buggy questioned, his eyes darting nervously around the auction venue. Their ragtag group had grown into a decent-sized crew. In recent months, after reuniting with Buggy, Shanks has started to recruit members for their pirate crew. Now, the Red Hair Pirates boasted 6 members: Shanks, Buggy, Yassip, who they recruited in East Blue, Lucky Roo from South Blue, Lime Juice, and their most recent addition, Ben Beckman, whom they recruited in North Blue. Buggy, have you forgotten who we are? We're pirates. Why would we need to pay for anything? We simply steal things when we need them, Lucky Roo commented with a laugh, taking a big bite out of a piece of meat. Captain! Are we going after the devil fruit? Lime Juice asked Shanks, who was casually sipping on the complimentary juice provided by the auction venue. They had originally stolen the invitation from an underground broker after Beckman informed them about this large auction, whose final prize was a mythical Zoan fruit. Although none of their crew was particularly keen on devil fruits, they desperately needed funds to get their pirate ship. Shanks was not going to settle for anything less than the best. He already had someone in mind to commission their ship from in Water 7, and to make it out of the best materials, they needed berries, a lot of berries. This auction came at the right time. Bastard! Why are you calling him the captain? I am the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Buggy protested loudly, though everyone knew Buggy well enough to chuckle at his outburst. Beckman, new to the crew, couldn't resist the chance to tease him. If you were the captain, shouldn't it be called the Red-Nosed Pirates? Beckman smirked, provoking Buggy further. Buggy jumped up, ready to confront Beckman, but Shanks caught him before he could cause a commotion. You! Who did you say has a big nose? Look how I beat you to a pulp. I'm the captain. Buggy protested vehemently, making the rest of the crew smile. Their vice-captain was indeed an entertainer. Buggy! Calm down! Look, they also seem to have some sort of treasure map. Maybe we can steal that too later. Shanks said, instantly redirecting Buggy's attention back to the stage, his anger already forgotten. Shanks, don't you think something is off with this venue? Buggy questioned, his instincts on high alert. Though the atmosphere seemed vibrant, something felt amiss. Even Shanks felt a nagging sensation since they had entered the auction venue. His eyes involuntarily darted towards the empty VIP box, which seemed to attract many curious glances. People with observation hockey could clearly sense that something was off, and he had even detected some strange movements outside the venue. There! Beckman whispered softly, that man, he isn't part of the Germa forces. Beckman started pointing out a few butlers and guards dressed as Vinsmoke family employees, but Beckman, with his keen intellect, could tell they were too disciplined and meticulous, standing out compared to the rest of the Vinsmoke staff. However, Shanks had already zeroed in on a few individuals seated among the participants who were formidable fighters just disguised as guests. Just be careful later. We'll target the ones carrying the most valuable items and bail. We don't want to get caught in whatever these people are planning, Shanks advised, his voice low but firm. He had earlier detected a presence that posed a threat even to him, so he needed to tread carefully. After his clash with his sister Aganya, Shanks had been growing at a monstrous rate, and even Buggy himself was improving at a decent pace. Though not at Shanks' level, Buggy could hold his own in a fight. Nearly escaping death had somewhat altered Buggy's usually cowardly attitude, making him a bit braver. As the auction continued, the crew watched intently. The atmosphere in the Grand Theater, filled with some of the world's most influential and dangerous individuals, was electric. Kings and influential leaders from all corners of the world had gathered, each hoping to secure something of great value. The auctioneer took the stage again, his voice echoing through the hall as he introduced the next item, a rare eternal log pose that pointed to a mysterious island in the New World. The bidding war was intense, and the final bid of 800 million berries came from a king from the North Blue. Throughout the event, the organizers kept a close watch on the VIP boxes, especially one that remained conspicuously empty. It was reserved for the heavenly demon, Donquxote Doflamingo. His absence was unsettling to many, as his presence or lack thereof could drastically alter the dynamics of the auction. The air was thick with speculation and tension as everyone wondered if, and when, he might make an appearance. Just when the auction was nearly three-quarters done, there was a sudden stir in the area reserved for the Donquxote pirates. Many had assumed that the heavenly demon wouldn't make an appearance, but contrary to their expectations, Donquxote Doflamingo stepped onto the balcony, clad in a tailored white suit and wearing his signature black shades. Following him were four cloaked figures, likely his bodyguards. Eyes lit up with a cruel glint across the auction venue as they realized the snake had taken the bait. From a nearby VIP box, Charlotte Smoothie couldn't help but smirk. She turned to one of her siblings, who had accompanied her to the event. They had already procured a few valuable items that might interest Big Mom, but their main goal was the mythical Zoan fruit. Say what they may, the man sure has balls to step into this venue knowing it's an elaborate trap laid out for him, Smoothie remarked. With the Big Mom Pirates' extensive information network, they were well aware that this auction event was more than it appeared to be. And with an equally powerful network of his own, Doflamingo was undoubtedly aware that this was a trap. Yet there he sat, unbothered by the plans and schemes surrounding him, like a king on his throne. His guards took seats on the couch beside the VIP box, their presence adding to the tension in the room. The auctioneer, momentarily thrown off by Doflamingo's entrance, quickly regained his composure and continued with the proceedings. The room was now charged with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Every faction present was on high alert, aware that the situation could escalate at any moment. "Do we act now?" A CP0 agent disguised as an employee whispered, his eyes darting towards the VIP box where Doflamingo sat, overseeing the auction with a smug smile plastered on his face. "No, not yet," the CP0 leader replied, his tone cold and calculating. "Make sure the surroundings are all clear. We cannot afford any surprises. He must not slip past our net." The gravity of the mission weighed heavily on him. If he failed, the elders would personally ensure his disposal. The stakes were too high. Doflamingo was the key to controlling the monster known as Rosinante. The agent nodded and discreetly moved to relay the orders to his fellow operatives scattered throughout the venue. The tension was palpable as they blended seamlessly with the crowd, their eyes vigilant for any signs of trouble. Meanwhile, the auction continued, but the air was thick with anticipation. High-ranking pirates, influential kings, and notorious underworld figures were all gathered, each with their own agenda. The mythical Zoan devil fruit was the ultimate prize of the evening, but many eyes remained fixed on Doflamingo's VIP box. Chapter 186. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage, his voice booming through the grand auction theater. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final item of tonight's extraordinary auction. Feast your eyes on the mythical Zoan devil fruit." A velvet-draped pedestal was wheeled onto the stage, and with a dramatic flourish, the auctioneer unveiled the fruit. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal light, and its intricate pattern seemed almost alive, radiating an aura of immense power. The crowd gasped collectively, and a tense silence followed. "The starting bid is 5 billion berries, with increments of 100 million berries," the auctioneer announced. The starting price left many in the audience stunned. 5 billion berries was a fortune few could afford, even among the powerful and wealthy gathered here. Charlotte Smoothie wasted no time. 5 billion berries, she called out, her voice ringing with authority. The audience gasped again, stunned by her immediate bid. Before anyone could digest the enormity of Smoothie's bid, another voice rang out, 5.1 billion. The bidding war had begun. 5.2 billion, another contender shouted, determined to get a piece of the action. The bids came in rapid succession, escalating quickly. The intensity of the bidding reflected the value placed on the mythical Zoan fruit. Everyone knew that those who consumed such fruits had become legendary figures: Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 100 Beasts Kaido, Marco the Phoenix, each a powerhouse in their own right. 5.5 billion, called out a king from a North Blue kingdom, his voice tinged with desperation. 5.7 billion, came a bid from a wealthy underworld figure, his eyes gleaming with greed. 6 billion, shouted another, raising the stakes even higher. The auction hall was electric with tension. Each bid seemed to set the air crackling with anticipation. Shanks watched the proceedings with a keen eye, his crew around him feeling the weight of the moment. Buggy was jittery, nervously glancing at the other participants. 6.2 billion. Smoothie's voice rang out again, her face impassive, but her eyes sharp. She was not one to be easily outbid, especially when the stakes were this high. Just when it seemed the bidding might end with Smoothie's victory, a new voice broke through the tension. 6.3 billion. Shanks called out, his tone casual but firm. All eyes turned to the lower area, where Shanks and his crew were seated. Buggy nearly choked in shock, his face turning pale. "Shanks! Are you crazy?" he hissed, but Shanks only chuckled, his gaze never wavering from the stage. Smoothie's expression soured, her calm demeanor slipping for a moment. She glared at Shanks, clearly annoyed. 6.5 billion. The voice that followed tore through the commotion like a blade. It was Doflamingo, his smirk was evident even from across the room. All eyes shifted back to the VIP box, where the Donquxote pirate sat. Smoothie gritted her teeth, her irritation was palpable. She raised her paddle, her voice ringing out again, 6.7 billion. But before she could even finish her bid, Doflamingo's voice cut through again. 7 billion, he declared, leaning back in his chair with an air of supreme confidence. Smoothie's eyes narrowed. She understood immediately that Doflamingo was toying with her, pushing her buttons. She glanced at the balcony where Doflamingo sat, her anger evident. The long-standing grudges between the Big Mom pirates and the Donquxote pirates were well known throughout the New World, and her brother Katakuri had warned her not to clash with either of the Donquxote brothers without ample preparation. "Doflamingo, are you dead set on opposing the Big Mom pirates?" Smoothie's grip tightened on the balcony railing, her immense strength warping the metal. The display of her devil fruit's power astonished those unfamiliar with its true horror. Doflamingo merely laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the hall. "Foo-foo-foo, if your Big Mom pirates cannot afford to buy the fruit, then you should just leave. This is a place reserved for civilized people." He turned his attention back to the stage, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Smoothie's fury was evident, but she knew better than to engage him here. The CP0 presence complicated matters, and she could not afford a direct confrontation. If not for their presence, she wouldn't even have bothered attending the auction and would have simply demanded everything from the Germa kingdom. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the stage, the bidding war far from over. The room buzzed with a mix of excitement and trepidation, with the outcome of this auction likely to send ripples through the world of pirates and beyond. The bidding war was relentless, an intense back and forth between the Big Mom pirates and the Donquxote pirates. The tension in the auction hall was palpable as the stakes climbed higher with each bid. "Going once. Going twice. Going thrice, and sold," the auctioneer proclaimed, slamming the gavel down 3 times. "The mythical Zoan devil fruit, the treasure of tonight's auction, goes to the Donquxote pirates for 8.2 billion berries." The crowd erupted in a mixture of applause and gasps. Many began to clear the auction venue, sensing something ominous in the air. The Vinsmoke family abandoned any pretense of subtlety, they had received the go-ahead to move. Their objective was clear, to prevent any of Doflamingo's men from interfering while the CP0 agents took down the heavenly demon himself. As the auction hall emptied, only the successful bidders remained. Doflamingo stood, a chuckle escaping his lips as blue flames danced around him. His bodyguards, the cloaked figures behind him, also rose to their feet. "Foo-foo-foo, so you couldn't hold back any longer, could you?" Doflamingo's voice dripped with mocking amusement as he turned his attention toward Vinsmoke Judge, who appeared uneasy. Judge had already mobilized his 10,000-strong force to blockade the venue, but they were conspicuously absent. "Still waiting on your forces, Vinsmoke? Don't worry about them, they won't make it here," Doflamingo said with a sinister grin. Judge, wanting to know what was happening, chose to stand his ground, ready to confront Doflamingo alongside the CP0 agents. Doflamingo then fixed his gaze on the CP0 leader, his eyes narrowing as the blue flames turned a menacing purple. "Finally, we meet, Marcus. Or is that your real name? He sneered. The CP0 leader, Marcus, removed his mask with a chuckle. Nice to meet you again, Master Doffy, he taunted. Behind Doflamingo, Senor and Diamante tensed with anger beneath their cloaks. Marcus was the man who had betrayed the Donquxote family, bringing them to their knees and causing countless deaths. You knew this was a trap and still came. You're as reckless as ever, Master Doffy. Marcus chuckled, his eyes vigilant, as he gestured for the other CP0 agents to move. Suddenly, Charlotte Smoothie leapt from her position, aiming straight for Doflamingo. You guys don't mind if I take his head, right? She moved with blinding speed, but a hockey-coated fist punched her squarely in the face. Bara bara blaster. Buggy bellowed, his punch sending Smoothie reeling. Before the Big Mom pirates could react to the detached fist that had sent their commander flying, Shanks and his crew descended upon them, snatching the 3 items they had won from the auction. Chaos erupted as the entire venue descended into a frenzy. Saru! Marcus moved with blinding speed, appearing before Doflamingo and throwing a punch. Doflamingo easily blocked it, his arms coated with hockey. Crash! The roof collapsed as Hector tore through the ceiling, his massive axe aimed directly at Doflamingo. Senor and Diamante moved swiftly, Diamante unsheathing his blade and Senor coating his entire body with armament hockey. They clashed with Hector, pushing him back. Foo foo foo. Let's not have others disturb our fight now, shall we? Doflamingo chuckled, his eyes filled with wrath. Fire fist. A blazing beam of purple flames tore through the venue. Marcus dodged easily but was surprised at how quickly Doflamingo had grown in strength. He was sure from the initial exchange that Doflamingo was now an admiral-level powerhouse. You should have brought more people with you, Master Doffy. Now! Marcus bellowed, and the 6 other CP0 agents moved in. Although they weren't admiral-level fighters, their combined effort would surely bring any admiral-level powerhouse down. Marcus wasn't worried about the German army not showing up. He had already signaled the Marines to blockade the island, ensuring Doflamingo's downfall. Foo foo foo, Marcus, oh Marcus. Did you think I wouldn't learn from my past failures? Do you think I'm unaware of the German army and the Marines? The CP0 agents closed in on Doflamingo, but he seemed unfazed, clashing relentlessly with Marcus, blue flames tearing through the once pristine venue. You may have the quantity, Marcus, but I have brought in the big guns. As the other 6 CP0 agents closed in, another cloaked figure moved. An intense storm blew through, tearing the entire venue down and throwing the CP0 agents out. I will leave them to you. Just make sure you don't let them interfere with the fight, Doflamingo chuckled as he turned to the man whose sheer presence kept the remaining CP0 agents in check. Hundreds of revolutionaries rushed into the Germa kingdom, clashing with the underworld members and the Germa guards, who had formed a perimeter around the now-destroyed venue. Doflamingo had reached out to his little brother for help, and Ross had pulled in the big guns, including some extra precautions just in case. Monkey D. Dragon, one of the CP0 agents exclaimed in shock as the man finally revealed himself. Why are you interfering with the matters of the world government? And aren't you aware that Doflamingo is a notorious pirate? Dragon normally wouldn't have moved to help Doflamingo, but the offer Rosinante made was too good to overlook. The revolutionaries needed massive resources to gain a steady footing, and Rosinante had promised them access to high-end weapons exclusive to the Donquxote family. Ross's offer was simple: the more men Dragon deployed, the more resources he would get. This deal also included access to Vinsmoke's research, including cloned bioengineered soldiers. Even Dragon was tempted by such an offer. Marcus was completely taken aback, his meticulously laid plans crumbling. Majestic Flame Destroyer. Doflamingo wasn't going to let Marcus collect himself, pushing him back with a massive torrent of flames that threatened to consume everything in its path. The clash soon segregated into various zones: Doflamingo versus Marcus, Senor and Diamante versus Hector, Judge and the underworld members versus the revolutionaries. The entire Germa kingdom was now in chaos. Even the Big Mom pirates were clashing with the Red Hair pirates, realizing too late how wrong they were to underestimate them. Then smoke, you bastard. Where are your forces? Did you not promise us 10,000 soldiers? I barely see 100. An underworld boss bellowed as he shot at yet another revolutionary while hiding behind a crate. Then Smoke Judge was in a dilemma, trying to reach his troops with no response. Amid the chaos, he couldn't send people to check the warehouse where his troops were stationed. Unbeknownst to most, a figure danced through the 10,000 bioengineered soldiers. Dracul Mihawk was cutting down scores of enemies as Yora tore through the bio-soldiers. Wave tactics were a joke to him. After challenging multiple swordsmen throughout the world, his Yora started showing signs of blackening, but something seemed missing. He needed a clash to break through his limits, and Ross's call came at the right time. In exchange for helping his brother, Ross had promised to fight him until Mihawk was satisfied. Luckily for Mihawk, he was in the comm belt connecting North Blue and the New World, so he arrived just in time. Doflamingo had asked him to stop all the Germa forces without damaging the research facilities too much, as they were promised to the revolutionaries. Although Mihawk held no allegiance to Doflamingo, as Ross's brother, he didn't mind lending some assistance. An all-out clash with Ross was something he needed to cross his current threshold. The auction had devolved into a battlefield, with allegiances and rivalries clashing in a symphony of chaos. The world would remember this night, a night when power, ambition, and betrayal collided in a spectacle of destruction and fury. Shanks! You bastard, if I die here, I will haunt you as a ghost forever. Buggy yelled, deflecting yet another furious attack from Charlotte Smoothie. Her rage was palpable. Her observation hockey had failed to detect the fist that had struck her earlier, leaving her feeling insulted. Though Shanks was the strongest among the Red Hair crew, she targeted Buggy relentlessly. Despite his disadvantage, Buggy held his own, and whenever Smoothie was about to deliver a fatal blow, a member of the Red Hair crew would intervene. Yassip, in particular, was a menace, his sharpshooting skills countering every advantage the Big Mom pirates attempted to seize. Shanks, meanwhile, focused on securing the treasures from the auction. He knew that Charlotte Smoothie alone couldn't pose a significant threat to his crew, especially with Buggy's uncanny luck. Moments after the clash began, the auction venue lay in ruins, completely demolished by the ongoing battle. The most intense confrontation was between Doflamingo and Marcus. The entire floating kingdom of Germa was engulfed in war, and chaos spread rapidly. Doflamingo's laughter echoed through the air, his purple flames flickering menacingly. Marcus! Did you ever think you'd have a day where you'd be haunted by the people you condemned? Mark my words, I will walk out of here with your head as my prize. Hell's wrath, he bellowed, and a majestic tide of blue flames crashed down, threatening to engulf everything within hundreds of meters of where Marcus stood. Marcus smirked, his eyes gleaming with a cold, calculating light. Master Doffy, don't become too complacent. You're not the only one with a Logia devil fruit. Eternal swamp, he roared, and suddenly, a flowing swamp rose from the ground, matching the size of the incoming sea of purplish flames. The two forces of nature clashed ferociously, the swamp trying to smother the flames while the intensity of the flames fought to keep burning strong. TCH. Marcus clicked his tongue in annoyance as he dodged a massive spear of flames launched by Doflamingo. He realized the enemy's mastery of flames was phenomenal, managing to even overpower the damp soil from which the swamp was made. The surrounding area crackled with heat and steam as the swamp's moisture evaporated in the face of the intense flames. The sky above the battlefield glowed with an eerie light, a testament to the power of the clashing elements. Doflamingo's grin widened as he saw the strain on Marcus's face and channeled more flames into the attack. What's wrong, Marcus? Is this the best you can do? Foo. Marcus's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. He had underestimated Doflamingo's control over his flames. With a swift motion, Marcus thrust his hands forward, and the swamp surged with renewed vigor, tendrils of thick, mucky liquid snaking through the air towards Doflamingo. You're not the only one who can create chaos. Marcus shouted, his voice echoing through the battlefield. Doflamingo met the challenge head-on, his body a blur of motion as he danced through the swamp's tendrils, slicing through them with flaming whips conjured from his hands. Each of them was using their observation hockey to their very limits to gain an advantage over each other. Their fists coated with hockey clashed, sending ripples after ripples of devastation every time they clashed. The ground beneath them shuddered as the two forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The remnants of the auction house crumbled under the strain, the already devastated venue now a battleground of elemental fury. In the midst of this, Dragon observed, his expression unreadable. He was easily able to keep the remaining CP0 agents in check. So, this is the extent of Doflamingo's power, he mused, his eyes flickering with a hint of intrigue. As the battle raged on, Doflamingo's laughter continued to resonate. Come, Marcus. Let's see if you can handle the true power of the heavenly demon. Suddenly, a burst of Conqueror's hockey rippled throughout the floating kingdom. Doflamingo channeled all his raw fury into his hockey, red lightning crackling around him. The sheer pressure pushed Marcus back a dozen meters, his footing faltering under the oppressive force. Inferno, ninth hell! Doflamingo roared. The ground beneath Marcus caved in, causing him to stumble. From the massive crater, a purplish pillar of flame erupted, as if the fire had ascended from the very depths of hell itself. Tekai! Marcus bellowed, wrapping himself in a layer of armament hockey and creating a protective swamp core. The flames engulfed everything, turning the battlefield into an inferno. The intense heat scorched the air, and the roar of the flames drowned out all other sounds. Marcus gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure of the flames against his defenses. The purple fire licked at his hockey-coated skin, the heat was almost unbearable. But he held firm, his swamp core absorbing and dampening the impact. Chapter 187, Busashokukoka. Diamante whispered with his voice strained, cladding his entire sword with hockey as he clashed with the massive hybrid form of Hector. Hector, empowered by his mythical Zoan fruit, pushed back against Diamante's strikes. Despite their combined efforts, Senor and Diamante struggled to inflict any significant damage on Hector's nearly invincible defense. His Zoan-enhanced physique healed rapidly, making it difficult for their attacks to leave lasting marks. Boom! The impact of their clash created a deep crater, sending Diamante flying. Hector raised his massive axe, ready to strike, but a thin metal string pulled Diamante out of harm's way just in time. Diamante regained his footing, grunting in thanks to Senor, who emerged from the rubble. Overheat! Senor bellowed, unleashing a massive, flaming whip that sliced through everything in its path. Diamante, now morphed into soot, engaged Hector once more. Though they fought valiantly, they couldn't break through Hector's formidable defense. They had missed the relentless training that the family had endured under Ross in the Calm Belt. Had they been part of it, they might have been much stronger, but currently, Hector's Zoan abilities were proving a tough match. Thousand snake hands! Hector roared, his grotesque arm morphing into thousands of snakes, forming a massive wriggling whip. He launched it at the incoming attacks, but Senor's red-hot whip tore through the snakes, slamming into Hector's chest and burning his tough scales. Diamante's massive blade of soot came crashing down, but Hector coated himself in armament hockey to defend against it. You bastards! I will have your heads! Hector roared in pain, charging at them with renewed ferocity. Dragon Fong! Dragon roared, his arm clad in hockey clamping down on the head of one of the CP0 agents. Before the others could react, he crushed the skull with overwhelming force. Sky Slicer! The remaining agents launched powerful Rankyaku attacks infused with hockey, but Dragon met them head-on, his armament hockey clashing with their attacks. Despite their repeated attempts, Dragon kept them boxed in, preventing them from supporting their leader, who was locked in combat with Doflamingo. Dragon! Do you realize what you're doing? Everyone related to you will be hunted down. One of the CP0 agents began, but paused, realizing the futility of his threat. The only family related to Dragon was Monkey D, Garp, and even the Cypher Pole Aegis Division was cautious in dealing with matters concerning Garp. Boom! Before he could react, a punch sent him reeling. Dragon was unfazed by their threats. He was determined to secure resources for his revolutionaries, even if it meant eliminating agents of the world government. You, all of you, mark my words. The big mom pirates will chase you to the ends of the world. Smoothie bellowed, slashing at Buggy once again. However, Buggy's devil fruit power seemed immune to her blade attacks. Suddenly, her observation hockey detected an incoming attack just as she was about to pummel Buggy with the flat end of her blade. Boom! A pellet exploded, sending her reeling back. Buggy reassembled his body parts, ready to fight once more. Ha ha ha, you are in the presence of our Captain Buggy Salma. He is invincible. Even big mom pirates don't have what it takes to beat our captain. All hail our captain! Lucky Roo shouted, grinning widely while bashing a piece of meat onto the head of another enemy. Roo, you idiot! Why do you only call me captain when we're fighting enemies? Buggy bellowed, already jumping into clash with another Charlotte sibling. Within the laboratory warehouse, a massive green slash tore through hundreds of soldiers who besieged Mihawk with weapons. Despite their relentless assault, Mihawk held the tide back with ease. Sword slashes flew through the air, cutting down waves of enemies. If not for Doflamingo's request to retain the facilities as much as possible, Mihawk would have sunk the entire warehouse to save time. Mihawk's blade, Yoru, gleamed ominously, each swing a testament to his unparalleled skill. The bioengineered soldiers, despite their numbers and advanced weaponry, were no match for his precision and power. Mihawk moved with fluid grace, his every motion a deadly dance that left destruction in his wake. The soldiers fell like leaves before a storm, their efforts futile against the world's greatest swordsman. The battlefield was a chaotic maelstrom of clashing powers and unyielding wills. Each combatant fought with ferocity and determination, their goals driving them forward despite the overwhelming odds. The air was thick with the scent of burning debris and the sound of relentless combat, the once grand kingdom now a war-torn arena where legends were being forged. Doflamingo! You should know how futile it is to face the world government. Marcus roared, sending a giant swamp arm to crush his foe, but Doffy, who had now transformed into the embodiment of the very flames, tore through the attack like a hot knife through butter. His once cool and composed demeanor had been replaced with a serious expression, fully aware that Doflamingo was capable of threatening his very life. But as a CP0 agent, Marcus prioritized the mission over his own survival. He put everything he had into bringing down Doflamingo. The clash between the two had been raging for over 2 hours, with neither side giving an inch. Marcus glanced around, realizing no reinforcements were coming. He knew his subordinates couldn't best a man like Monkey D. Dragon. He had exhausted all sorts of tricks to gain the upper hand, but Doflamingo seemed mad with a singular purpose, to kill him. Inferno, Blaze Pillar! Doflamingo roared, channeling his fury. His entire being seemed to ignite with malevolent energy as he unleashed a massive, purplish-black pillar of flames. The inferno shot out with terrifying speed, as if the flames had ascended from the very core of the world. The air around them crackled with heat, distorting the battlefield. Marcus steeled himself, raising his swamp arm to meet the incoming attack. Eternal Swamp Pillar, he shouted, and the ground beneath him surged upward, forming a colossal pillar of swamp muck. The two forces clashed violently, with the swamp pillar attempting to smother the raging inferno. The battlefield lit up with the clash of elements, the roaring flames, and the surging swamp, creating a spectacle of raw power. Marcus gritted his teeth, pushing his swamp pillar harder against the inferno, but the flames continued to burn with unrelenting fury. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. You think you can stop me with that? I'll burn everything you guys have built to ash. Your death will be just the start, Marcus. Marcus pushed back with all his might, sweat pouring down his face as he strained against the overwhelming heat. The swamp pillar began to crumble under the relentless assault of the flames. With a bellowing roar, Marcus redirected the remaining swamp to form a barrier around him while infusing it with his armament hockey, hoping to outlast the inferno. But Doflamingo's attack was too powerful, especially his Conqueror's hockey, which fueled his already crazy flames to an unimaginable level. The flames tore through the swamp barrier, engulfing Marcus in a sea of fire. He screamed in anger and agony as the heat seared his flesh, his haki barely holding up against the onslaught. Marcus struggled to rise, his body was battered and burned, but he refused to back down. His mission was crucial, and failure was not an option. As he steadied himself, Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed through the ruins of the Germa floating kingdom, a sinister reminder of the unrelenting danger he faced. Foo. You're persistent, I'll give you that. Seems like you did learn something while you were in the family after all. Doflamingo sneered, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. He remembered all those people, whom he considered his family, who had fallen to Marcus' treachery. He flexed his fingers, and purplish-black flames danced along his arms, casting an eerie glow across the battlefield. Marcus clenched his fists, coating them with haki, summoning the strength of his swamp powers. This isn't over, Doflamingo. I won't let you win. I brought you down once, and this time isn't going to be any different. Without warning, Doflamingo lunged forward, his flames roaring to life. Inferno strike, he bellowed, launching a torrent of searing flames towards Marcus. The heat was intense, distorting the air and causing the ground to crack and smolder. Marcus reacted quickly, raising his hands and summoning a massive wall of swamp muck. Swamp fortress, he shouted, the ground beneath him surging upward to form a thick, protective barrier. The flames clashed with the swamp wall, creating a violent hiss as steam erupted from the point of impact. The force of the collision sent shockwaves rippling through the Germa kingdom. Buildings trembled, and cracks spread across the floating island's surface. The sheer power of their clash was tearing the kingdom apart. Doflamingo didn't relent. With a flick of his wrist, he sent another wave of flames cascading towards Marcus. Hellfire barrage, he roared, the flames splitting into multiple streams and raining down from above. The attack covered hundreds of meters, engulfing the entire area in a sea of flames. Marcus's eyes widened. He focused his observation haki, sensing the trajectories of the incoming attacks. With a swift motion, he summoned a swirling vortex of swamp. Swamp cyclone. The swamp waters rose around him, forming a spiraling shield that deflected the flames, sending them scattering in all directions. The ground beneath their feet began to buckle under the strain. Sections of the floating kingdom started to break away, plummeting into the sea below. Debris rained down, adding to the chaos of the battlefield. Doflamingo grinned, his conqueror's haki flaring. The pressure was overwhelming, pushing Marcus back several meters. You can't keep up, Marcus. Doflamingo taunted. I will burn you to ashes. Marcus gritted his teeth, pushing back against the overwhelming force. I'm not done yet, he roared. Channeling his armament haki, he coated his fists in a layer of hardened swamp. Swamp gauntlet. He launched himself at Doflamingo, his fists blazing with power. Doflamingo met him head-on, his own fists wreathed in flames. Boom! The two clashed with a thunderous impact, the force of their blows sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground beneath them shattered, chunks of debris flying in all directions. The Germa kingdom groaned under the strain. Massive sections of the floating island began to collapse, sinking into the ocean below. The once proud kingdom was being torn apart by the sheer ferocity of their battle. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with a manic intensity. Inferno vortex, he shouted, spinning in place and creating a swirling tornado of flames around him. The vortex expanded rapidly, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Marcus reacted instinctively. Tidal wave, he yelled, summoning a massive surge of swamp water. The tidal wave crashed against the Inferno vortex, the two forces colliding in a spectacular display of power. Steam erupted from the point of impact, creating a thick, choking fog that enveloped the battlefield. For a moment, visibility was reduced to nothing. The only sounds were the crackling of flames and the rushing of swamp muck. Then, through the fog, Doflamingo's silhouette emerged, his eyes burning with pure rage. You're out of tricks, Marcus, Doflamingo hissed, his voice dripping with venom. He raised his hand, summoning a massive pillar of flames. Inferno pillar! The column of fire shot towards Marcus, its heat so intense that the very air seemed to ignite. Marcus summoned all his maximum strength. "Swamp barrier," he cried, raising a wall of swamp to shield himself. The flames crashed against the barrier, the heat so intense that the swamp began to evaporate. The ground beneath them continued to break apart, with sections of the floating kingdom collapsing into the sea. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation, the once proud Germa kingdom reduced to rubble. Doflamingo pressed his advantage, his conqueror's hockey flaring once more. The pressure was immense, pushing Marcus to his limits. "This ends now," Doflamingo roared, channeling all his power into a massive, devastating attack. Infernal cataclysm. A massive wave of flames erupted from Doflamingo, spreading outward in all directions. The heat was unbearable, the flames consuming everything in their path. Marcus knew he had to act fast. Summoning every ounce of his power, he raised his arms and called forth the might of his swamp. "Swamp tsunami," he bellowed, a colossal wave of swamp water surging forward to meet the flames. The two forces collided with a deafening roar. The impact was cataclysmic, with the resulting explosion sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground beneath them shattered completely, the floating kingdom breaking apart and falling into the sea. As the dust settled, Marcus and Doflamingo stood amidst the ruins of the Germa kingdom, both battered and exhausted but still standing. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation, the once proud kingdom reduced to rubble. Doflamingo panted heavily, his flames flickering like the ebb of the tide. "You're a tough bastard, Marcus," he admitted, his voice tinged with grudging respect. "But I will have your head. I promised the dead that I would offer your skull at their graves. I will have my vengeance." Marcus, equally exhausted, nodded in acknowledgement. "Likewise, Master Doffy. This isn't over. We both know only one is going to walk out of here alive today, so let's give it our all." He knew that their clash was for life and death, and only one could walk out alive. Neither of them cared about their tattered forms, the lacerations, the wounds, or the blood loss. Both fighters had a singular purpose: to kill each other. Doflamingo's eyes blazed with an almost unholy fire as he surged forward, flames wreathing his fists. He swung a flaming fist, but Marcus was ready, meeting it with a swamp-covered punch. The clash sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, the sheer force tearing chunks of debris from the floating Germa kingdom. "Swamp grip!" Marcus roared, his swamp-covered arm morphing into a massive, grasping hand that lunged for Doflamingo. But Doffy twisted away, his observation hockey alerting him to the attack's trajectory. He countered with a spinning kick, his leg engulfed in flames. "Flame Fury!" Marcus barely had time to dodge, the flaming kick scorching his side as he rolled away. He retaliated by slamming his hands into the ground. Quagmire Surge! The earth beneath Doflamingo turned into a viscous swamp, pulling him down with relentless force. Doflamingo snarled, his conqueror's hockey flaring. The pressure was immense, a wave of raw power that momentarily halted the swamp's advance. "Hellfire Eruption!" he bellowed, slamming his fists into the ground. Columns of fire burst forth, evaporating the swamp and forcing Marcus back. Marcus gritted his teeth, feeling the searing heat against his skin. He raised his arm, the swamp swirling around it. "Swamp Tsunami!" A massive wave of muck surged forward, aiming to engulf Doflamingo completely. With a roar, Doflamingo countered. "Inferno Gatling!" He unleashed a relentless stream of fireballs, each one detonating on impact with the swamp wave. The air filled with steam and the smell of burning earth as the two forces clashed. The ground beneath them continued to shatter, the floating kingdom breaking apart. Massive sections fell away, plummeting into the sea below. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation, the once mighty kingdom reduced to rubble. Doflamingo charged through the chaos, his fists blazing with purple flames. He closed the distance between them in an instant, landing a powerful punch on Marcus's jaw. The swamp warrior staggered, blood spraying from his mouth. But Marcus wasn't done. He wrapped his arms around Doflamingo in a bear hug, his swamp-covered body seeping into the enemy's wounds. Titan's hold, he growled, tightening his grip. Doflamingo screamed in pain, his body igniting in a desperate attempt to burn away the swamp. Hellfire Nova! Flames erupted from his body, searing Marcus's flesh and forcing him to let go. They stumbled apart, both breathing heavily. The ground beneath them continued to crumble, sections of the floating kingdom collapsing into the sea. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation, the once proud kingdom reduced to rubble. Marcus raised his hands, summoning all his remaining strength. Swamp Vortex! A massive whirlpool of muck formed around him, sucking in debris and creating a maelstrom of destruction. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, his conqueror's haki flaring once more. He raised his hand, summoning a towering wall of flames. Inferno Barrier! The wall of fire clashed with the swamp vortex, the two forces battling for dominance. The two clashed with brutal force, their fists meeting in a violent collision that sent tremors through the battlefield. The ground beneath them shattered, chunks of debris flying in all directions as they traded blow after blow. Doflamingo's flames licked at Marcus's skin, searing his flesh, but the swamp warrior gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain. He swung a massive, mud-covered fist at Doflamingo's head, but he ducked, countering with a swift uppercut that sent Marcus staggering backward. Blood dripped from Marcus's mouth, but he refused to yield. He spat out a tooth and launched himself at Doflamingo with renewed fury. Mudslide Crush, he roared, summoning a torrent of swamp muck that surged forward, threatening to engulf Doflamingo. Donquxote! Doffy countered, sending Marcus flying through the air. Marcus hit the ground hard, the impact leaving him dazed. But he forced himself to his feet, his vision swimming. He could see Doflamingo approaching, flames flickering around his body like a living inferno. Tui! Marcus spat in defiance, glaring at Doflamingo. You've grown strong, but you still have a long way to go. As he stood, the entire surroundings began to morph, everything turning into a swamp, threatening to consume everything around them. Even the massive floating islands of Germa transformed into muck. Logia awakening. Doflamingo whispered as he observed the changes happening around him. Marcus wiped the blood flowing down his face with a chuckle. So what if you've grown strong? Eventually, you will fall. Did you think that was the extent of my powers? Let me teach you the true horrors of the Logia devil fruit. There was silence except for the crackling of flames. The scene Marcus expected didn't come to pass. He had expected the swamp to consume the entire battlefield, but only his half had turned to muck. The flames on the other side still burned strong. That's when Marcus realized. The flames started spreading and dancing around Doflamingo like a living entity. Doflamingo's laugh cut through the silence, sharp and chilling. Bastard! Did you think you would be the only one with an awakened devil fruit? Doflamingo's voice echoed with a menacing edge. The flames around him roared like an ancient behemoth, swelling and twisting with an unnatural intensity. The air shimmered with heat, and the very ground seemed to quiver under the power of Doflamingo's flames. He raised his hands, and the flames responded, swirling and coiling around him, forming a towering inferno. Infernal Dominion! Doflamingo bellowed, his eyes alight with a deadly focus. The flames surged forward, colliding with the swamp with a deafening roar. Marcus's eyes widened in shock as the two forces clashed, flames versus swamp, a true battle of elemental nature. The swamp surged forward, but the flames burned hotter, more ferocious than before. The ground beneath them shattered and cracked, molten rock and muck intermingling in a deadly dance. Doflamingo's conqueror's haki flared, adding to the intensity of the flames. Red lightning crackled around him, the sheer pressure of his willpower pushing Marcus back. The swamp struggled to hold its ground, the flames threatening to consume everything in their path. Swamp Maelstrom! Marcus roared, summoning a massive vortex of muck that surged towards Doflamingo. Cursed Flame! Doflamingo countered, a spiraling inferno erupting from his hands. The two attacks met with a cataclysmic explosion, with the resulting shockwave tearing through everything in its path. The devastation was absolute. The very air around them seemed to sizzle and boil, the heat and energy of their clash were overwhelming. Marcus gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his strength into his attack. "You will not defeat me, Doflamingo. I am the master of this swamp, and you will drown in it." Doflamingo's laugh echoed through the chaos, his flames burning brighter and hotter. "You still don't understand it, Marcus. I am not just a master of fire, I was brought back to this world from the very depths of hell. I am a demon of the inferno, the heavenly Iksha, and I will burn you to ashes." With a final, devastating push, Doflamingo unleashed his full power. Heavenly flames! A massive wave of flames erupted from him, consuming everything in its path. The swamp vaporized in an instant, the flames roaring through the battlefield with unstoppable force. Chapter 188, Hee hee. "You bastards, did you really think ganging up on me would be enough?" Hector mocked, gasping for breath. His entire form was battered, with gaping wounds covering his body. Senor and Diamante had proven to be much stronger adversaries than he had expected. Their original plan was to take down Doflamingo together, but everything had descended into chaos. He wasn't even sure which part of the kingdom they were currently on, as the entire floating kingdom had splintered. Their surroundings were a scene of complete devastation. Hector knew that without his mythical Zoan fruit, he would have been the one lying defeated. Senor pushed aside a fallen pillar, struggling to stand. Diamante lay unconscious and battered at the bottom of the crater, where Hector stood. "Still not dead, are you?" Hector scowled in anger. It felt like humiliation to be held down in a fight for hours by a couple of nobodies. He already realized that the plan to bring down Doflamingo had likely ended in failure. He glanced in the direction where the entire world seemed to be engulfed in flames, understanding that fighting Doflamingo would have been his death sentence. "Fuck! I will at least take your head as a souvenir," Hector growled, looking down at Diamante under his feet in frustration. He raised his massive battle axe to behead him. Senor, despite his own injuries, was prepared to throw everything he had at Hector. He couldn't bear to see a repeat of what had happened to Pica. Hector bellowed with laughter, enjoying Senor's helplessness. He brought down his arm to finish Diamante. "Arg!" A deafening cry reverberated through the battlefield as a severed arm flew through the air. Senor, on the brink of unconsciousness, sighed in relief and collapsed to the ground. Hector rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his stump, trying to figure out what had happened. Just then, out of the smoke, a lone figure emerged. Dracula Mihawk walked in steadily. His presence was imposing, with his hawk-like eyes scanning the battlefield. He wore a long, dark coat and carried the legendary black blade, Yoru, on his back. His earlier attack, a flying slash at blinding speed, had severed Hector's arm. Hector, weakened from his fight with Senor and Diamante, had failed to detect the attack due to his faltering hockey. Mihawk had cleared the warehouse long ago and, feeling bored, had decided to move around the island, taking out stragglers. Luckily, he had come upon Hector just in time to prevent him from finishing off members of the Donquxote family. Hector struggled to stand, his eyes filled with rage and pain as he recognized his attacker. "You! It's you! Why the hell did you attack me? Are you not a Shichibukai yourself? Do you have a death wish, brat?" he demanded, clutching his bleeding stump. However, his mind was racing with ways to try and escape this situation. Mihawk's gaze was cold and unyielding. "Dracula Mihawk," he said simply, his voice calm and composed. "And you are in my way." Hector gritted his teeth, trying to summon the last remnants of his strength. "I'll kill you," he roared, launching himself at Mihawk with his remaining arm, morphing into the massive Gorgon form. Mihawk didn't move, his eyes locked on Hector. As Hector closed in, Mihawk drew Yoru with blinding speed. "Black Blade, Eternal Severance," he intoned, and with a single, fluid motion, he swung his sword. The air itself seemed to split apart, a black slash of immense power tearing through the space between them. Hector's charge was halted instantly. For a moment, he stood still, eyes wide with shock, before his body fell apart, cleaved cleanly in two by Mihawk's devastating attack. The battlefield fell silent, the only sound being the crackling of distant flames and the soft rustle of debris falling. Mihawk sheathed his sword, his expression as impassive as ever. He turned to look at Senor and Diamante, assessing their condition. Senor, barely conscious, managed to whisper, "Thank you." Mihawk nodded slightly, acknowledging the gratitude. "Rest. The battle is over," he said, his voice devoid of any arrogance or pride, just a simple statement of fact. The entirety of Germa Kingdom was in chaos. The revolutionary army was systematically dismantling the kingdom, capitalizing on its identity as a realm of mercenaries. Judge was nowhere to be found, and the command structure of the kingdom had collapsed entirely. Had Judge known this was how things would end, he would never have agreed to such a deal. Within one of the towers, a little girl barely 3 years old, wearing a pink dress, held a pistol while carefully dragging a heavily pregnant woman through the chaotic battlefield. Carnage had spread to every nook and cranny of Germa Kingdom. Little Reiju, with tears welling in her eyes, fought to maintain her composure for her mother's sake. Suddenly, Reiju heard hurried footsteps. She quickly had her mother hide behind a pillar while she bravely held the pistol in front of her. Despite her tender age, Reiju had been extensively modified and subjected to countless experiments by her father, Judge. She hated him down to her very core and was aware that he had done something to the children in her mother's belly. Sora, her mother, was in constant pain due to the repeated experiments and was barely keeping herself together. "Reiju, darling, please be careful," Sora whispered, her voice weak yet filled with concern. "Give me the gun, I'll protect us." "No, Mother," Reiju replied firmly, gripping the pistol tighter. "I will protect you. I promise." The moment an underworld goon appeared, Reiju pulled the trigger. The shot echoed through the hallway, causing Sora to wince. The plans of the underworld members had gone awry, and those who survived were now seeking Vinsmoke Judge, ransacking everything in their path. Blaming Judge for their failure, they took their anger out on the remnants of Germa Kingdom. As the gunshot rang out, Sora tried to pull Reiju back, but a wave of pain sent her collapsing to the ground. "Mother!" Reiju cried out, turning to see her mother fall. Her attention momentarily shifted away from the hallway, unaware of the approaching danger. Another man had sneaked up on them. Just as Reiju turned back, a gunshot rang out, piercing her back. She collapsed in the hallway, her small body hitting the floor with a thud. The underworld member walked up, ready to gun down Sora. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed through the air. Bang! 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 The underworld goon fell dead. A group of revolutionaries rushed in, quickly assessing the situation. One of them knelt down to check the little girl's condition, his face grim. "She has no pulse," he said, shaking his head to notify the others that the little girl was gone. He then turned to the pregnant woman, who had collapsed. "She's breathing. We need to get her to safety. She needs immediate medical attention. Quick, the tower is collapsing. We need to evacuate the island." "What about the child?" one of the revolutionaries asked, his voice tinged with sorrow. "The kid's long gone. There's nothing we can do to help her," the leader replied. Just then, with a loud crash, part of the tower collapsed, forcing the revolutionaries to act swiftly. They carefully picked up Sora and left the tower in haste. "Hang in there," one of them said softly, his hands gentle as he checked her condition. "We'll get you to a doctor soon. You and your babies will be safe." "So, what do you think?" Dragon asked, turning to an elderly man who was meticulously examining the records of Germa's technology. The man was a seasoned member of the revolutionaries, known for his keen intellect and expertise in various scientific fields. Dragon had come to claim his prize, and the recent influx of resources was a boon to their budding organization. They had stumbled upon a stash of close to 25 billion berries in cash, a significant windfall that would greatly bolster their efforts. The elderly man adjusted his glasses, his eyes scanning the documents with practiced ease. "From my initial estimate, the cloning technology might not be suitable for our revolutionaries," he began thoughtfully. "However, with this information, I might be able to devise some kind of boosters or related strengthening serums. He paused, a wide grin spreading across his weathered face as he waved 2 folders at Dragon. But we've hit the jackpot with these. Dragon's eyes narrowed in curiosity. If only we could capture Vinsmoke Judge, he would be invaluable to our research, the old man commented, shaking his head. Dragon nodded in agreement, his thoughts mirroring the old man's sentiment. He had scoured almost the entirety of Germa Kingdom using his observation hockey, yet it seemed like Vinsmoke Judge had vanished into thin air. Forget about the man, Dragon finally said, his tone decisive. Let's collect everything of importance. The island might not last for long, it could sink soon. Dragon turned his gaze toward the direction where purple flames engulfed the entire area. He knew the battle had already ended, and the victor had been decided. A sigh escaped his lips, his thoughts heavy with concern. The rapid growth of the Donquxote brothers alarmed him. Their ambition clashed with his own ideals, and he worried about the future. The elderly man continued to sift through the records, pulling out schematics and data that seemed valuable. These energy weapons and defense systems could revolutionize our operations, he remarked, his voice tinged with excitement. We could equip our forces with technology that rivals even the most advanced militaries. Dragon nodded, appreciating the old man's enthusiasm. Make sure we get everything we can. We need to be prepared for what's coming. Far from the now sinking Germa Kingdom, 3 ships belonging to the Big Mom pirates sailed through the tumultuous seas, leaving behind the carnage of the battle. On the main ship, a tense silence pervaded as the crew gathered around the unconscious form of Charlotte Smoothie as she was being treated. Their recent confrontation with the upstart pirate group had gone disastrously, especially after the pirate with the red hair entered the fray, effortlessly overpowering Smoothie. The crew's anxiety was palpable. They knew all too well the consequences of failure. More than their loss, they were terrified of what Big Mom would do to them once they returned to Whole Cake Island, having failed to retrieve the coveted mythical Zoan fruit. The repercussions of their defeat loomed large in their minds, casting a shadow over their every thought. The 3 Charlotte siblings, their faces etched with worry, stood vigil over Smoothie, waiting for her to regain consciousness. Charlotte Cinnamon, Charlotte Citron, and Charlotte Compote exchanged uneasy glances, each lost in their own thoughts. They clung to a slender thread of hope, praying that they could somehow mitigate the severity of their punishment. Charlotte Moscato, the 4th sibling, approached the group, a determined expression on his face. We may have failed to get the fruit, but we have something that might appease Mama's anger, he said, his voice low but firm. The others turned to him, curiosity and desperation in their eyes. What do you have, Moscato? Citron asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Moscato revealed his prize with a grim smile. Vinsmoke Judge. I managed to capture him during the chaos. Mama has been showing interest in people with knowledge of gene research. We can offer him to her as a token of our loyalty and to placate her fury. Cinnamon's eyes widened with a mixture of hope and relief. Do you really think that will be enough? Mama's wrath is not easily quelled. Compote nodded thoughtfully. It's a start. Judge's expertise in genetic engineering could be valuable to her. It's the best chance we have. As they discussed their plan, Smoothie began to stir, a low groan escaping her lips. The siblings rushed to her side, their concern evident. Smoothie, can you hear us? Citron asked gently, kneeling beside her. Smoothie's eyes fluttered open, her vision blurry. She winced in pain, the memory of her defeat still fresh. What happened? She croaked, her voice weak. At the port of the Germa Kingdom, a small ship was being stuffed to the brim with treasures, belonging to none other than the Red Hair Pirates. Rue! Be careful with that. It's fragile. Do you know how much that thing costs? Buggy yelled from his makeshift stretcher. He was completely battered and bruised, barely able to move, but the sight of more and more treasures being loaded onto the ship made his eyes glitter. He clung tightly to an old, tattered map, holding onto it as if it were his lifeline. Aside from Shanks, almost everyone in the crew was exhausted, sporting various degrees of injuries. Although they emerged victorious, The opponents they faced were elite pirates, on a completely different level compared to the pirates they had encountered in the Four Blues. They knew that sooner or later they would have to venture into the Grand Line, where the Big Mom pirates would surely be waiting for them. They needed to get much, much stronger than they are now. Suddenly, Shanks, who was happily packing the ship with treasures, narrowed his eyes in a certain direction as his observation hockey picked up a powerful presence coming in their direction. Through the burning embers, a man stepped out, carrying what appeared to be a severed head. Doflamingo walked steadily towards the ship, his entire form drenched in blood. His upper body was bare, with countless fresh wounds, some even exposing his bones. He moved with a deliberate calm, uncaring about the intense pressure emitted by Shanks. "Foo, it seems like you guys have quite the haul," Doflamingo said, his tone light. But then his expression turned serious. "But you have something that belongs to me. I hope you can return it." Shanks' eyes met Doflamingo's, and the tension between them was palpable. Shanks' aura locked onto Doflamingo, while Doflamingo's own aura clashed back, neither of them backing down. The air around them crackled with power, the sheer force of their wills threatening to explode into violence. Just as the clash seemed imminent, Beckman placed a hand on Shanks' shoulder, shaking his head. They had detected new presences in the area. From one side, Mihawk approached, carrying the unconscious forms of Senor and Diamante over his shoulders. Doflamingo's gaze shifted immediately to Mihawk, seeking reassurance about their condition. "They're just unconscious," Mihawk conveyed with a firm nod. He carefully laid down Senor and Diamante next to Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes softened slightly, whispering a grateful, "Thank you for bringing them back safely." Mihawk gave a subtle nod before turning his attention to Shanks. His fighting intent immediately soared, wanting to clash with Shanks, realizing that the opponent was a swordsman and someone powerful. Doflamingo turned back to Shanks, his eyes narrowing. "Just give back the fruit. You can take the rest." "I don't care." Shanks weighed his options. He knew who the swordsman was, the man hailed as a prime contender for the world's strongest swordsman. But it wasn't just Mihawk's presence that made him hesitate. His observation hockey had picked up another presence watching them, someone strong. If it were only Doflamingo, he would have clashed without hesitation even though he was Ross's brother, but now he didn't fancy his chances. "Let's not be greedy. We have more than enough to achieve what we wanted," Beckman said, his voice steady. "It's all right, Shanks. It's just a single fruit. We can find ourselves more once we go to the Grand Line. Who knows? Maybe we might even get lucky in East Blue, where we are going next," Buggy comforted Shanks, who still felt bitter about losing the devil fruit. But he considered it a favor for Ross, one that he would have Ross repay in the future. With a sigh, Shanks nodded. The chest containing the mythical Zoan fruit was passed to Doflamingo, who accepted it and turned to Senor and Diamante, carefully carrying them towards their ship, where the goons were already waiting for their imminent departure. High in the sky, Dragon watched the exchange. He was tempted to go after the mythical Zoan fruit as well as the treasures from the pirate group, but he didn't want to bring himself trouble, especially against Doflamingo. Anything he did against Doflamingo would spell doom for his revolutionaries, as it seemed like Ross was aware of their every move. As they set sail, Buggy huffed, and Mihawk, who stood on the shore, leapt onto the boat. Shanks turned to him, curious about his intentions. "Aren't you guys going to the East Blue?" "Just drop me off on the way," Mihawk repeated casually, setting Yoru on the side and sitting next to it. Shanks' crew looked to him for direction, their expressions questioning. With a resigned sigh, Shanks nodded. He could feel no hostility from Mihawk, and having a sparring partner on the way would be beneficial. Soon enough, they would be entering the Grand Line. Chapter 189, Shimatuski Village, East Blue. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of metal clashing with metal echoed throughout the small workshop. "No! No! Tend to the fire and follow the rhythm, don't just blindly keep bashing the metal." Kozaburo roared as he saw me make a mistake. He was a man who had honed his craft to perfection and expected the same from those around him. Because I had expressed my intention to have Sandai Katetsu reforged into a blade for my future disciple, Kozaburo confided that he might not be able to achieve exceptional results due to his advanced age and declining health. Although he didn't say it outright, my recent sparring with him had worsened his condition. This sword, being made for his granddaughter, was to be his greatest work, so he decided to enlist my help. Initially, I thought it was a good idea. Originally, I wanted to leave Shimatsuki village and tour East Blue, but then Little Robin showed interest in the poneglyph hidden beneath the sea. Miyamoto also expressed his desire to learn swordsmithing from Kozaburo. A break seemed like a good idea for all of us, so I decided to settle down in Shimatsuki village for a while. It was also an opportunity to refine my swordsmanship, as Kozaburo had graciously agreed to teach me the techniques passed down by the Shimatsuki family. These were techniques I could pass down to Kuina in the future. Kozaburo was already aware that his son, Kushiru, still harbored doubts about Kuina's ability to achieve greatness with the sword. Though Kushiru outwardly expressed belief in his daughter, Kozaburo could sense a lack of sincerity in his tone. "Kozaburo-san, you just said that I will have to just beat the metal while you take care of the rest," I chuckled sheepishly. I had practically zero aptitude for swordsmithing and had no idea if Kozaburo's idea would work, but this kind of metalwork was soothing. The constant killing and bloodshed sometimes overwhelmed even the most bloodthirsty of people. One thing that weighed heavily on my heart was the senseless massacre I had caused on an island in the North Blue. I had done it out of rage, fueled by the newfound power coursing through me after consuming the lightning devil fruit. It was a darkness I tried to suppress, but in this tranquil village, surrounded by the clanging of metal and the wisdom of an old swordsmith, I found a semblance of peace. As the metal clanged under the hammer's force, Kozaburo's eyes were sharp, watching every movement. "You need to understand the soul of the metal," he said. "It's not just about the force you apply, it's about how you apply it." I nodded, trying to focus on his words. The fire roared, and sweat dripped down my face, mixing with the soot and grime of the forge. Kozaburo, despite his age and frailty, moved with a grace that spoke of decades of experience. His hands, though wrinkled and spotted with age, were steady as he tended to the blade. "Feel the rhythm, the heartbeat of the steel," he continued. "Each strike must resonate with its essence. Only then can you create a weapon of true power." I took a deep breath, trying to attune myself to the task. The rhythmic pounding of the hammer against metal became a meditation, a way to center myself amidst the chaos of my past actions. The flames of the forge mirrored the fire within me, a constant reminder of the power I wielded and the responsibility that came with it. Kozaburo's teachings extended beyond the forge. In the evenings, after the day's work was done, we would sit by the river, and he would impart the ancient techniques of the Shimatsuki family. "A sword is an extension of your soul," he would say. "To master it, you must first master yourself." These lessons were not just for my benefit. Kozaburo was laying the groundwork for Kuina's future, ensuring that she had the best possible start. He was determined to prove to Kushiru, and to the world, that his granddaughter could achieve greatness. As I stood in the forge, hammer in hand, I realized that this was more than just a break. It was a crucible, a place where I could temper my spirit as well as the steel, preparing both for the trials to come. And with each strike, I forged not just a blade, but a future filled with hope and promise. "Master Ross," just as I was about to start, little Lucci called out from the entrance while holding 2 newspapers and a few bounty posters. It had been 2 days since the complete destruction of the Germa kingdom, but the world government had been conspicuously silent on the matter. However, the World Times shared the news with the entire world. The picture of Doffy carrying the severed head of a CP0 agent was plastered on the front page. The involvement of the revolutionaries and the red-haired pirates was described in vivid detail. For us to truly control information, we needed to make the world believe that our newspaper was more reliable than any other source. I had also suggested some ideas from my previous world to make our newspaper more popular here. I reached out for the new bounty posters, having ensured Mihawk's name stayed out of this due to his importance as a Shichibukai. Wanted: Donquxote Doflamingo. Dead or alive. 1,985,000,000 belly. Wanted. Dead or alive. Shanks. 495 million belly. Wanted. Dead or alive. Buggy. 365 million belly. Wanted. Dead or alive. Diamante. 608,500,000 belly. Wanted. Dead or alive. Senor. 615,900,000 belly. I couldn't help but chuckle. Morgans was a cunning fellow. He had used our own news source and must have shared it with the world government, reprinting the news in his newspaper. Otherwise, there was no way Morgans could have gotten such vivid details about the event using his own sources. But as long as he feared for his life, he wouldn't cross the line and betray us. That should be enough practice for today, Kozaburo said firmly, snatching both newspapers from me. Go teach the students in the dojo, and remember to practice metalwork every day. Until I'm satisfied, I will not let you out of this village. You promised to help forge a blade for my granddaughter, he smirked. He called it payment for helping me forge a blade for my future student, who also happened to be his granddaughter. It felt like a scam, but with nothing else to do on the island, I had agreed. Lucci, get to the dojo and have the kids warm up. I will meet you there after I freshen up, I said, setting aside the work tools and preparing to attend to the dojo. Lucci nodded and rushed in that direction. The dojo was abuzz with activity as I entered, clad in a black yukata with shusui and otsuki strapped to my side. Kitetsu had been left in the workshop, where the old man was studying it in depth to make sure to use the best suitable materials for the reforging. The students had already engaged in their warm-up routines under Kushiru's supervision. Lucci was demonstrating the core strengthening routine that I had taught him. In this world, except for the Marines and the world government, there were no standardized training routines. Even in the dojo, most kids would resort to swinging practice swords to improve themselves, and I knew it was not as efficient as the methods I had developed from the knowledge of the old world and from my own training under Garp's tutelage. Even Kushiru was questioning Lucci about the intricacies and what exactly each exercise did. For someone who had been trained in traditional ways, he was open-minded when it came to learning new methods. He had even allowed me to teach the kids in the dojo without showing any discomfort. From my initial estimate, I was sure Kushiru could challenge most vice admirals of the Marines without losing. Kushiru noticed my arrival and gave me a nod with a welcoming smile, gesturing for me to take over so that he could observe from the side. He had already realized that the core exercises I had shared with them were really effective, so even he was eager to learn them to incorporate these techniques into his students' training in the future. Master Ross, one of the younger students, called out excitedly, "What will we be learning today?" "Today, we'll be focusing on the fundamentals," I replied, my voice carrying authority and encouragement. "Remember, mastery of the basics is what sets apart the truly skilled from the mediocre." "All right, everyone, let's begin with stances," I instructed, demonstrating the proper form. "Your stance is the foundation of your swordsmanship. Without a strong foundation, even the mightiest sword will fall." As the students mimicked my stance, I walked among them, offering corrections and encouragement. Kozaburo's words echoed in my mind, "Your heart must be as strong as the steel you forge." It was a lesson I intended to pass on to these young minds. The dojo was filled with the sounds of shuffling feet and the focused grunts of effort as the students practiced their stances. Each one was determined, their faces were set with concentration. Lucci moved among them, helping to correct postures and providing words of motivation. However, I could feel the disappointment in his eyes because he must be feeling that these kids were not taking the opportunity to be trained by me personally seriously enough. Kushiru watched from the sidelines, his arms crossed and his eyes keenly observing each movement. His presence was reassuring to the dojo's children, a silent acknowledgement that what we were doing was right. Occasionally, he would nod in approval or quietly suggest a minor adjustment, showing his support and belief in the new training methods. As the session progressed, I decided to introduce a new exercise. "All right, everyone, gather around," I called out. The students quickly formed a semicircle around me, eager to learn. Today, we're going to incorporate some agility drills. These will not only improve your speed but also your ability to dodge and maneuver in a fight. Watch closely. I demonstrated a series of movements, weaving through an imaginary opponent's attacks, showing them how to remain light on their feet. The students watched intently, their eyes wide with fascination. Now, pair up and practice. Remember, it's about fluidity and control, not just speed. The dojo came alive with activity as the students paired up and began practicing the agility drills. Their initial clumsiness gave way to more confident movements as they adjusted to the new exercises. Lucci and I moved among them, offering guidance and encouragement. After some time, Kushiro approached me. "You have a good way with them," he remarked, his tone approving. "These exercises aren't just about physical improvement. They're teaching them to think differently, to adapt. That's invaluable." He smiled, a rare but genuine expression. "You're doing good work here, Roscoe. And the students respect you. That's not easy to achieve, especially in such a short span." "Ah, it's just because they witnessed my spar with Kozaburo-san. Kids are always attracted to feats of strength beyond their common understanding. Maybe if you showcased your true strength to the kids from time to time, they would start worshipping you, Kushiro-san," I teased, to which he smiled in response. Just then, I watched Robin walk in, carrying Kuina. She was followed by Tara, Leo, and Mancheri. After leaving behind little Ace, they had been sulking about it, and now they had turned their attention to Kuina. I couldn't help but chuckle. It was good for them to help form an early bond with our future family. Room of Authority, Mary Gios. The tension in the room was palpable as the elders faced a new threat to their absolute dominance and control. "Have we received any information from Cipher Pol regarding the source of this World Times?" Elder Nushiro asked, his voice slicing through the silence that followed, confirming the lack of progress. "I am sure it is being backed by those revolutionaries Dragon has started. His cursed group has already sparked rebellion in 3 kingdoms. We need to put a stop to them. And where exactly are they getting the funding for all these things? I am sure there are quite a few kingdoms affiliated with us who are helping them in secret," Elder Mars added, his frustration evident. "We need to make an example out of them, and we need to get this so-called World Times under our control like we did with Morgan's. They may seem harmless for now, but who knows when they will start sharing things we want to keep under wraps. From the looks of it, they have a very accurate information network," Elder Workuri vented his anger. "They are a threat if we cannot control them, and they need to be eliminated. I have already assigned Cipher Pol to look into this matter. We will soon have results. I have also passed down orders to Sengoku to investigate at the earliest," Elder Jupiter assured, outlining the measures already in place. Elder Nushiro then picked up the newspaper again. "We lost one of our best CP0 squads. How did Donquxote know about the ambush? We were supposed to end him and bring the little brother under our control." His eyes then inadvertently moved to the side where the Marines' chief of staff, Tsuru, stood. She was one of their greatest assets, hidden so deep within the Marines that only the 5 elders knew about her true allegiance. Originally, she was inducted into the Marines to take control of it in the future as its fleet admiral and weed out potential troublemakers. But they had never expected someone like Garp to join the Marines around the same time. Garp's rise within the Marines had been phenomenal. Tsuru was then given the rare paramecia fruit, Washu Washu no Mi. To the rest of the world, this fruit seemed lackluster, but it held a secret that only a select few within the world government were aware of. Like the Op no Mi, which had a one-time ultimate technique like the perennial youth operation, Tsuru's devil fruit also had a technique that could unconditionally brainwash a person to the fruit user's will and liking. They had kept Tsuru by Garp's side as he grew as insurance to make sure to use the technique on Garp in case he became a threat. But now they considered that Garp was no longer a threat, and with how strong he had grown, he might be able to easily break free before Tsuru could apply the technique. So they had decided to take the risk of eliminating Doflamingo, use Tsuru's devil fruit ability to brainwash Rosinante to become loyal to Imu-sama, and then try using Rosinante as a power source to reawaken the ancient weapon. However, With the ambush a failure, they were now contemplating countermeasures. The elders had no worries about discussing such top-secret matters in the presence of Tsuru because she was from the Aegis team and one of their most loyal assets, having earned their absolute trust. If the elders were to ask her to sacrifice herself right now, she would do it without blinking an eye. Tsuru's presence in the room was as composed as ever, her face a mask of calm professionalism. But those who knew her true role understood the chilling depth of her loyalty and power. She was not merely the chief of staff, she was a cipher pole operative embedded deep within the Marines, a shadow moving with precision and purpose. Elder Warkuri turned to Tsuru, his eyes narrowing. Tsuru, what is your assessment of the situation with Doflamingo? Tsuru stepped forward, her gaze steady and unwavering. The failure of the ambush was unexpected, but not without precedent. Maybe we should start entertaining the possibility that the core of the world government has a traitor. Doflamingo's network of spies and informants is vast, and even our Aegis team has been unable to dismantle their network. He likely had contingencies in place. We must reconsider our approach, Elder Sama. Chapter 190. Tsuru's voice was calm, but there was an underlying intensity that sent chills down the spines of anyone listening. Here was a woman who could command entire fleets, manipulate powerful figures, and wield a power that could bend the will of the strongest. Elder Saturn's gaze never left the portrait on the front page, where Doflamingo walked out of the flames carrying the severed head of the CP0 agent. To him, it seemed more like a statement, and given how vengeful the brothers were, he knew they would retaliate sooner or later. From the events at Impel Down, it was evident that the brothers were no longer a threat they could dismiss casually. He then turned his attention to Tsuru, who appeared to want to add something but held back, awaiting permission. Elder Saturn made a gesture for her to speak her mind. You have kept track of Doflamingo for the longest under our orders, so speak your mind, Tsuru. We have already tried to kill the brothers once before and failed. This time, they will not sit back. The younger brother is too important for us to lose. We must get Rosinante under our control at any cost. What if we were to brainwash Doflamingo, then use him to control his little brother? That way, we will have both brothers under our thumb, Elder Mars suggested. Tsuru, however, shook her head subconsciously and commented with Saturn's permission, that would be disastrous, Elder Sama. As much as Doflamingo is a threat, he is also a safeguard. As long as Rosinante knows that we can threaten his brother's life, he will measure his actions against the world government. But the moment he realizes that Doflamingo was controlled in any way, the consequences will be unpredictable. It may completely backfire, and he may turn entirely against the world government, with nothing to hold him back. She trailed off, and the elders understood where she was going. Though the younger brother seemed like the sensible one out of the duo, they knew that Doflamingo was the chain that tethered Rosinante. The moment that shackle was removed, no one could predict the outcome. For all they knew, the team would burn the whole world down if that took the world government down with it. So what do you propose? Elder Saturn questioned, now thinking they had been hasty. They had never expected that even with such a force, they would not be able to bring down Doflamingo. The involvement of the revolutionaries was beyond their expectations. They never anticipated Dragon siding with someone like Doflamingo. I have been following Doflamingo since you gave me the orders to keep track of him all those years ago, Elder Sama. In all these years, I have come to understand something. Doflamingo is filled with ambition and craves power. He would do anything to achieve that goal. Tsuru stressed each point so as to make sure they understood what kind of man Doflamingo was. Rather than trying to fight him head-on, it would be better to appeal to his need for power. Perhaps he would willingly side with the world government, but the incentive we provide must be something substantial enough to make him consider it, despite the grudge he holds against us, Tsuru explained, her cold logic apparent in every word. Elder Nusjiro's expression tightened as he considered Tsuru's words. And what incentive do you suggest? He already despises us for what we've done to his family. It must be something irresistible. Tsuru nodded, her mind calculating every angle. Doflamingo desires influence, control, and absolute recognition. He is someone who thrives on chaos. Offer him a place within the world government's power structure. She paused because she knew that the next words she put forward might even threaten her own life, but she had to say them because that would be the most logical path in such a situation. I mean, the very core of it, perhaps reinstate his privileges as a Tenryubito with additional privileges, and also a promise to help groom him into one among you, a future elder, even tempting him with your greatest secrets, the ability to live forever. In exchange, he must bring his brother to heel. Make him see that aligning with the world government can elevate him to a status he could never achieve otherwise. You dare? Elder Mars roared in fury, his haki surging out, threatening to crush Tsuru where she stood. Yet Tsuru merely bowed, unfazed. Just as the overwhelming pressure was about to envelop her, Elder Saturn slammed his staff on the ground, sending out his own pulse of haki to counteract Mars's assault. You don't think you agree with such a mad proposal, do you? Elder Warcury was equally furious, though he maintained control. He glared at Tsuru, one of their steadfast supporters, absolutely loyal and privy to many of the world government's darkest secrets. She even knew of Imu-sama's existence and other revelations that could shake the world to its core. What Tsuru says makes sense, Elder Nusturo added, contemplating her words deeply. If there was one thing that could truly attract Doflamingo, it was eternal life. Should Doflamingo join their ranks, it wasn't out of the question that he could be offered an elder position by Imu-sama, especially if he could bring Rosinante into the fold. Though the elders themselves lacked the authority to make such a promise, they were confident Imu-sama would grant permission if they could reawaken an ancient weapon. This is madness. Tsuru, have you gone crazy? Elder Jupiter, though enraged by the suggestion, sought to understand the basis of Tsuru's proposal. If it had been anyone else, Jupiter would have already executed them. But Tsuru was different. She had the blood of the celestial dragon flowing through her veins. Born to a celestial dragon and a slave, her lower status had led her to become a cipher pull agent rather than a member of the God's Knights. Despite their trust in Tsuru, they held leverage over her. Her granddaughter was in Mary Geo's after her parents were killed by Doflamingo when he torched an entire island during his early years in North Blue. No, Elder Sama, I am merely stating the most logical option if we truly want to get Doflamingo on our side. Once he joins us, there are many ways to keep him loyal to Imu-sama, she added, unbothered by Elder Mars's earlier attempt to kill her. Elder Saturn's eyes narrowed as he studied Tsuru. Explain your reasoning, Tsuru. Why should we believe Doflamingo can be controlled once he has what he desires? Elder Mars scoffed. And what if he betrays us? We'll have leverage, Tsuru replied coolly. As long as he believes we can threaten his ambitions or his life, he'll stay in line. We must ensure that any agreement binds him through his ambition and greed. We exploit Doflamingo's vanity, Tsuru said. Make it clear that while it may seem that he has the upper hand now, once the world government genuinely targets him, his only option would be to perish. Let him understand that we offer eternal life and a clear path to power. Doflamingo will understand the benefits of siding with us. After all, the blood of a Tenryubito flows through his veins. Elder Jupiter finally spoke. It's a risky plan, but perhaps our best option. If we can turn Doflamingo to our side, Rosinante will follow. I will personally approach Imu-sama regarding the matter. If everything goes well, we might have to welcome another elder among our ranks, he added. Only Elder Nusturo among the five seemed convinced of the idea. The other three remained skeptical, but Elder Saturn, the most senior among them, wielded greater decision-making authority. For now, they decided to defer the matter to Imu-sama. Elder Saturn nodded, his decision made. Very well. Tsuru, begin the arrangements. Contact Doflamingo with our offer. Make it enticing, but ensure he understands the consequences of refusal. And monitor every move closely. We cannot afford another misstep. Tsuru shook her head, a trace of frustration in her eyes. That wouldn't be a wise move, Elder Sama. My allegiance to the world government must remain a secret. If I approach Doflamingo with the proposal, he will immediately understand my true affiliation. Moreover, my powers must remain hidden in case Doflamingo tries to pull any tricks later. Such a matter needs to be handled directly by you, Elder Sama. She gestured toward the newspaper on the table, where a bold image of Doflamingo caught everyone's attention. From the looks of it, Doflamingo is expecting your call. The way he is posing, with a severed head in one hand and a secure transponder snail in the other, is no coincidence. He's probably waiting for your call. I'm certain the transponder snail belonged to the CP0 team. Elder Saturn's eyes narrowed as he studied the image. Doflamingo's mocking grin was unmistakable, and the severed head sent a clear message. You're right, Tsuru. Doflamingo is baiting us. He knows we're watching, and he's daring us to make the next move. Elder Nusjuro leaned forward, his voice calm but firm. We need to approach this delicately. Doflamingo is unpredictable, and any sign of weakness will be exploited. Elder Mars, still bristling with anger, spoke up. How can we be sure this will work? Doflamingo is a snake. He could easily turn this against us. This is an unnecessary risk. We have never dealt with any matter in such a roundabout way. We should just kill the two brothers and be done with it, Elder Workuri added in fury. Workuri! Watch what you say. Have you forgotten Imu-sama's orders? Elder Saturn's gaze narrowed at his fellow elder, who immediately flinched at the mention of Imu-sama. And have you forgotten how we dealt with the matter of Roxy Zebek? If we had truly clashed with Zebek back then, we must have exposed ourselves to stop them if his own crew hadn't betrayed him. We must always use everything we have at our disposal to achieve victory. Ultimately, everything we do is to serve Imu-sama, and in order to do that efficiently, if offering Doflamingo an elder position serves a purpose, then we will consider that too after getting Imu-sama's permission. Elder Saturn added, turning his attention back to Tsuru. Elder Nusjuro, the one who seemed convinced by Tsuru's proposal, interjected, we have to take calculated risks. Doflamingo's ambition can be his leash. If we control what he craves, we control him. Elder Jupiter, still skeptical but willing to listen, added, if we are to move forward, it must be with precision. One mistake, and we could fuel the fire against us. Elder Saturn, the most senior and respected, raised his hand to silence the room. The matter will be presented to Imu-sama. Until then, we prepare. Tsuru, begin discreet preparations. Mobilize the cipher pole in force and ensure our intelligence on the revolutionaries and Doflamingo's movements is flawless. We cannot afford to be blindsided again. And let's start the hunt for the rats amidst the world government's ranks. Tsuru bowed deeply, her expression unwavering. As you command, Elder Sama. Elder Saturn's final words echoed in the chamber as they departed. We move with caution and precision. Doflamingo will either be our greatest asset or our most dangerous enemy. Let us ensure it is the former. Meanwhile, within the holy land of Mary Geos, in the grandiose estate of the revered Figureland family, a rare moment of calm enveloped the indoor garden of the family head's house. The garden was an exquisite sanctuary, meticulously maintained with exotic flora from across the world. Rare orchids and vibrant roses bloomed alongside meticulously trimmed bonsai trees, their branches twisted into intricate shapes. A gentle stream meandered through the garden, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the soft light filtering through the skylights above. Seated on an elegant wrought iron bench, St. Figureland Garling exuded an air of quiet authority. His appearance was both regal and imposing, with a face that bore the marks of both age and experience. He was a tall man of advanced age, with a visibly wrinkled face and a sharp, aquiline nose that added to his regal appearance. His long, light crimson-colored hair was styled into a unique and striking formation, a pair of unbent, side-facing spikes on either side of his head, with an extremely tall, forward-bent spike crowning the top. His piercing, sharp, and calculating eyes missed nothing as they surveyed the tranquil scene before him. Garling's attire was a testament to his status. He wore a pristine white uniform adorned with golden epaulets and intricate embroidery, signifying his rank as the supreme commander of the God's Knights. A long, flowing cape hung from his shoulders, the crimson fabric contrasting starkly with his uniform. Garling's demeanor was one of serene confidence, that of a man accustomed to wielding immense power. As the current supreme commander of the God's Knights, his authority rivaled that of the 5 elder planets. The God's Knights were an elite force that only served at the behest of Imu-sama, and Garling was their undisputed leader, known for his strategic brilliance and unyielding resolve. But beneath the surface of his calm exterior lay the hidden truth of his ambition and the lengths he was willing to go to maintain his influence. What even the rest of the world nobles were unaware of was that St. Figurlin Garling was next in line for the perennial youth operation, should the world government regain control of the Opo no Mi. The promise of eternal youth and unparalleled power was a secret he guarded closely, a prize he was determined to claim. As he sat in the serene garden, his thoughts were interrupted by the soft rustle of footsteps on the gravel path. A member of the God's Knights approached, bowing respectfully before speaking. Supreme Commander, the elders convened a meeting earlier, and they have approached Imu-sama for counsel, a member of the God's Knights conveyed. Although they couldn't stop the elders from seeking Imu-sama's guidance, as Imu-sama's personal force, they kept track of every meeting between the elders and Imu-sama. Garling's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seems the elders are planning a significant move. They have yet to answer for losing one of our members during their conquest of Wano, he replied, his voice smooth and commanding. Inform the rest of the God's Knights that I will join them shortly. Suddenly, with a resounding force, the door to the garden was smashed open. Both Garling and the other God's Knight turned their attention to the door, knowing only one person had the audacity to cause such a commotion in the house of the Figurlin family head. Aganya stormed in, her fury barely contained. She held what seemed to be a bounty poster. Out! Get out now, she roared at the God's Knight, who stood his ground, unfazed by her outburst. Despite respecting the Supreme Commander, his courtesy didn't extend to Garling's daughter, but Garling waved his hand, and the God's Knight, with a nod, left the room. Garling was a cold and calculating man. The only reason he tolerated Aganya's behavior was because of her exceptional talent. She was the undisputed genius among all the 19 families in Holy Land. In her 20s, she had already reached peak admiral-level strength and secured a position in the reserves of the God's Knights, making her his greatest pride and most valuable asset. Bam! Aganya slammed her palm onto the bench where Garling sat. If not for his hockey holding the bench together, it would have shattered into pieces. Garling glanced at the bounty poster and understood the reason for his daughter's fury. It was the latest bounty poster for his long-lost son. What game are you playing at? Aganya's tone was a low growl, but Garling just sat there unfazed, letting his daughter vent her frustration. I had put in a gag order, but you dare declare my little brother a criminal and set a price on his head, she glared at Garling dangerously. Garling looked at her calmly, his expression unreadable. Aganya, your brother's actions have consequences. He has chosen a path that defies the laws we uphold. This bounty is not a game, it is a necessary measure to maintain order. Aganya's eyes blazed with anger. Necessary? You call this necessary? He's family. You know how important he is to me and to us. And yet you treat him like any other criminal? Garling's gaze hardened, and he stood, towering over her. He made his choice. Family or not, he is a threat to our authority. Do not let personal feelings cloud your judgment. This is about preserving our status as the rulers of this world. Aganya clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. I won't let you do this. I will find him, and I will bring him back. And if you try to stop me, I will make you regret it. Garling's expression twisted into a mocking smirk, a rare moment of cunning flickering in his eyes. Aganya, be careful. Your emotions make you strong, but they can also be your downfall. And if you personally approach him, he's only going to deny you one more time. Don't think that your escapade to East Blue went unnoticed. There's a reason I tolerate your tantrums, Aganya, but do not cross the line, or you will regret it. As for that pirate scum, he will get his due. Garling crushed the bounty paper, crumbling it to dust. You abandoned him. You abandoned him in God's Valley, and now you're abandoning him again. Back then, I didn't have the strength to save my little brother, but now I will personally deal with this matter. He may not want to come back, but I have my ways to safeguard my brother. She tossed a folder onto the floor. I am going to find my little brother and appoint him as one of the Shichibukai, whether he likes it or not. And you better have those documents signed by the elders with approval of his appointment, or you'll have to explain to the elders why one of the most prodigious talents from the Holy Land defected. Aganya's roar echoed through the room, her conqueror's haki flaring, clashing with her father's. She knew the kind of man her father was. She had learned to endure and survive under his grasp, believing her little brother had been lost all those years ago. But now, knowing he was alive, she would not let anyone threaten him again. Aganya, you are playing a dangerous game here. Don't force my hand. Garling's demeanor completely shifted. He never liked being challenged. There was a reason he climbed to such a position, despite all the contenders. If it benefited him, he was willing to sacrifice anyone. However, Aganya was no longer the little girl from God's Valley who had helplessly hidden behind others while praying for her brother's safety. She was now a force to be reckoned with, willing to clash with her own father if that's what it took to secure her brother's safety. You have until I find my brother out in the seas. I hope you get that approval signed before then, and I would like to see the appointment made official in the newspapers. She gave him an ultimatum. Aganya turned on her heel and stormed out, her resolve unshaken. Garling watched her go, a mixture of pride and anger in his heart. He knew she was formidable, but the path she was choosing was fraught with danger. As the door closed behind her, he sighed and turned back to the garden, his thoughts already on the next move in the intricate game of power they were all entangled in. Chapter 191, Dressrosa, New World. Silver's Rayleigh stood in silence, paying his respects at the unmarked yet majestic grave at the edge of Greenbit. Beside him were Shaki, accompanied by the blind swordsman, Isho, who had acted as their guide. After a brutal massacre of the marine forces and slavers that had targeted Amazon Lily, Rayleigh had settled down in Dressrosa, driven by his need to uncover the truth about Rouge. Ross had also shared with him the final resting place of Roger, further binding Rayleigh to this vibrant island. Shaki had followed suit, opening a new bar in the bustling heart of Dressrosa. After a moment of reflection, the trio made their way towards Shaki's new establishment, which was set to open today. Any idea when Ross will come back to Dressrosa? Rayleigh questioned the blind swordsman, who was expertly navigating and leading them through the lively streets of Dressrosa. Ross-kun might take a while to return to Dressrosa, Isho replied, tapping his sword stick with every step. As for Doffy-kun, he should be back soon now that the entirety of North Blue is practically under the Donquxote family's control. As they walked, Rayleigh and Shaki observed the citizens of Dressrosa, who seemed to revere the blind man despite the island being the main base of the Donquxote pirates. The presence of pirates in Dressrosa was surprisingly minimal. Only those with significant authority within the Donquxote pirates could set foot on the island. In a short span of time, the surrounding 4 islands had been converted into bases where Donquxote subordinates were stationed, maintaining a tight grip on their territories. Their destination was the eastern port area, where Shaki had opened her new rip-off bar. Rayleigh chuckled at the sight of the nameboard, but a stern glare from Shaki silenced him. However, his attention was soon caught by an unexpected sight, fishmen on a human island. He turned to the blind swordsman in confusion. Fishmen in Dressrosa? Rayleigh asked, his surprise evident. Shaki, however, seemed unfazed, already aware of the situation. Isho elaborated, Dressrosa doesn't discriminate between species. We've enforced guidelines to ensure the safety of fishmen, but they must also follow our rules to avoid causing trouble. See that luxurious cafe next to your new bar? That's little Shirley's venture, she calls it the Mermaid Cafe. It's one of the main attractions of Coral Port. Coral Port? Rayleigh echoed, puzzled. Yes, Isho confirmed. Due to the influx of fishmen, this area has become a popular attraction for both locals and tourists eager to meet fishmen. The eastern port was renamed Coral Port, and many of the establishments here are owned by fishmen. They finally arrived at a grand, 4-story building a few hundred yards away from the Mermaid Cafe. You sure did get yourself a prime spot in such a bustling place, Rayleigh commented, impressed. With a gesture from Shaki, the trio entered the newly opened rip-off bar. The place buzzed with excitement as patrons, eager to experience the new establishment, filled the space. The proximity to the Mermaid Cafe also drew in a curious crowd of fishmen, adding to the bar's lively atmosphere. The rip-off bar was spacious and inviting, with a rustic charm that instantly made guests feel at home. Shaki had meticulously designed the interior, blending warm wood tones with nautical elements, creating a cozy yet vibrant ambience. The bar counter, made from polished driftwood, was the centerpiece, lined with an impressive array of bottles and adorned with seashells and marine trinkets. Suddenly, Rayleigh's observation hockey detected a massive surge of energy. Within an instant, a powerful projectile was hurled into the sea from the center of Dressrosa. Seconds later, a thunderous boom resonated throughout the island. Surprisingly, none of the patrons seemed alarmed. Such occurrences had become routine. While others might not grasp the power packed behind the projectile, Rayleigh could estimate its potency. The projectile had been launched towards a point beyond his observation hockey range, leaving him clueless about its target. "It seems like little Shirley must have found another one of those troublemakers," Isho chuckled, his blind gaze directed towards the source of the projectile. Over time, Shirley's control over her devil fruit had increased at a staggering rate. She could now scry over distances of thousands of miles. However, the railgun's maximum range was about 2,500 miles, and Shirley could see much further. Wolf had been continuously working on upgrading the railgun. Rayleigh chose not to inquire further about the weapon, understanding it must be a closely guarded secret of the Donquxote family. Instead, he picked up an old satchel and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Isho. "I don't like owing people favors, so please pass this over to Ross and let him know that this shall be my repayment for letting me stay in Dressrosa." Isho was surprised by Rayleigh's words. In the short time he had known Silver's Rayleigh, he had come to understand the kind of man the Pirate King's right-hand man was. He did not refuse the gesture and accepted the satchel, which seemed to contain 2 devil fruits. "Honestly, there is no need for such repayment, Rayleigh-san. Ross-kun has made it clear that you are to be welcomed as one of our own, just as Shaki-san. Both of you will hold the same privileges as the others from the core of the Donquxote family," Isho remarked, feeling the weight of the satchel. "But nonetheless, Ross-kun will appreciate this." Rayleigh nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I just want to ensure that everything is square between us. Dressrosa has been a sanctuary, and I value that. And if possible, I would like to call this place home in the foreseeable future." Open sea, North Blue. It had been more than a week since Doffy had razed the Germa kingdom and practically sunk it. To his surprise, the overwhelming display of power had caused almost the entirety of North Blue's underworld to submit to his will. He had expected a prolonged conflict, planning to raze every last stronghold. Instead, those involved in the attack on the Donquxote family, and those who had taken advantage of their previous fall from power, had been quickly subdued. Now, the only significant faction left was the 5 families of the West, who had completely retreated from North Blue and were holed up in West Blue, their original territory. Parry, 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 parry. As Doflamingo admired the view of the open seas from his seat on the massive galleon, his personal transponder snail rang. He picked it up, recognizing the voice on the other end immediately. "Doffy, how are Senor and Diamante doing? Have they woken up?" Ross's voice echoed from the other side, etched with concern. Doffy couldn't help but smile. "Fuff. You underestimate them, little brother. They are strong, they'll come around soon enough. So, tell me, how's your vacation in East Blue going? I wish I could take a break from work too." Ross's voice calmed down. "Well, you can take a break now that we have North Blue under control. But make sure to find the people I asked you to find. They are important to our family, Doffy." "I understand, little brother. I'm currently on my way to the island, where the so-called Kun village is. From what I've learned, it's a place known only for famine. Why are you so adamant about finding a little girl in the middle of a wasteland? Is she someone as talented as Lucci?" Doffy couldn't help but ask. Ross had tasked him with finding a few individuals in North Blue and integrating them into the core of the Donquxote family. Although Doffy was skeptical about Ross's approach, he agreed to do so. Now, he was on a journey to find these future members of the family, and his first target was a little girl barely 3 years old. No, she isn't, but she is just as important. Speaking of little girls, what about the stowaway you found on the ship? Has she woken up? Ross's voice sounded from the other side, prompting Doffy's gaze to shift towards the ship's cabin. Just a day after leading the Germa Kingdom, one of the goons had found a small girl with a gunshot wound on her back, passed out on the ship. No one knew how the child had gotten there, but she was barely alive and breathing. Originally, Doffy wanted to toss the dying kid into the sea. However, as fate would have it, Ross had called back then, and at his brother's request, Doffy had asked the ship's doctor to treat the little girl. From the descriptions Doffy had provided, Ross had a vague idea of who the girl might be, and if she was indeed who he thought, she would be a valuable addition to the family. Sigh. Not yet, little brother. The kid has lost quite a bit of blood and hasn't come around yet. You're turning our family into a daycare center. Do you even know how many little kids we're harboring in our inner circle now? Doffy added with a chuckle. Trust me, Doffy, this isn't enough. In the future, every one of these children will be the pillars upon which our empire will be built. Treat them with care, just as you have been treating the rest of the family. And just so you know, we will be adding quite a few more children. It's better to raise them from a young age, this way, their loyalty is guaranteed. The girl aboard your ship, if I'm not mistaken, is the princess of the Germa Kingdom, the firstborn daughter of Judge Vinsmoke Raju. Don't worry, the kid has no love for her father. But she is special. If we groom her properly, she could become another powerhouse in our family. Doffy was surprised to learn that the child aboard their ship was Judge's daughter. Fine, if you say so, little brother. So, Doffy, have they reached out to you yet? Ross's voice echoed from the other side. Doffy's gaze sharpened as he understood who Ross was referring to. Are you sure they will take the bait? Doffy questioned. Yes, Doffy, they will. We are an anomaly in their plans, too dangerous to be left alone. We need to know what they are planning. The world government has been around for 8 centuries and must have quite a few tricks up their sleeves. We need to tread carefully. After you gather the people I mentioned, I want you to return to Dressrosa. Like you said earlier, it's better to take a break for now and use this time to consolidate our power in North Blue and expand our influence in the New World, Ross added. So, are we not going to retaliate for the ambush, dear little brother? Doffy couldn't help but ask. He was itching to do something grand, like another raid on world government's stronghold. Soon, Doffy, soon. Patience. Have patience. First, I want us to grow stronger. They must have gotten an estimate of your strength by now, and they will set more traps. In case they reach out to you, be careful. My intuition says they have a dangerous card up their sleeve, Ross warned. The world government was anything but simple, and things were moving rapidly around the world. Their intelligence network had collected quite a bit of important information. Whitebeard was making his move towards Fishman Island. The recent influx of pirates to the island was staggering, and soon enough, Whitebeard intended to put an end to the matter. His presence alone would be a powerful deterrent to those who sought to exploit the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Meanwhile, the world military draft had concluded, resulting in a massive influx of new recruits to the Marines. This was an opportune moment for the Marines to consolidate their power. Among the new additions to their ranks was an individual already gaining fame. According to circulating information, this new admiral, codenamed Shiratora, meaning White Tiger, was recommended by none other than the Marine hero, Garp. For someone to be endorsed by Garp himself, they had to be quite a powerhouse. Initial reports suggested that several figures of admiral-level strength had joined the Marines, hinting at a significant bolstering of their might. Another matter of concern was the emergence of a growing power within the New World, a collaboration of pirates who had originally been imprisoned in the Eternal Hell. These pirates had been actively targeting marine bases in the New World, their ambitions extending beyond mere raids. It seemed they were gearing up to challenge one of the two emperors of the New World. While the leader of this organization remained unknown, speculation was rife that it might be Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki had been actively rebuilding his fleet after establishing a base in West Blue and had recently been seen over the waters of the New World. Once considered an overlord of the New World alongside Roger and Whitebeard, Shiki was unlikely to let someone like Big Mom overtake him. She had already cemented her position as the second emperor of the seas, and Shiki appeared determined to reclaim his former glory. Doffy nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Fine, little brother. I'll be careful." "Good. Take care, Doffy. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and by the way, let me know once you find the little girl in Coon Village," Ross concluded, his voice firm and resolute. As Doffy ended the call, he looked out at the open sea, determination burning in his eyes. The Donquxote family was on the rise, and nothing would stand in their way. Chapter 192, Whole Cake Island, New World. "Mama, mama." Big Mom's laugh reverberated throughout the throne room, but the atmosphere was anything but jovial. Everyone in the room knew how angry Big Mom was right now. As seconds passed, the laughter only picked up pace, and the pressure emitted by Big Mom increased dramatically. The homies in the surrounding area all fled, sensing the imminent threat emanating from her. After a few minutes of mad laughter, it abruptly ceased. With eyes filled with wrath, Big Mom looked straight at Smoothie and the rest of the siblings who had gone to recover the mythical Zoan fruit. She scanned everyone, and then her eyes settled on Vinsmoke Judge, who was bound and restrained. "Mama, mama, so not once, not twice, but now it has been 3 times that those little Donquxote brats have challenged me. Do they think the name Charlotte Linlin holds no more meaning on the seas?" She bellowed, her question echoing through the room. The only reason she had yet to punish Smoothie and the gang was because her fury was now completely directed at the 2 Donquxote brothers. Big Mom turned to Perispero. "So tell me, where are those brats now?" Perispero couldn't help but sweat as he spoke. "Our latest intel states that Doflamingo is still in North Blue, moving around as if looking for something or someone. As for the little one, he seems to have vanished. The last time he was spotted was in South Blue," he said, his voice trembling. "So what you mean to say is that you don't know?" Her massive form leaned forward, her face growling menacingly as she came face to face with Perispero. "No, Mama, it's just..." But before he could finish, Big Mom extended her hand and grabbed another crew member responsible for intelligence. To the shock of all the siblings, she sucked out the very soul of the person, leaving behind only a husk. Katakuri, who had been prepared to intervene, calmed down after foreseeing the outcome with his observation haki. "Prepare the ships. I will personally make a trip to Dressrosa and raze it to the ground. I will make those brats come to me. Do they think they can challenge me and survive on these seas?" she ordered. A few subordinates, as if given freedom, ran to relay their captain's command. Perispero, however, picked up the courage to speak. He had been humiliated most by the Donquxote brothers, having been captured by them. "Mama, are we going to kill the Donquxote brothers?" he asked curiously. Big Mom's glare sent a shiver down his spine. "Kill them? Mama, mama. Why would I kill such powerful underlings? I will have them join the Big Mom pirates. I still have quite a few daughters unwed. I will have those brothers toil for me until their deaths," she said with a grin. Perispero also cackled at the prospect, knowing how powerful the 2 brothers were. Even Katakuri had been bested by the younger brother. Katakuri, however, soured. He keenly understood what kind of people the Donquxotes were in the short time he had spent with them. "Mama, what if they refuse to join our cause?" he questioned, causing Big Mom to rage again. "Do they dare? Well, there's no need for people who cannot serve me, so we will just have to kill them. And Dressrosa seems to be garnering quite a bit of fame since the brothers took over the kingdom, so it would be a decent addition to our territory," she laughed. The room buzzed with activity as preparations began for the assault on Dressrosa. Big Mom's immense figure towered over everyone, her presence a looming storm. Her children, loyal and fearful, moved quickly to carry out her commands. Ships were readied, and the word spread through Totoland that their formidable captain was preparing to set sail. Meanwhile, in a corner of the throne room, Vinsmoke Judge looked on with a mix of fear and curiosity. His defeat had been swift and humiliating, but he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power and ferocity of Charlotte Lin. Doflamingo had humiliated him and brought ruin to his whole kingdom, destroying everything that he had built, and now it seemed like he had drawn the ire of one of the most powerful pirates in the world. As the preparations continued, Perispero approached Katakuri. "Brother, do you really think the Donquxote brothers will bend to Mama's will?" he asked quietly. Katakuri's eyes narrowed as he gazed out at the bustling activity. "The Donquxotes are not like others we've faced. They are cunning and strong. If they see no benefit in joining us, they will resist with everything they have. We must be prepared for a difficult battle." Perispero nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The Donquxote brothers were formidable, and their ambition rivaled even that of the Big Mom pirates. The upcoming confrontation would be a test of strength and strategy, and the outcome was far from certain. As the sun set over Totoland, the ships were ready to set sail. Big Mom stood at the forefront, her imposing figure casting a long shadow. Her eyes burned with determination and wrath. She would show the world that Charlotte Lin was not to be trifled with. And as for the Donquxote brothers, they would either join her cause or be obliterated from the face of the world. Coon Village, North Blue. A massive galleon flying the colors of the Donquxote pirates docked next to the shallow shore of the island. Doflamingo, followed by Senor and little Reju, stepped onto the shore. Senor and Diamante had already woken up and healed enough to move around. But what really surprised Doflamingo was how fast the little girl had recovered from such a fatal wound. Then he remembered what his brother had said about Vinsmoke's daughter. She had been modified through countless experiments and could no longer be called a regular human. At just 3 years old, she was far stronger and more mature than her age suggested. Even before Doflamingo had offered to have her join, the little girl had requested to serve amongst the crew doing menial jobs. It seemed she understood that in this cruel world, if she was of no use, she would be discarded without a second thought. The way Reju controlled her emotions gave even Doflamingo goosebumps. He was tempted to take Reju as his disciple, like how his brother had taken a disciple. As the elder brother, he should have a disciple too, right? Once again, his brother was right. If Reju was groomed and her loyalty was earned, she would become a pillar of the family. By now, Doflamingo was proficient in gaining the trust of little children after being around so many. "This is simply a wasteland," Senor commented, holding what seemed like a wooden crate filled with fruits, whose purpose was unknown but were Master Doffy's orders. Even little Reju looked around the island curiously. Even from the edge of the island, it was evident that this was a harsh place. "Captain! Why are we in this barren land? I don't think we can restock supplies on this island." "I'm afraid we can't even find a fresh water source here," Reju commented. Since she was young, other than undergoing countless experiments, she was forced to cram for knowledge. She was simply raised to help the Vinsmokes create the perfect soldier, and the success of her experiments culminated in Judge modifying the quadruplets, which he deemed his ultimate creations. "Oh, we aren't here for supplies. We are looking for a certain someone," Doffy commented while his observation hockey spread out, detecting any life forms in the vicinity. He couldn't help but smirk as he realized what was going on. It seemed their massive galleon hadn't gone unnoticed, and there were quite a few people hidden in the shadows, ready to strike. Hunger makes people desperate. He couldn't help but chuckle. He never held sympathy, he believed in the ideals of survival of the fittest. In his opinion, even if someone was born on this island, if they had the tenacity and will to escape this nightmare, they could do so. The only exception might be the infants, but that is how nature is, cruel to its very bones, or rather, just fair to everyone, not discriminating. As they walked further inland, the harsh reality of the island became more apparent. The ground was cracked and dry, with only sparse patches of vegetation struggling to survive. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the few visible structures were dilapidated and crumbling. "This place is a hellhole," Senor muttered, shaking his head. "Who could possibly live here?" "We'll find out soon enough," Doffy replied, his eyes scanning the horizon. His observation hockey picked up faint signs of life ahead. "Keep your guard up. We're not alone." As they continued, a group of emaciated figures emerged from the shadows, brandishing makeshift weapons. Their eyes were hollow and desperate, driven to the brink by hunger and despair. "Stay back," one of them shouted, his voice trembling. "Hand over all your food or we will kill you. Your ship." "Your ship must have lots of food, right?" Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He casually picked up a fruit from the crate that Senor was holding and began to play with it. The eyes of the islanders who had surrounded them were filled with madness. When was the last time they had seen a fruit? They gnawed on roots, tree bark, worms, insects, and rodents, anything they could get their hands on to survive. Sometimes, unknown to the rest, a few even resorted to eating the cadavers of the dead to sustain themselves. "You, hand that over." The man who had threatened them spoke again, his voice trembling with desperation as he pointed at the wooden crate that Senor was holding. Hunger and greed were evident in his eyes. Unconsciously, his legs started moving, wanting to snatch the crate away from Senor. Seeing him, the rest of the islanders felt emboldened and began making their move. There was food, and that was all that mattered. If anyone came in their way, they would kill them. This was not the first time pirates had made land on this island, but despite all odds, they were still here. They had always overpowered the pirates with sheer numbers. But just as the man in the lead was about 10 meters from Doflamingo, a blue flame surged forth, and a piercing scream filled the entire area, freezing everyone mid-step. "Aarg!" The scream was bone-chilling. Doflamingo took his time sending the message across, and within a few seconds, there was nothing left but ashes. The display of power and the fear of death brought clarity to the others who were about to attack the 3 new visitors to the island. Senor, used to such acts from his master, stood unflinching. Even little Reju remained composed, not showing much discomfort as the man was burned to cinders before her eyes. She had seen worse under her father's experiments. Doflamingo's smirk grew wider as he addressed the petrified islanders. "You think you can threaten me? You think you can take what belongs to me?" His voice was calm, yet it carried a menace that sent shivers down their spines. He tossed the fruit into little Reju's hands, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he observed the terror-stricken faces. "Now, let's not waste any more time. We're looking for a certain someone. A little girl, around 3 years old. Have you seen anyone like that?" The islanders were bewildered. The visitors were here looking for someone? Why would anyone come to this forsaken island searching for someone? Within the island, almost everyone knew each other, and the few children around were known to all. Their thoughts immediately went to the little girl whose mother the villagers had convinced to abandon the little child in the mountains because the child was a burden in such a harsh environment. The leader of the group, now quivering with fear, managed to stammer, "There was a girl, but she was abandoned in the back mountains a couple of months ago, deeper inland. If she's still alive, that's where she'll be." Doflamingo's veins popped in anger at the mention that the girl might be dead. Ross had stressed the importance of finding the girl. Turning to the rest of the villagers, he pointed at the crate. "Whoever can find the girl for me alive, that's your reward." It took a few seconds for the words to sink in. They already knew they were no match for these pirates, so they immediately scrambled in the direction of the back mountains to find the little girl. None believed that the girl would have survived, but if luck favored them, they could have all that fruit to themselves. Doflamingo walked in the direction of the back mountains, not wanting to rely solely on these islanders. His observation hockey would make his search easier. He even ordered some of his crew to check the village for any information about the little girl. After a couple of hours of searching, Senor finally found a trace. His heart sank as he crawled through the dense underbrush, the thorny bushes tearing at his clothes and scratching his skin. Doflamingo had sensed a faint life force deep within the mountain, and Senor had been tasked with finding it. The closer he got, the stronger the sense of dread became. After what felt like hours of searching, Senor finally reached a small, hidden cave. He had to squeeze through a narrow opening, the rocks scraping against his body. Inside, the air was stale and damp, and the darkness was almost suffocating. But then he saw her. Huddled in a corner, barely visible in the dim light filtering through the entrance, was a tiny girl. She couldn't have been more than 3 years old. Her hair was matted and tangled, and her clothes were nothing but filthy rags hanging off her emaciated frame. Her skin was pale and streaked with dirt, crisscrossed with countless scratches and bruises, some of them infected and oozing. Senor's breath caught in his throat as he realized what she was doing. The little girl was gnawing on the bones of a rodent, her eyes wild and desperate. She looked up at him, her expression feral, as if she were more animal than human. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, and her cheeks were hollow from starvation. "Hey, little one," Senor whispered, trying to keep his voice gentle despite the lump in his throat. "I'm here to help you." The girl flinched, clutching the bones tighter as if they were her only lifeline. She didn't speak, her eyes darting around in fear. Senor noticed the makeshift shelter she had created from the cave's sparse resources. It was pitifully inadequate, with just a few branches and leaves arranged to provide minimal cover. As he inched closer, Senor saw more signs of her desperate struggle for survival. The girl's arms and legs were covered in deep scratches, likely from the thorny bushes outside. Her feet were bare and blistered, and her toenails were cracked and broken. She had tried to return to the village multiple times, judging by the fresh and old wounds alike, but had been chased away again and again. "Please, don't be afraid," Senor said, his voice breaking slightly. "I'm here to take you somewhere safe. You don't have to be alone anymore." The girl stared at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of suspicion and hope. Slowly, she released the bones and crawled towards him, her movements slow and painful. Senor's heart ached at the sight. How could anyone abandon a child like this? He reached out and gently lifted her into his arms. She was so light, almost weightless, and he could feel every bone in her body. She clung to him, her tiny hands clutching at his shirt as if afraid he might disappear. Senor felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes but blinked them away, focusing on the task at hand. As he carefully made his way back out of the cave, the girl nestled against his chest, her breathing shallow and ragged. Senor whispered soothing words to her, promising that she would be safe now and that she would never have to suffer like this again. He knew that Doflamingo had a dark side, but in this moment, he believed that they could offer her a better life. When they emerged from the cave, Doflamingo and Reju were waiting. Doflamingo's usual stern expression softened as he saw the girl in Senor's arms. Reju's eyes widened in shock and pity. "We found her," Senor said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But she's in bad shape." Doflamingo nodded, his face grim. "Let's get her back to the ship. She needs medical attention immediately." As they made their way back, the little girl clung to Senor, her eyes closing as exhaustion overtook her. Senor held her tightly, vowing silently that he would do everything in his power to protect the little girl from now on. No child should have to endure what she has gone through. As they finally reached the ship, Doflamingo noticed a crowd of desperate islanders gathered near the shore, their eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. Among them, a scrawny woman, all skin and bones, stepped forward hesitantly. Her eyes, however, were not filled with concern for the child but with a ravenous hunger for the rewards promised. That's my daughter," she cried, pointing a trembling finger at the little girl cradled in Senor's arms. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed as he assessed the woman. He could see through her facade. More than her concern for her daughter, her eyes were set on the crate of fruits that had been promised as a reward. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he picked up the crate and walked toward the woman. "She is no longer your daughter," he said coldly, placing the crate in front of her. "She is part of my family now. This is your payment for keeping her alive for these few years, though you did a terrible job of it." Those who knew Doflamingo well could sense the seething rage beneath his calm exterior. Without another word, he turned and returned to the ship, where the doctor was already tending to the little girl. Chapter 193. As the ship sailed away, Rage's eyes were fixed on the island shore where the islanders stood, their figures growing smaller with each passing moment. She felt a wave of disgust looking at the woman, who, even at the last second, was more concerned about her reward than her own child. The scene reminded her of Judge, who would abandon his own children without a second thought. "Tell me, Raju." A voice sounded beside her, breaking her thoughts. Doflamingo walked up next to her and stood by the railing, his gaze focused on the receding island. "When you see this island, what do you see?" The little girl didn't fully understand what the captain was getting at, but she responded nonetheless. I see people who are desperate and hungry. People who are willing to do anything for a bit of food." Doflamingo nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, that's part of it. Hunger and desperation can drive people to do unimaginable things. When people lack the will to fight for a better life, they become animals, driven by their most basic instincts. That woman, she abandoned her own daughter, not out of cruelty, but out of a twisted sense of survival." Raju listened intently, absorbing his words. Doflamingo continued, his voice growing colder. "This world is cruel, little one. It's a place where only the strong survive. Those who are weak, those who lack the will to rise above their circumstances, are left behind to rot. The islanders, that woman, they are examples of what happens when people give in to despair." He turned to look at Raju, his eyes piercing. "But you have a chance to be different. To be strong. To never let this world break you. Remember this lesson, Raju. Strength is the only way to survive in this world. And strength comes from the will to do whatever it takes." Raju nodded slowly, understanding dawning in her young mind. She realized that Doflamingo was not just teaching her about the cruelty of the world but also showing her the path to survival and power. She glanced back at the island one last time, and the image of the scrawny woman seared into her memory. She vowed silently to herself that she would never become like those islanders, never give in to despair and desperation. "So why? Why did you help that woman? Why did you reward her for abandoning her own family?" Raju's voice cracked for the first time since coming onto the ship. The defenses she had built up shattered, tears streaking down her face. All these years, she had believed her life was harsh, but after seeing the little girl, who was about her same age, she understood that there were always those in even worse conditions. "Help her? Fu-fu-fu." Doflamingo bellowed with laughter, an eerie sound that sent a creeping chill to everyone who heard it. "I did not help her, Raju. I simply sealed her fate. Her blood was too filthy for even me to have my hands stained with it, so I let nature take its course." He laughed again while Raju looked on in confusion. "Tell me, Raju, what happens when a man of abundance is surrounded by truly desperate people?" He snickered, and finally, Raju's eyes widened in recognition. She gazed back at the island, now just a small speck in the distance. Back on the island, the atmosphere grew tense as the islanders turned their attention to the woman clutching the crate of fruit. At first, they approached her with a veneer of civility, though their eyes betrayed their desperation. "Please, share some with us. We've all been starving," one of them pleaded. "This was given in exchange for my daughter," the woman defended herself, her voice wavering but defiant. "It belongs to her and me alone." The tension escalated as her words struck a nerve. Hunger gnawed at their insides, eroding any sense of community or compassion they might have had left. The veneer of civility cracked and then shattered completely. "You think you deserve it more than us?" Another islander spat, stepping closer. "You abandoned your own child," another accused, the words like daggers. The woman clutched the crate tighter, her eyes wide with panic. "Stay back. This is mine. It's all I have." But desperation had already taken hold. One of the islanders lunged at her, trying to wrest the crate from her grasp. She fought back, but she was weak, and there were many. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with the islanders turning on her like a pack of wild animals. Cries of pain and anger filled the air as they clawed at each other, tearing at the woman and the crate. Blood was spilled, and the woman's screams pierced the night. In their frenzy, they tore her apart, leaving nothing but a lifeless body and a broken crate. The fruit scattered and trampled into the dirt. The brutality of the scene was a stark reminder of the depths to which hunger and desperation could drive people. It was a cruel testament to the harsh reality of their existence, where survival was a brutal game, and the weak were mercilessly culled. Fishman Island, Red Line. The island, once a haven of vibrant underwater life and rich culture, had descended into chaos. More than 100,000 pirates with an equally staggering number of ships had besieged the island, emboldened by their recent successes in driving back the kingdom's armies and driven by greed and bloodlust, and had begun a rampage that showed no signs of stopping. The once serene coral streets were now stained with blood, and the beautiful architecture was marred by the destruction wrought by the invaders. More than half the territories within Fishman Island had fallen under the control of the pirates. The fishmen, desperate and cornered, fought back with all the vigor they could muster. The entire island had transformed into a war zone, with two species locked in a brutal struggle for dominance. For the fishmen, their very survival was at stake. Most of the kingdom's army had retreated to defend the palace, as several pirate groups were keen on getting their hands on the royal mermaids. The first scene unfolded in Coral Hill, a district known for its picturesque homes built from living coral. Families that had lived in harmony for generations now faced the terror of the marauding pirates. Among them, a pirate captain known as Bloodbeard led his crew through the streets, his name a testament to his ruthless nature. His crew, filled with the most savage pirates, were a picture of brutality. Bloodbeard's eye fell on a modest home as his hockey picked up life signs, the doors slightly ajar. Inside, a family huddled together, hoping to avoid detection. With a cruel grin, he kicked the door open, the force of his boots splintering the delicate coral. "No need to hide, little fishies," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "We're here to have some fun." A fishman, presumably the father, stepped forward carrying a weapon, trying to shield his family. "Please, leave us alone. We have nothing of value." Bloodbeard laughed with a harsh, guttural sound. "Oh, but you do. Your lives are the most valuable thing here." Before the fishman could react, Bloodbeard grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground, his strength far exceeding that of any ordinary human. The fishman's family screamed, but their cries were cut short as Bloodbeard crushed the fishman's windpipe with a sickening crunch. Tossing the lifeless body aside, he turned his attention to the rest of the family, his crew following suit. "You're mine, little mermaid. Let's have some fun before we sell you off," he said, the insanity in his eyes clear as he moved to force himself on the mermaid. Just then, a thick hand caught him by the neck and threw him off. "Keep your hands off the little one, she needs to be unspoiled," said one of his crew members, whose cruel eyes then turned to the other mermaid huddled in the corner. "Well, you can have her, though," he added, his cruel laugh echoing. The pirates descended upon them, and the small house echoed with the sounds of screams, breaking glass, and cruel laughter. The once vibrant coral walls, now stained with blood, bore silent witness to the horror within. In another area, a more densely populated zone, pirates moved in packs, looting and pillaging with reckless abandon. A group led by a vicious pirate named Corazon targeted the local businesses. Corazon was known for his cruelty, and he took pleasure in inflicting pain. He approached a bustling market stall, its owner a frail old mermaid who had spent decades perfecting her craft of weaving beautiful coral jewelry. The sight of her delicate creations only fueled Corazon's sadistic desires. "What do we have here?" he sneered, picking up a necklace and yanking it apart, scattering the beads across the ground. "Pretty little trinkets for pretty little fish." The old mermaid trembled, her hands clasped together in a plea. "Please, sir, these are all I have. They are my life's work." Corazon's response was a backhanded slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. "Then your life's work is worthless." He gestured to his crew, who began smashing the stall, overturning tables, and breaking the delicate coral jewelry. The mermaid tried to crawl away, but Kuroshio grabbed her by the hair and dragged her back, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. "Where do you think you're going?" he growled. "We're not done with you yet. Though you are old and have lost all your glamour, I am sure you will fetch a decent price." His crew closed in, and the market square, once filled with the sounds of commerce and community, now echoed with the mermaids' cries of pain and the pirates' cruel laughter. Such horrors continued all over Fishman Island, and with each action, the hatred of fishmen against humans deepened. Back on the edge of Fishman Island, in another part of Waterville Town, a group of pirates had cornered a young mermaid near the edge of the island. Her large, frightened eyes darted around, searching for an escape route that didn't exist. The pirates closed in, their grins predatory. "Look at this one," one of them jeered. "Young and fresh. She'll fetch a high price." The mermaid backed up until she felt the rough stone of the island's edge behind her. There was nowhere left to run. One of the pirates lunged at her, and in a desperate attempt to escape, she dove into the water below. But the pirates were prepared. They threw a net into the water, tangling her up and dragging her back to the surface. Her screams were muffled by the water, but as they pulled her up, her terror was evident. "Let's see how well you swim now," another pirate mocked as they hauled her onto the deck of their ship, her fate sealed in the hands of her captors. Within the Fishman district, the pirates had created a temporary stronghold, and the inn had been turned into a meeting place for some of the most powerful pirates who had laid claim to Fishman Island. "Damn," one of the burly pirate captains smashed the table. His current bounty was worth 600 million belly. He was from the New World but had specifically come to partake in the bounty of Fishman Island. "What's the point of capturing so many mermaids and other merfolk species if we can't sell them anywhere?" he roared in anger. "Yeah, on one side, we have the New World. Anyone who comes close to the territories of that blasted Donquxote family with the slaves is being hunted down. On the other side, Ensabayati, that new admiral, that mad woman, has been tearing apart any pirates that get to the island with slaves," another pirate grumbled. As they discussed their frustrations, the inn was a microcosm of the chaos outside. Pirates drank, fought, and plotted their next moves, all while the island continued to suffer under their reign of terror. "Fuck it! We'll just control the entirety of Fishman Island. We just have to wait, sooner or later our time will come," one of the captains declared, his voice filled with grim determination. Suddenly, a rumble echoed throughout Fishman Island. The inn, filled with rowdy pirates, fell silent. The tremors repeated, shaking the very foundation of the island. The pirates looked at each other, bewildered and alarmed. "What the hell is going on in here?" A pirate captain wearing a bandana gulped as he looked around for an explanation. The door to the inn burst open, and a pirate staggered in, covered in blood and bruises, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Many of the captains recognized him immediately. He was a notorious figure, a big shot from the New World with a bounty of 1.3 billion belly. He had been left in charge of guarding the main port, where more than 80% of the pirates' massive fleet was anchored. Seeing him in such a state sent a wave of panic through the room. "Run! Run away! It's Whitebeard!" he gasped before collapsing onto the round table, breaking it under his weight. A long gash on his back exposed his very spine, a gruesome testament to the power of his attacker. The pirate, once a terror of the New World, lay dead before them, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. They knew all too well the terror of the man known as the strongest man in the world. Chapter 194, Sea quakes rippled as Whitebeard launched his assault even before their flagship could dock. The port was crowded with hundreds of pirate ships, a testament to the dire situation on Fishman Island. Whitebeard clenched his fist and punched out, sending a massive shockwave that tore through each and every ship in the port without exception. Those who had anchored their ships elsewhere were the lucky ones. Whitebeard turned to the fishmen among his crew. "Have your brethren informed that the Whitebeard pirates are here and will seal the entire island. Do not let any of the pirates escape with their coated ships. If anyone tries, just damage their ship coatings, which will force them to retreat back. As for the rest, I will take care of them. Go, my sons! Fishman Island needs our help." Hunt every pirate who has harmed them. Fishman Island is under my protection." Whitebeard roared as another pulse of quake power reverberated throughout the island. He then turned to Crocodile, who stood silently, observing the situation unfold. Before he could react, Whitebeard grabbed him and tossed him out. "Gururara! Get going, you brat! Show me how much you have learned in the past few weeks." Crocodile snorted but then turned himself into sand and started hunting down the enemies, feeling this would be a good time for practice. Back at the main port, the full might of Whitebeard's crew was on display. The pirates, who had once controlled the area, now lay scattered, their ships burning and sinking. The harbor was a scene of utter destruction, but amidst the chaos, the Whitebeard pirates moved with purpose, ensuring no innocents were harmed. Within the inn, the remaining pirate captains looked at each other, their bravado shattered. They had come to Fishman Island seeking power and riches, but now they faced the wrath of the strongest man in the world. Fear gripped their hearts as the reality of their situation set in. "He's here. Whitebeard is here," one of them muttered, his voice trembling. Another captain, trying to muster some semblance of courage, spoke up. "We can fight him. We have numbers on our side." But the others knew better. They had seen the devastation wrought by Whitebeard and his crew. Numbers meant nothing against such overwhelming power. "Run. We need to run," one of them finally said, his voice filled with despair. "Run? Where do you think we can run? Have you forgotten where we are? We are 10,000 meters below sea level. Without our ships, we are sitting ducks. We need to confront the Whitebeard pirates, that is the only way," one of the captains roared. They were also strong pirates from the New World, so unlike others, some did not completely lose hope. They wanted to fight. Whitebeard's strength was all hearsay, none here had truly experienced the strength of Whitebeard, so they felt that with so many powerful pirates gathered around, they might have a chance. There were at least a dozen pirates here who had a bounty of close to 1 billion belly each. But what they did not know was that the reason no one knew the true extent of Whitebeard's powers was because anyone who had truly faced his wrath had never walked out alive. TCH, only if we had breached the palace, we would have had something to bargain with. But now it's too late. Gather all the pirates at the central plaza of Coral Hill. We will launch a joint offensive on Whitebeard. Who knows, maybe today we will bring down one of the emperors of the sea, the pirate bellowed, igniting a fever in all the surrounding pirates. The scene at Coral Hill was chaotic. Pirates gathered in droves, their numbers swelling to over 100,000. The desperation in the air was palpable, but so was the resolve. They prepared for what they hoped would be a final stand against the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, leading his crew, advanced methodically. Every step he took seemed to reverberate through the island, a reminder of the power he wielded. His crew, seasoned and loyal, moved with precision born from countless battles. In the streets, Marco, the 1st Division commander, led a charge against a group of pirates trying to regroup. With his Phoenix abilities, he swooped down, his blue flames cutting through the enemy ranks. His movements were a blur of fire and speed, leaving devastation in his wake. Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, used his diamond-hard body to bulldoze through any resistance. He was a force of nature, smashing through barricades and scattering pirates with his immense strength. Vista, the 5th Division commander, with his mastery of swordsmanship, danced through the battlefield. His blades flashed with deadly precision, cutting down anyone who dared stand in his way. His elegant but lethal movements left a trail of fallen enemies behind him. Crocodile, using his sand powers, created sandstorms that swept through the enemy lines, disorienting and overwhelming the pirates. He reveled in the chaos, his powers adding to the overall destruction. "Whitebeard! You damn bastard!" a voice bellowed throughout the plaza, freezing everyone in shock. The strongest among the pirates had formed a coalition to face Whitebeard, and the pirate in the lead spoke again. "You are a pirate like us. Why are you helping these rotten species? Have you become a fish lover?" Before he could finish, his observation hockey detected a massive incoming threat. Whitebeard was in no mood for dialogue. He launched into the air using sheer strength, covering hundreds of meters with his leap, and descended upon the pirate who had just spoken. The pirate bellowed, "Busashoku Haki," cladding himself with a thick layer of armament haki as the massive shadow descended upon him. Even the other pirates surrounding him infused their weapons with haki, ready to support the pirate in the lead. This man had a bounty of 1.5 billion belly and was the captain of the dreadnought pirates. However, as the massive shadow descended, he finally understood how futile his resistance was. If he had tried to run, he might have had a sliver of a chance to survive. But now! Whitebeard's naginata glowed with a white halo covering it as he swung his weapon, infused with armament haki. Boom! The entire world seemed to freeze, and like glass, everything around the area of impact shattered. The very seabed upon which the plaza was built caved in as the force ripped through the ground, creating a massive crater that spread for thousands of meters. The entire island seemed to shake under the massive impact. If Whitebeard hadn't held back, the destruction would have been even worse. However, even this controlled attack was too much for the pirate, who thought he was a hegemon of the New World and could face Whitebeard head-on. With his dying breath, he realized why the name Whitebeard was feared throughout the world. The surroundings were utterly transformed by the single attack. The pirate who had challenged Whitebeard had literally vanished from existence, his body disintegrated by the overwhelming power. Along with him, several other pirates who were too close to the impact were obliterated, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. A single swing from Whitebeard was all it took to annihilate close to half a dozen pirates who boasted bounties over 1 billion belly each. The ground where the plaza once stood was now a massive crater, its edges jagged and uneven. The force of Whitebeard's attack had rippled outwards, causing buildings to collapse and the very landscape to shift. The seabed itself had caved in, creating a chasm that swallowed the remains of those unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast. The other pirates, who had rallied, now felt absolute despair. Their bravado and confidence evaporated in the face of such overwhelming power. They were nothing compared to the force of nature that was Whitebeard. The realization that they were facing the strongest man in the world sank in, and it paralyzed them with fear. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates were emboldened by the sheer display of power and brutality. Their spirits soared, and adrenaline rushed through their veins. Their aura skyrocketed as they prepared to finish the battle. Who in this whole world could challenge the Whitebeard pirates as long as their pops were here? They bellowed with renewed vigor, their voices echoing across the battlefield. Clang! A powerful shockwave rippled through the completely destroyed plaza as Whitebeard smashed his naginata, planting it into the ground. Kill them! Kill them all! No mercy! Whitebeard's voice roared like a thunderclap as the Whitebeard pirates descended on the fleeing enemies. Marco, leading the rest, transformed into his phoenix form and swept through the ranks of the panicked pirates, his blue flames incinerating all in his path. The scene was one of utter chaos and devastation. The pirates, who had once seemed so formidable, were now running for their lives, their morale shattered. The Whitebeard pirates showed no mercy, cutting down their enemies with ruthless efficiency. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the desperate screams of the doomed pirates. Whitebeard himself stood at the center of it all, his presence a beacon of power and dominance. His mere presence commanded respect and fear. As he watched his sons decimate the enemy forces, a grim satisfaction spread across his face. Fishman Island would be safe, and those who had dared to threaten it would face the full wrath of the strongest man in the world. In the end, the battle was a testament to Whitebeard's unparalleled might and the unwavering loyalty of his crew. Fishman Island had been saved, and the legend of Whitebeard's protection would spread far and wide, a warning to anyone who would dare challenge his domain. In the few days since the Donquxote family had rescued the girl from the barren island, a peculiar scene played out repeatedly, and by now, everyone was used to it. The little girl, filled with a deep fear of abandonment, followed Senor Pink like a duckling wherever he went. Despite numerous attempts to console her, she remained adamant about staying close to him. Even Doflamingo and Diamante couldn't help but grin at Senor's latest predicament, but Senor didn't seem to mind. He simply let the little girl shadow him, accepting her presence with a quiet, stoic demeanor. "Captain," She needs a name. We don't even know if she has a name, little Reiju voiced out, seated next to the captain's chair. By now, the goons on the ship were already aware that the little girl, who had initially been a stowaway, had become a part of the inner circle. They understood that she needed to be treated with the same respect and status as the rest of the Donquxote family members. The crew of Doflamingo's ship consisted of elite pirates who had surrendered to the Donquxote family. However, it wasn't as if there weren't people who harbored ideas about taking down Doflamingo and becoming the king of everything he had built. But those working on this ship were well aware of the cruel reality that awaited anyone who tried to betray or even entertain such thoughts. If Doflamingo was a monster, then his little brother Rosinante was a different species altogether. Their captain might take sick pleasure in tormenting any traitors before killing them, but the agony would last only a few seconds at best. Rosinante, however, was different. The last time someone in the crew tried to rebel, Rosinante captured the rebels and tortured them for 3 whole days, forcing the rest of the crew to watch. Though it was sickening, it sent a clear message to everyone who had joined the Donquxote pirates. In this harsh environment, a surprising scene unfolded. A group of ruthless pirates were seriously involved in finding a name for the little girl. Doflamingo, lounging on his ornate chair, smirked. "Well, if we're going to give her a name, it should be something that fits our family." "She's just a little girl," Senor interjected, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. "She needs a name that gives her a sense of belonging." The crew fell silent, contemplating. Each suggestion was weighed with surprising care. Names were tossed around, some fierce, some gentle, and some downright ridiculous. "How about Lydia?" Reiju suggested, her eyes bright with excitement. "It's a beautiful name, and it means life. She survived something horrible, it's fitting." Just then, the transponder snail that had been set aside on the table began ringing, "Peri peri peri, peri peri peri." The ship fell silent as the crew's attention turned to Doflamingo, whose mood instantly changed. He had been expecting this call for some time now, and today, finally, the transponder snail he had taken from Marcus rang. With a quick command from Senor, everyone cleared the deck, leaving only Doflamingo to pick up the call. Silence ensued, as neither party on either side was willing to break it first. After a minute of standoff, the elder on the other side broke the silence. "Doflamingo. Foo. I wondered why the esteemed elders of the world government hadn't called me yet. I was beginning to think you had forgotten about the incident, and I was considering raising one of your affiliated countries to send a clear message." Doflamingo chuckled, relishing the frustration that he could sense from the grim expression on the transponder snail. "Doflamingo, we are not here to exchange pleasantries or provoke you further. Your recent activities have disrupted the balance we have carefully maintained. We acknowledge your growing strength, so let me cut to the chase. Instead of fighting this meaningless battle, we would like to make a proposal." The elder's voice echoed with a tone of reluctant diplomacy. "Oh, a proposal, you say? After planning to kill me multiple times, you still think there's something that would interest me in negotiating with you? I'm intrigued now. I'm listening. What do you have to offer, and what do you expect in return?" Doflamingo responded in a mocking tone, sarcastically trying to rile up the elders. He wanted to know their exact plans, and to do so, he needed to provoke them. But contrary to his expectations, the elders did not fall for the trick and continued speaking. "We would like your family to cease all hostilities with the world government and join our fold. In return, we will reinstate yours and your little brother's status as celestial dragons," the elder's voice echoed with authority. However, Doflamingo's laugh bellowed through the transponder snail. "Do you think I need the approval of some undead freaks to tell me who I am? The world may not know your secrets, but I do. So unless you have something better to offer, don't waste my time," he chuckled darkly. This time, there was a reaction. The pressure emitted by the elders was palpable even through the transponder snail, making Doflamingo narrow his eyes as he leaned forward. "Tell me, elders, is your secret only worth that much?" he sneered. "Doflamingo, like it or not, you have the blood of the celestial dragons flowing through your veins. We are born to rule this world, and now we are offering you a way to rule it alongside us." The elder calmed down and spoke again, his tone calculated. "Tell me, Doflamingo, would you like to be immortal, someone who can live forever and rule over this world for eternity?" The entire atmosphere froze as Doflamingo's eyes dangerously narrowed at the mention of immortality. "All you have to do is come back to our fold and embrace your true identity as a celestial dragon. You will have everything you have ever desired and more. Even living forever is something within your grasp." The words of the elders were like silk, smooth, and enticing. Doflamingo's breath was ragged. Immortality, that was something anyone in this world would vie for, and he, a man with ambitions to rule the world, was no exception. "So, what do you really want? I know bringing me back is not what you are truly after, especially if you are willing to pay such a price." Doflamingo's interest was evident. This made the elders think they had him in their grasp. All they had to do was sweeten the deal. "Doflamingo, your power, influence, and knowledge make you an invaluable ally. We need someone with your capabilities to maintain the order of this world. We have seen the chaos that can ensue when the balance is tipped. Join us, and not only will you rule as a celestial dragon, but you will also have a hand in shaping the very fabric of our reality. Your ambitions align with our goals: control, dominance, and eternal rule. We can help you achieve this." The elder's voice was firm and persuasive. Doflamingo paused, his mind racing. The offer was tempting, incredibly so. But he knew there had to be more. The elders were desperate, and desperation meant leverage. "And what of my family? My crew? What guarantees do I have that they will be treated with the same respect and power you are offering me?" Doflamingo asked, testing the waters. "Your family will be elevated to positions of power, just as you will be. They will be integral to the new order we will create. Your strength will be our strength, and your enemies will be ours to crush. You will have our full support in every endeavor," the elder assured him. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with a mixture of ambition and caution. The offer was almost too good to be true, and he knew there had to be a catch. But the prospect of immortality and ultimate power was too enticing to dismiss outright. The elder's smile could almost be heard through the transponder snail. "If you accept this offer, you will truly become one of us. We promise to groom you for the position of elder. You understand what our position means, right? I know all this is a lot to think about, so we will give you some time to consider." The call abruptly disconnected. Doflamingo's breath had been ragged, and it seemed he was almost tempted to accept the elder's proposal. However, the moment the call was disconnected, his demeanor changed, turning cold and calculating. A powerful wave of conqueror's hockey burst out in tides, swaying the entire ship dangerously. Finally, he understood what these bastards wanted. Not once throughout the conversation did the elders mention his little brother, Rosinante. This omission revealed their ultimate goal: they were desperate to bring Rosinante back. Immortality was indeed interesting, and he needed it. But would he have to beg these bastards and grovel at Emu's feet to gain that power? No. If he wanted something, he would take it on his own terms. Besides, his little brother had already hinted at the means to gain immortality. Doflamingo crushed the transponder snail in his hand, reducing it to dust. Now that he knew the elder's main goal, there was no need to entertain their conversations any longer. He needed to inform Rosinante. The elder's desperation to offer eternal life and a status as an elder meant that Rosinante was someone they couldn't afford to lose. Doflamingo stood up, his eyes gleaming with a cold, calculated fury. His mind raced with plans and counterplans. The elders thought they could manipulate him with promises of power and immortality, but they underestimated his cunning. Everything he had showcased to the elders was a facade, a performance to extract information. Now, with the truth laid bare, he would use it to his advantage. He walked out onto the deck, where his crew had gathered, sensing the shift in his mood. They looked at him expectantly, awaiting his command. "Prepare the ship. We move out immediately to our next destination because we are running short on time. I need to speak with my little brother in the meantime," Doflamingo commanded, and the crew sprang into action. As the ship bustled with activity, Doflamingo retreated to his quarters, his mind still racing. The elders had revealed their hand, and now it was his turn to play. He would protect his little brother and secure their power, not through submission, but through dominance. The elders would regret ever thinking they could control the Donquxote family. A predatory smile spread across Doflamingo's face as he thought of the chaos he would unleash. His cunning mind had already begun to weave a web of plans and contingencies. The game had just begun, and Doflamingo intended to win. Chapter 195, Clang, Clang, Clang. Blades clashed at blinding speeds, making it impossible for the children to keep track of the duel happening between the two warriors. Kushiro and Miyamoto were going at each other with skill and finesse, but an experienced eye could clearly tell that Miyamoto held the advantage, putting his opponent on the back foot. They were showcasing their skills with swords so the children could watch up close. The only one who could keep track of the movements was Leo Lucci, who had mastered the basics of armament hockey and observation hockey. Within the workshop, however, a different clash of metal resounded. In the month I had been here, Kozaburo had me working in the smithy, making me understand the true depth of swordsmithing. The more I learned, the deeper I felt my connection grow with Akatsuki and Shusui. Good, good, this is good. Kozaburo examined the way the piece of metal was tempered. It seemed like I had finally reached the man's standard for folding metals after a month of non-stop training. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Maybe now, with my understanding of properly beating metal, he would help me reforge Kitetsu. He had already offered to provide the best materials to help reforge the blade. If you can maintain this standard throughout the forging process, then I can guarantee we can forge a skillful grade Mito. Kozaburo seemed much more interested in reforging the blade than I was, but you had to say, the old man was putting his all into it. Today is as good a day as any. It's going to be a full moon. Let's forge the blade when the moon is at its peak. I have the perfect material in mind, Kozaburo declared. Just a skillful grade? I thought you should at least be able to create a great grade blade. You created Inma and Wado Ikimonji, after all. I'm sure if you put your mind to it, you could forge another one. Remember, this blade will most likely be handed down to your own granddaughter, I chuckled, trying to pressure the old man into pushing beyond his limits. I had a card up my sleeve that I intended to use during the real forging process, my ability to use the voice of all things. Kozaburo chuckled, taking a deep drag from his pipe. Kid, do you think forging a great grade blade is so easy? Throughout my whole life, I have been able to forge only 2 great grade blades. Well, in that case, you should at least aim for a supreme grade blade, don't you think? That way, your name will be etched in history forever, I commented, wanting to gauge if he could truly achieve something of that standard. Kozaburo looked at me as if I were a fool. Really, kid? Do you know why the world only has 12 supreme grade blades? It's because each and every supreme grade blade is forged from material that doesn't belong to this world. They are all forged from rare meteorite fragments that various bladesmiths have found throughout the course of millennia, Kozaburo explained, and my eyes glinted in surprise. So, Kozaburo-san, you mean to say that if you had such material, you would be able to forge a supreme grade blade? I asked, intrigued. Since I had the idea of finding myself a suitable blade, I hadn't been idle. In case I wasn't able to find a suitable blade, as a backup, I had collected various rare resources to forge a new blade. Kozaburo looked at his right arm, now slightly trembling with age and overuse, and also saw that the curse of Akatsuki had taken its toll. Maybe before this, I might have had a chance. But throughout my life, I have never come across such material, so we will never know. His words hung in the air, but I couldn't let them dampen my resolve. Well, Kozaburo-san, it just so happens that I have something you might find interesting, I said before scattering into lightning. Kozaburo raised his brows, not understanding what I meant. After a few seconds, I returned to the workshop in a flash, carrying a large wooden chest and placing it carefully in front of the old man. With intrigue, the old man opened the chest, and his blood froze, seeing the contents within. The fragment of ice-like metal shimmered with an otherworldly glow. This was definitely not something that belonged to this world, and its size was sufficient to forge a full-length katana easily. Kozaburo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you get this?" he asked, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. "I've been collecting rare resources ever since I started my journey. I found this fragment on a distant island, hidden away in a cave. I had hoped to one day use it to forge a truly remarkable blade," I explained. Kozaburo took the fragment, examining it closely. It was exceptionally heavy, and he could feel the chills spreading to his fingers. His eyes sparkled with a rekindled fire of determination. "With this, yes, with this, I can forge a blade worthy of legend. But it will take everything I have left. Tell me, kid, what else are you hiding?" "I originally intended to forge a blade with the seastone essence, the heart of a seastone mine, but with this, it can only act as an auxiliary material. I will need more materials to supplement to create a true masterpiece. Go bring everything you have. Didn't you just tell me you had many resources collected?" Kozaburo roared, the old man becoming a truly different beast altogether. Something within him seemed unshackled. I could feel it with the voice of all things. His vitality seemed to burn brighter and brighter with each passing second. "What are you daydreaming about, you little brat? Go fetch it all and call both my son and Miyamoto. We will need more hands if I truly want to forge a legend." His eyes were now filled with life, as if he finally had a chance at fulfilling his long-cherished dream. Soon, within the small workshop, lay close to a dozen wooden chests, each containing a rare resource that was collected throughout my journey. Kozaburo was like a kid in a candy store. Even Kushiro had no idea what had gotten into his father, but it seemed like Miyamoto understood. He could feel that Kozaburo-san had found his calling and immediately set to work, helping make the preparations. Move, kid, we can't waste a moment. We need everything to be perfect. With this, I have to rework all my preparations," he said as he carefully started selecting the materials he intended to use for the forging. "Sigh, I understand, Kozaburo-san. But first, I must say my farewell to Kitetsu. I know there are certain rituals to say farewell to one's blade. I am not aware of them. Can you please teach me so that I can properly say my farewell to Kitetsu?" My gaze inadvertently went to Kitetsu, which lay sheathed on the table. The blade had served me well, too well. It had saved my life many times without breaking. Even till the end, it never shattered and kept its form. Kozaburo, who was fully immersed in his new blade idea, paused and turned to me with surprise. Then, a bright smile bloomed on his face. So you, kid, want to perform the ritual? I never thought a pirate like you would follow proper etiquette, but I am happy that you decided to give the blade the respect and recognition it deserves." "Fine! I will make the arrangements. Freshen up and get back. We need to be ready to forge the blade when the moon is at its peak." Kozaburo spoke and started barking orders to the other two to make the preparations for the sword ritual. Since I started swordsmithing, I could tell that Kitetsu had truly formed a sword spirit. I could feel it clearly now, and I was conflicted about whether I should truly reforge such a blade. But the blade itself didn't want its journey to end here, so I had finally relented. I walked to the small room adjacent to the smithy to wash up. The cool water felt refreshing against my heated skin, and I took a moment to center myself. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that comes before a significant event. Tonight, under the full moon, I would reforge Kitetsu, a blade that had been my steadfast companion through countless battles. Returning to the workshop, I found Kozaburo and the others arranging various items on a small altar he had set up. Incense sticks, candles, and a bowl of water were meticulously placed. The atmosphere was solemn, almost reverent. Kozaburo looked up as I entered. "The ritual is simple but profound. Light the incense and candles, then place Kitetsu on the altar. Speak to the blade, recount your journey together, and express your gratitude for its service. Finally, immerse the blade in the bowl of water, symbolizing its transition." Nodding, I approached the altar. I lit the incense and candles, their scents mingling in the air, creating an aura of tranquility. Gently, I placed Kitetsu on the altar, the blade gleaming under the candlelight. Taking a deep breath, I began. Kitetsu, you have been more than a weapon to me. You have been a companion, a protector. Through countless battles, you have never faltered. For your unwavering service, I am deeply grateful. Today, I bid you farewell, not as an end, but as a new beginning. I lifted the blade and slowly immersed it in the bowl of water. The water rippled, reflecting the flickering candle flames. A sense of peace washed over me, as if Kitetsu's spirit acknowledged the ritual and accepted its fate. Kozaburo watched silently, a faint smile of approval on his face. Well done. Now, let's go ahead and forge a blade that's worthy of the legends. Soon, the area surrounding the workshop and the cliff were locked to anyone but the four, and everyone else was forbidden to approach the cliff. A few dozen miles away from the island, a small ship made its way toward Shimotsuki village. The ship flew the Jolly Roger of the Red Hair Pirates. Over the past week, they have been hosting Dracula Mihawk. Initially, Mihawk had only wanted them to drop him off in East Blue, but Shanks, thinking that he needed more sparring sessions with Mihawk, had agreed to drop him off directly on the island where Shimotsuki village was located. Say, Mihawk, do you want to join our crew? Shanks asked for the 100th time. During the time since they had left North Blue, both Shanks and Mihawk had clashed multiple times, and each time there was no absolute victor. Shanks was surprised that Mihawk also had Haushiko Haki, so he was very keen on having him join the crew. Tell me, what's so great about being a Shichibukai? Don't you think being a pirate is much more fun? Shanks spoke as he took a chug from his tankard. Even Beckman was very interested in having Mihawk join their crew. If someone who could clash head-on with their captain joined their crew, it would significantly power them up. Akagami, how many times do I have to tell you I'm happy where I am? And if you haven't forgotten, you are a Shichibukai too now, Mihawk smirked. Recently, the newspapers started announcing the new Shichibukai that had joined the ranks, an unknown pirate from West Blue, red-haired Shanks. Even Shanks and his crew had no idea how this came about because they never knew about their captain accepting such a position. And even if I were to join a crew, I'd already have a crew in mind, so you are out of luck, Mihawk said with a smile while taking a sip from his own drink. You have a crew in mind? Tell me whose crew that is. I'll beat them up and show you that I am stronger than your crew's captain, Shanks flexed while waving his cutlass around. Sure, you can give it a try. I am actually going to meet him after all, and you must be familiar with him too. I have heard him mention your and Buggy's names a couple of times, Mihawk commented. Buggy, who was dancing on the side, had his ears twitch at the mention of his name. Even Shanks, who had just mentioned it casually, wanted to know who could have attracted such a powerhouse like Mihawk to their side. However, Mihawk had no interest in sharing the name and continued sipping his drink casually, despite Buggy now pestering him to reveal the name. Shanks started thinking about who it might be, and then it clicked. During the Logtown incident, Mihawk was seen with Ross, and all of them escaped on the same boat. There was a high chance that the person he spoke of was Rosinante. Just recently, Rosinante's elder brother had deprived Shanks of a mythical devil fruit, so it was a good time to try and get some benefits out of Ross in exchange. Shanks's eyes sparkled with mischief. All right, Mihawk, I'll back off for now. But you owe me a duel next time we meet, he said, raising his tankard in a mock toast. Mihawk merely smirked, his golden eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, I thought we were having another spar after we reached the island. Have you changed your mind? He asked, intrigued, because they had agreed to clash one final time before parting ways. Shanks grinned, his eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and determination. Oh, I just think it would be better to change things up. I want to see if I have caught up with him. The last time around, the gap between us was too vast. I want to see for myself if he is really the monster people make him out to be. Shanks' eyes narrowed, his anticipation growing as he thought about the upcoming confrontation with Rosinante. The ship sailed smoothly through the azure waters, the rhythmic sound of the waves against the hull adding a sense of calm before the storm. Shanks took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts of the impending battle. He had heard tales of Rosinante's incredible strength and skill, and he was eager to see if he had closed the gap between them. Mihawk watched Shanks with a knowing smile. "You are always one to seek out the strongest opponents, just like me. It's one of the things I respect about you," he said, taking another sip of his drink. "But remember, he is not just strong, he is cunning and unpredictable. Don't underestimate him. He may not even be in the same league as us." Shanks nodded, his grin widening. "I wouldn't have it any other way. The thrill of the fight, the challenge of facing someone who might be stronger than me, that's what makes being a pirate worth it." Buggy, who had been pestering Mihawk, couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. "Hey, Mihawk. Just who is this guy you're talking about? And how does he know me and Shanks?" Mihawk glanced at Buggy, his expression unreadable. "You'll see soon enough, Buggy. Just be prepared for a surprise. Your captain here is soon going to experience a life lesson." Chapter 196, Boom. The sound resonated through the night as Kozaburo and Miyamoto combined their strength to hold the piece of burning metal in place. I slammed the hammer, coated in armament hockey, down onto the molten piece of metal. The metal comprised the now molten Sandai Kitetsu, an ice-like meteorite fragment, and a few auxiliary elements, including sea stone essence. Each strike sent shockwaves powerful enough to shake the very cliff on which we stood. The loss of my blade affected me more than I had anticipated, and I channeled my voice of all things without holding back. Following the old man's instructions and my instincts, I was in perfect harmony with the blade we were forging. It had been nearly half a day since we started, and the night sky was clear, the full moon shining brightly. The tempering of the blade continued for another hour or two. Finally, as the final blade began to take shape, Kozaburo roared at his son while extending his sword arm over the blazing flames, which were fueled by a material far more potent than coal. The embryo of the blade shimmered within the hot flames as Kozaburo yelled again at his son, who stood transfixed, holding a blade. But father, is this necessary? I am sure your granddaughter wouldn't mind a regular blade. Why would you cripple yourself?" Kushiro roared back in frustration. He thought this was madness. According to Kozaburo, each of the 12 supreme grade blades and many of the 21 great grade blades were forged with sacrifices of some kind. This forging had already used the blood of a massive sea king, but the old man felt that it did not show enough resolve. He was offering something to the blade that he considered even more valuable than his own life, his swordsmanship and the ability to smith weapons. Kushiro was being ordered to sever his father's arm. I did not know if what the old man said was true or not, but I could tell that Kozaburo was determined. If Kushiro did not do it, he would self-mutilate. Miyamoto finally stepped up, placing a comforting hand on Kushiro's shoulder while prying the blade from his hand. He then turned and bowed deeply to the man, willing to give everything for the birth of a new weapon. Before Kushiro could react and protest, Miyamoto swung his blade, severing the old man's sword arm. It fell into the blue flames alongside the sword embryo. Blood sizzled, but Kozaburo did not show an ounce of discomfort. His concentration was entirely on the forging process. Despite being occupied with the forging, I used my lightning to quickly cauterize the old man's stump, ensuring the blood loss wouldn't impede him from completing his masterpiece. I wanted to make sure the old man did not miss the birth of his own creation. A few miles out from the island, Mihawk and Shanks stood at the bow of their ship, their faces filled with shock as they witnessed the phenomenon materializing over the island. Even the sea seemed to freeze due to the aura being released from whatever was causing this phenomenon. The ethereal silhouette of a maiden in white danced over the entire island, attracting the attention of everyone on Shanks' crew. Buggy couldn't help but gulp and question, "Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?" There was no way they would miss such an unexplained phenomenon. Mihawk, who owned a supreme grade blade himself, could feel it in his very bones. "It's the birth of a supreme," he whispered as Yoru vibrated dangerously, as if welcoming a new brethren into the world. The forging process reached its climax as Kozaburo's determination and sacrifice infused the blade with an unprecedented aura. The blade glowed with a brilliance that rivaled the moonlight. The ethereal maiden's dance intensified, and her movements synchronized with the rhythm of the hammer strikes. The entire island seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. As the final hammer strike landed, the blade erupted in a burst of light. The ethereal maiden's silhouette merged with the blade, and a shockwave of power rippled through the island, reaching far into the sea. The energy was palpable, a testament to the birth of a supreme-grade blade. The night sky lit up with an otherworldly glow, the blade's aura piercing through the heavens. The maiden's image lingered for a moment before fading into the blade, which now rested in the forge, complete and perfect. The blade shimmered with an ethereal light, its presence commanding respect and awe. Kozaburo, despite his sacrifice, stood tall, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. "This is it," he whispered, his voice filled with reverence. The 13th Supreme Grade Blade. As the island slowly returned to normal, the realization of what had transpired settled in. The birth of a Supreme Grade Blade was a rare and momentous event, and everyone present knew they had witnessed something extraordinary. The blade, a testament to Kozaburo's skill, sacrifice, and determination, would go down in history as one of the greatest weapons ever forged. Ha ha ha! The old man bellowed in madness and victory. How long? How long had he chased the opportunity to forge a blade like this? He had finally done it, achieving his long-cherished dream. Tears of bliss flowed down his face as he lovingly caressed the white-hot blade, treating it like a cherished daughter. Miraculously, the blade did not burn him. Composing himself with a deep breath, he observed the scene. The entire smithy had frozen over, and even the flames created by the strange substance had crystallized into ice. "You should name it, Kozaburo-san," I suggested from the side, truly happy to have been part of such a monumental event in history. This was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. How many could boast of witnessing the birth of a supreme-grade blade and participating in its forging? Kozaburo, however, turned to me and bowed deeply, despite our difference in age. "Thank you. Thank you, Roscoe. I once held bitterness because you subdued Akatsuki, a blade passed down through our line for generations. Despite knowing this, you helped me achieve my dream." "I thank you wholeheartedly," the old man said humbly. I waved it off, as my observation hockey had already picked up the newcomers approaching the island, and I couldn't help but smirk. Turning my attention back to the blade, I marveled at its beauty. The blade itself was a masterpiece. It gleamed with an ethereal light, the metal resembling pure, untouched snow. The blade was slender and elegant, with intricate patterns of frost etched into its surface. The attachments, which had been set aside, complemented the blade perfectly. They were adorned with delicate snowflake motifs and shimmering white ribbons. "Sodi no Shirayuki." "Yes, that will be her name," the old man said in reverence. He immediately set to work on combining the complete sword, now that the blade had been successfully formed. Kozaburo carefully attached the hilt, guard, and pommel, each piece meticulously prepared beforehand. The hilt was wrapped in pristine white silk, matching the blade's snowy appearance. The guard was an intricate design of interlocking snowflakes, delicate yet sturdy. As he secured the ribbon, a long, flowing strip of white fabric that extended from the hilt, it fluttered like a wisp of frost in the air. With each component in place, the final blade was a sight to behold. Sodi no Shirayuki radiated an aura of both beauty and deadly precision. The white ribbon, now securely fastened, trailed gracefully, enhancing the blade's ethereal quality. The sword was a perfect blend of artistry and power, a testament to Kozaburo's unmatched skill and dedication. Kozaburo held the completed blade aloft, its gleam reflecting the moonlight streaming through the smithy. "Behold, Sodi no Shirayuki," he declared, his voice filled with pride and reverence. Even Kushiro, who was not yet convinced of his father's actions, could not bring himself to reprimand his father for his rashness because, as a swordsman himself, he knew what the birth of a supreme-grade blade meant. While Kozaburo meticulously admired every inch of the weapon, Kushiro started tending to his father's severed arm. Though it had been cauterized, he wanted to ensure it did not cause more harm. Meanwhile, on the ship, Shank's eyes were filled with a glint. "Mihawk, Are you absolutely sure that it's a supreme-grade blade? He couldn't help but ask. His usual nonchalance was lost, and his face was filled with seriousness. Shanks was determined to reach the top of the world, and he knew he couldn't settle for a subpar blade. Even his former captain carried a supreme-grade blade as he conquered the sea, so he wanted one of his own. The current blade he carried was the one that they had recently acquired from the auction. Mihawk, however, warned him immediately, seeing through Shanks' thoughts. "Shanks, we may not have known each other for long, but you hosted me with respect despite our differences. So, a word of advice, do not act rashly. For all we know, it might be Ross' blade. If you covet his things, I can guarantee it would not end well for you and your crew. And if you truly plan to challenge him for the blade, I would have to intervene on Ross' behalf," he added, dousing cold water on Shanks' ambitions. Shanks sighed, his eagerness tempered by Mihawk's words. He knew Mihawk was right. Ross was not someone to be trifled with, and challenging him for the blade could lead to dire consequences. But the allure of a supreme-grade blade was hard to resist. "Oi! Shanks, you bastard! Were you guys talking about Ross all this time?" Buggy interjected, his voice laced with frustration. The mention of Ross brought back a flood of unpleasant memories for him. The countless times he had been pummeled by Ross in what he could only describe as one-sided sparring sessions. Even their captain had tried and failed to recruit Ross multiple times. "Are you mad? That guy just beats us every time we meet him," Buggy continued animatedly, his face contorted with a mix of irritation and grudging respect. "Calm down, Buggy. We've grown stronger," Shanks replied jovially, though there was a twinkle of determination in his eyes. "Who knows? Maybe we've already caught up with him. It has been years since we last clashed with him." Mihawk, standing to the side, couldn't help but snort. "Catch up with Ross," he muttered under his breath. Shanks had grand dreams, and while he was indeed a formidable pirate with the potential to stand at the very apex of the world, Ross was an anomaly, a force of nature unlike anything they had faced. Mihawk decided it was better for Shanks to learn this the hard way, just as he had years ago. Back at the forge, Kozaburo continued to admire Sodi no Shirayuki. The blade shimmered with an ethereal glow, its pristine white surface almost too pure to be real. The intricate patterns of frost and snowflakes etched into the blade seemed to dance in the moonlight. Kozaburo's tears of joy continued to flow as he held the blade aloft. Kushiro, having finished tending to his father's arm, couldn't help but be awed by the blade. Despite his earlier reluctance, at the end of the day, this blade was forged for his own daughter. "Father, you've done something truly remarkable. This blade, it's a masterpiece." As the night wore on, unknown to most of its inhabitants, the small village of Shimatsuki was transformed into a place of legend. The birth of a supreme-grade blade was an event that would be spoken of for generations. The old man's sacrifice and determination had paid off, and the world had gained a new, unparalleled weapon. "Quick, we need to find out exactly where the blade is. If possible, get the blade and run far away from here as soon as possible," Shanks said with a chuckle, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he leaped onto the shore. Mihawk shook his head, knowing that the new supreme-grade blade had something to do with Ross. Even if Ross wasn't directly involved, Mihawk had already planned to acquire the blade and gift it to his friend bound by blood. If it came to it, he was prepared to fight Shanks to the death for it. Well, two Shichibukai gracing such a remote island in the East Blue. "What a coincidence," I commented teasingly as I materialized next to Buggy, pressing his red nose. Except for Shanks and Mihawk, everyone drew their weapons in surprise. Buggy jumped back, rubbing his nose, realizing what had just happened. "You bastard, Ross. What do you think you're doing to my nose?" he roared, glaring at me. "Long time, no see." Shanks greeted enthusiastically, his mood brightening despite the tense atmosphere. He quickly added, "Ross, tell me honestly, was that phenomenon created by the birth of a supreme-grade blade?" His eagerness was palpable, though he already suspected the answer. "Yes," I confirmed, turning my attention to Shanks' crew. And don't even think about claiming it. That blade doesn't belong to you. Your own blade must be waiting for you out there somewhere in the vast ocean. As I spoke, I couldn't help but notice the presence of Shanks' crew. Though they sensed the threat from my arrival, they stood their ground. I was surprised by Buggy's growth. He had unlocked both observation hockey and armament hockey. The potential he now displayed was impressive. I had often wondered if a man of Roger's stature would take a weakling as an apprentice on his ship. Shanks was an undeniable powerhouse, but this version of Buggy seemed to embody the true potential of one of Roger's apprentices. The fate of Buggy has indeed changed since my arrival in this world. Shanks, whose mood was darkened by the refusal, was not ready to give up. As a pirate, he was determined to at least make an attempt. Giving up without trying was not in his nature. Unbeknownst to others, Mihawk was in shock. His eyes were fixed on one of the two long blades strapped to my side, which seemed even superior to his Yoru. Yoru, which had never reacted in such a manner before, was resonating with a deep, almost primal urge to clash. Even the earlier birth of a supreme-grade blade hadn't evoked such a powerful response. For now, Mihawk chose not to question his friend in front of Shanks and his crew. He had decided to stay in the East Blue, as Ross had promised to spar with him to his heart's content. Mihawk intended to continue his journey only after breaking through his current bottleneck. Chapter 197, She is a True Beauty. Mihawk couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes alight with admiration as he gazed upon the newly forged blade. The sword lay within a shrine at the Ishin Dojo, bathed in the soft, flickering light of oil lamps that cast gentle shadows on the walls. The room was heavy with the fragrance of incense, filling the air with a rich, exotic scent that seemed to enhance the blade's ethereal beauty. Beneath Shirayuki, the supreme-grade blade, lay another masterpiece forged by Kozaburo, Wado Ikimonji, one of the 21 great-grade blades. Kozaburo stood nearby, his face beaming with pride as he showcased his greatest creation. Normally, he wouldn't have so casually displayed a supreme-grade blade to outsiders. Such a revelation could spell disaster, especially with his recent injury and loss of half his original strength. Even then, he is currently more willing to share this monumental achievement because of the presence of Rosinante. As long as Ross was present, the blade destined for Kuina would remain safe. Ross and Kozaburo had made arrangements to safeguard Shirayuki until Kuina was ready to wield the blade, making it clear that Ross would protect the blade until then. With Akatsuki and Shusui in his possession, Ross had no immediate need for Shirayuki. Despite becoming one of the greatest weaponsmiths in the world, Kozaburo couldn't help but marvel at the blades carried by the newcomers, especially Mihawk's Yoru. In a world where many might never encounter a single Mido, this small island in the East Blue, a place often considered the weakest of the four seas, is currently home to an unprecedented collection. Within the sword shrine, there were Akatsuki, a blade surpassing supreme grade, 2 supreme grade blades, and a total of 4 out of the 21 great grade blades. This was a historical anomaly, a collection of legendary weapons that might never be seen again. Buggy, unable to contain his curiosity, sidled up to me and whispered, "Hey Ross, how much do you think a supreme-grade blade might cost?" His question was tinged with genuine interest, despite the fact that he wasn't a swordsman and had little interest in perfecting his own blade. I scratched my chin thoughtfully, considering the gravity of his question. "One cannot truly put a price on a supreme-grade blade," I said, my tone contemplative. "But if someone were foolish enough to sell one, even the lowest price would start in the tens of billions." Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Tens of billions? Are you kidding me?" he spluttered. His mind raced back to the time when people had bid like mad for Shanks's blade, thinking they were insane. But now, hearing about the price for a supreme-grade blade, he felt even more overwhelmed. Paying millions for a weapon seemed ludicrous to him, and the figures Ross was talking about seemed to be on a different scale altogether. Shanks, meanwhile, stood mesmerized by Shirayuki. The allure of the supreme-grade blade was undeniable. Even Mihawk, who possessed the legendary Yoru, was intrigued by the new addition. The aura of Shirayuki, with its shimmering blade and intricate design, captured the essence of perfection that every swordsman aspired to grasp. "Shanks, Unable to tear his eyes away from the mesmerizing blade, finally summoned the courage to address Kozaburo. His usual carefree demeanor was replaced by a rare sense of seriousness. He stepped forward, his red hair catching the light, and bowed respectfully to the legendary blacksmith. "Kozaburo-san," Shanks began, his voice steady but filled with genuine admiration, "the blade you have forged is truly extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it in all my travels. I must ask, would you consider entrusting Shirayuki to me?" Kozaburo looked at Shanks, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and contemplation. The request was bold, but not unexpected. He knew that any swordsman who laid eyes on Shirayuki would be captivated by her beauty and power. The old blacksmith sighed, weighing his response carefully. "I apologize, but that is not possible." Kozaburo began, his voice filled with the wisdom of years. "I appreciate your admiration for Shirayuki. However, this blade was forged with a specific purpose and a destined wielder in mind. She is meant for my granddaughter, Kuina. This blade is a symbol of our lineage, our pride, and our future." Shanks nodded, his respect for Kozaburo's decision evident, but he wasn't ready to give up. His gaze inadvertently darted towards the stump where the old man's hand once was, then shifted to Kushiro, who stood behind the old man. With his current strength, he did not doubt his chances against Kushiro. "I understand, Kozaburo-san. But consider this, Shirayuki deserves to see the world, to be wielded by someone who will face the strongest opponents, who will carve her name into the annals of history. I promise to honor her legacy and your craftsmanship." Shanks paused before he continued, but his tone now had an edge of steel. "And looking at your current condition, I do not think you will be able to defend the blade if someone were to forcefully take it away from you. Holding on to such a treasure without enough strength will only spell disaster for you and your family." The room fell silent as everyone waited for Kozaburo's response. The old man closed his eyes, lost in thought, considering the weight of Shanks's words. Though the pirate seemed civil, his words had a hint of an underlying threat. But then, with a smirk, Kozaburo gazed towards me. "In that case, why don't you ask my granddaughter's sensei whether he is willing to let anyone grab his student's blade?" Kozaburo was cunning. In his current state, he knew he was no match for Shanks, and he knew I wouldn't have brought them here if I couldn't keep them in check. My hawk simply couldn't tell whether Shanks was being stupid or brave, but either way, he was going to end up getting a good beating from his friend. If he kept insisting on crossing the line, he might well regret his decision to covet this supreme-grade blade. Shanks turned to me with a wide smile plastered on his face. "Ross, you know your brother stole a mythical Zoan devil fruit from me, so don't you think it is only right for me to take this blade in exchange?" he added, trying to test the waters. "It's simple, Shanks. This world is governed by the strong. You should know this better than most here. So if you think you can best me, I can consider it," I replied with an evil smirk. "And from what I heard from my brother, it was you who stole the fruit from him after he rightfully acquired it in the auction. I will have you repay it," I chuckled, sending creeps down Buggy's back. But Shanks already had the idea to challenge me, and the supreme-grade blade was an added incentive. "I am not the old Shanks, Ross, so I hope you are ready," he added, his mood now calm, set for the upcoming clash. Shanks looked at the rest of his crew and nodded. Without a word, he stepped out, ready to face me head-on. Maybe Shanks had forgotten that though he had been growing rapidly, I hadn't slacked for a day, and my growth was far more than what he had achieved. Buggy, though worried, stood by Shanks's side, and soon enough, we found ourselves on a large, uninhabited island a few dozen miles away from the island of Shimatsuki village. Shanks's entire crew had followed him, and with me were my hawk and Lucci, who wanted to witness fights that were at the admiral level. From my initial estimate using the voice of all things, I was sure Shanks had already breached the early admiral level power. Kozaburo was confident in my victory, so he hadn't followed me. Kushiro and Miyamoto stayed back in the Ishin dojo just in case, because there was a chance that others might have experienced the phenomenon over the island and might be attracted to it. Even though we were dozens of miles away, Shimatsuki village was still within my range of observation hockey. The night sky was clear, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the island. The atmosphere was tense as the crews watched the confrontation unfold. Shanks stood across from me, his red hair flowing in the wind and his eyes filled with determination. I could see the fire in his spirit, the same fire that had driven him to become one of the most feared pirates on the seas. "Let's get this over with, Shanks," I said, drawing Shusway from its scabbard. The blade gleamed ominously in the moonlight, its presence demanding respect. Shanks was still not ready to face my other blade, Akatsuki. Though I had subdued it, the blade was moody, and I had yet to become familiar with it, so if I used it against Shanks, there was a real chance he might end up dying here. Shanks had a large part to play in my future plans, so I was just planning to beat him to a pulp today. Shanks grinned, unsheathing his saber. "I hope you're ready, Ross. This won't be like our previous clashes." But he also noticed that I hadn't unsheathed the second blade strapped to my side but chose not to question. The island seemed to hold its breath as we faced each other, the tension was palpable. With a burst of speed, Shanks lunged at me, his saber aimed at my heart. I parried effortlessly, the clash of our blades sending sparks flying. The ground beneath us trembled with the force of our blows, the sheer power of our clash causing the air to vibrate. Shanks's movements were swift and precise, and his attacks were relentless. But I met each strike with ease, countering with my own powerful blows. The island around us bore the brunt of our battle, with trees splintering and rocks shattering under the force of our attacks. Shanks stood confident in his strength, especially his haki. After his defeat at the hands of his sister, he had trained relentlessly, honing his skills to new heights. His observation haki had advanced to the point where he could see brief glimpses of the future. As he prepared to rely on this future sight, it faltered. A sudden, sharp pain exploded across his face. The flat of my blade hit him with a sickening crunch, sending him crashing through the trees. Fortunately, his armament haki had protected him, without it, his jaw would have shattered. I flickered behind Shanks, bringing down Shusway at blinding speed. Shanks steadied himself and brought his blade up in defense. Clang! The clash of two great-grade blades sent a powerful shockwave through the air, sinking the ground beneath us and creating a deep crater. Shanks's arm trembled under the massive weight of the attack. It was heavy, so heavy that his hands shook and his bones groaned, threatening to splinter. He gritted his teeth and channeled more armament haki to counter the blow. I moved around Shanks with fluid precision, swinging Shusway at him with the flat edge whenever I sensed he was struggling to keep up with my attacks. Though the flat edge wouldn't harm him, it delivered a painful lesson each time it landed. Shanks deserved praise for his resilience. Despite his disadvantage, he did not doubt himself and clashed with me with all the ferocity he could muster. This unyielding determination was the foundation of one's conqueror's haki. The moment you doubt yourself, you are no longer fit to be a king. Only an unwavering will can nurture conqueror's haki to unprecedented levels. And from the way I was growing, my conqueror's haki in the future would make Shanks's haki in the canon seem insignificant. Shanks lunged forward, his saber gleaming with armament haki, aiming for a decisive strike. I met his attack head-on, Shusway clashing against his saber. The force of our collision sent another shockwave rippling through the island, uprooting trees and scattering debris. Shanks's eyes were focused, his determination unwavering, but I could see the strain in his movements. "You're strong, Shanks, but you still have much to learn," I said, my voice steady and calm. With a swift movement, I sidestepped his next attack and brought Shusway down in a powerful arc. Shanks barely managed to deflect it, the impact sending him skidding back. He steadied himself and launched another barrage of strikes, each one more desperate than the last. I parried each blow with ease, my movements precise and controlled. Shanks gritted his teeth, frustration evident in his eyes. He knew he was outmatched, but he refused to back down. He channeled his conqueror's haki, the air around us crackling with its intensity. I responded in kind, my own haki clashing against his, creating a palpable pressure that weighed down on everything around us. In response, I unleashed my own conqueror's haki, which crashed back against Shanks' haki with overwhelming force. He was pushed back as red lightning clashed with black and gold lightning, the sheer intensity of the exchange causing the very air around us to crackle. Shanks had not expected the difference in our strength to be so vast. He channeled his haki once more, imbuing his saber with armament haki, and swung with all his might. Divine departure, he shouted as a massive red slash flew at me. I met his attack head-on, imbuing Shusui with my own haki, and sent a flying slash to counter. The two attacks collided, and for a few tense moments, they seemed evenly matched before dispersing, sending shockwaves of devastation in all directions. TCH, Shanks! Aren't you ashamed to name that attack after your captains? I taunted, my voice dripping with scorn. Let me show you what a real divine departure looks like. It may not yet be on Roger's scale, but I'll get there eventually. My Conqueror's haki flared again, and my blade was now coated with both armament and Conqueror's haki. After learning Conqueror's haki infusion from Garp, my attacks had reached an unprecedented level. If I were to go all out, I was confident in harming even a low-level Yonko with my current strength. Shanks had just breached the low admiral level, so there was a disparity of a whole tier between us. The chasm at this level was so immense that it would take Shanks at least a decade to reach where I am now. Even at his best, it would take him more than 5 years. But I already had a vision of where I should be 5 years from now. After all, I had promised Garp that I would challenge him in 5 years. The entire world seemed to respond to my call as I channeled my haki into the attack. Buggy and Shanks froze as they recognized the true resemblance to their captain's attack. Black and gold lightning tore through the skies as I channeled more and more haki into Roger's signature move. I had perfected this form over the years, and bursts of energy rippled out from me as the epicenter. Shanks immediately created distance, channeling his own haki to counter the impending attack. My hawk and Lucci watched in awe as the ground beneath me splintered due to the sheer pressure of my concentrated haki. The entire world seemed to still, and I became one with its flow. Divine departure! I roared, launching a blinding light of a sword slash at Shanks. Despite the overwhelming force of the attack, Shanks stood defiantly, determined to defend against it. I foresaw the outcome and did not worry about Shanks' safety. There was no way he could defend against this attack with his current strength, but he was adamant. He roared in defiance as the slash bore down on him. At the last moment, Buggy rushed out and tackled Shanks away from the trajectory of the attack. Shanks' crew sighed in relief, not understanding why their usually calm captain was acting so recklessly today. Even they wondered how such a monster could exist. They were already in awe of Shanks' strength and growth, but there was someone who could subdue their captain so easily and was about the same age. They now understood that the seas were truly fascinating. As the dust settled, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The entire island had been cleaved in two by my attack. The sheer force and power of the divine departure had left a monumental scar on the land, a testament to the difference in our strength. Chapter 198, Near Dressrosa Sea, New World. More than 1,000 miles away from Dressrosa, a formidable fleet of nearly 10 ships was making its way toward the island. Leading the formation was Big Mom's flagship, the Queen Mama Chanter, a colossal ship that resembled a massive, floating pastry, complete with towering masts shaped like ornate candles and adorned with colorful, swirling frosting designs. The ship's figurehead, a giant caricature of Big Mom herself, loomed over the prow, its eyes gleaming with a menacing light. This imposing vessel spearheaded the fleet like a wedge, cutting through the waves with an air of inevitable conquest. The Big Mom pirates were on a singular mission, to bring the Donquxote brothers to heel. Since they had entered Donquxote territory, Charlotte Linlin had already sunk 3 ships they had come across. The rest of the crew believed this was due to the Donquxote pirates' fear of Big Mom, but Katakuri felt differently. There was no way the brothers would give up so easily. I will make sure to personally cripple that Donquxote bastard. Oven commented, his voice full of venom. He vividly remembered the day Doflamingo had maimed him. With Mama personally leading the assault, there was no way the Donquxote brothers would survive. They had only 2 options, submit or perish. Suddenly, out of nowhere, both Big Mom and Katakuri moved to the bow of the ship. Napoleon! Big Mom roared, as her hat transformed into a massive sword. Within a split second, she channeled a powerful burst of armament hockey and slashed out, Mama Raid. A massive slash intercepted more than a dozen projectiles aimed at the ships. Katakuri, however, managed to deflect only 2 of the projectiles. Boom! 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 One after another, 3 ships from Big Mom's fleet burst into flames as the lightning-fast projectiles that Big Mom and Katakuri had failed to intercept made contact. Because the ships were spread out, even Big Mom's massive attack could only cover part of her fleet. Thousands of miles away, within the Dressrosa Palace, a little girl monitored a crystal ball. In front of her was a table with more than a dozen transponder snails, each connected to the operators of the individual rail guns placed around Dressrosa. "TCH, I just got 3, little Shirley murmured. She immediately relayed her commands: reload the weapon with a new energy cell. Charge the weapons for the next shot, she commanded calmly. There was a reason why the vast sea area around Dressrosa was practically a death zone for ships that entered without permission. It was because of this little girl, who controlled close to 24 railguns. She was a goddess of destruction as long as she was within Dressrosa. Charge the main cannon. Let's see if the Big Mom pirates still have the audacity to come into our territory so brazenly," she added. The moment Shirley relayed her commands, the highest part of Dressrosa on King Plateau hummed ominously. A massive weapon, standing like a sentinel over the island, began to power up. All the railguns around Dressrosa were secured behind tight security, and this one, being the most powerful among them, was accessible only to those Doflamingo absolutely trusted. Gladius and Smoker were seated behind the controls. Unlike the other guns, which used a single energy cell per shot, this massive behemoth consumed 24 power cells for a single shot. As the weapon readied, Gladius and Smoker smiled with anticipation. This would be the first time this bad boy was fired, and they were the first ones going to do it. If Isho-san were around, he wouldn't have let them, but he had gone ahead to confront Big Mom on the open seas. They were backups for Isho. Soon, Shirley used her devil fruit powers to send the adjusted coordinates and spoke through the transponder snail, "Fire." The moment the command was passed, the railgun fired. A massive blue streak of energy roared and rumbled across the entire island. Though Wolf had been constantly upgrading the weapon to increase efficiency, he had yet to take measures to reduce the noise. Katakuri, who had deflected the last attack, saw the devastation, as 3 ships had been obliterated. Luckily, his siblings on the ships had reacted fast enough, coating themselves with hockey. Though many were injured, they survived. However, many among the crew were not as fortunate and were reduced to dust. Just as he was thinking about what exactly had happened, a new massive threat appeared in his senses. His observation hockey had already crossed the threshold where he could peek into the future. After losing to Ross, he had been practicing relentlessly to ensure his siblings never suffered again. Without delay, Katakuri grasped his trident and jumped to intercept the new barrage of attacks. Just as he was midair, a massive arm slammed him aside as Big Mom roared, her hockey shooting through the roof. Though she guessed Katakuri could defend against the attack, she was sure he might not be able to defend the fleet simultaneously, and she couldn't have that. She had already lost 3 ships, and she needed to quickly understand where exactly these attacks were coming from. Her eyes narrowed as she concentrated her observation hockey and zeroed in on the dozens of incoming projectiles. It was the attack in the center that stood out. Even Katakuri might have some difficulty dealing with an attack of such scale. Her entire form morphed, covering herself in armament hockey, and she roared. Ikoku's sovereignty, she swung Napoleon with all her might. Unlike the last time, when she had little time to react, she was now prepared. A massive pillar of a sword beam clashed with the massive incoming projectile. Boom! Both attacks collided mid-sky, sending a massive power ripple reverberating throughout the open seas. The entire sea shook due to the massive clash, and massive waves lapped around the ships, swaying them dangerously. After a few seconds of stalemate, Big Mom's attack tore through the projectile, progressing and tearing a ravine through the sea for miles. The Big Mom pirates' crew sighed in relief. If not for Mama, they did not know what would have happened. Have the rest of the ships retreat for 100 miles. Only the flagship will move ahead, she roared, anger radiating through her every pore. Mixed within her anger was unending greed, a drive to acquire the weapon that could fire an attack strong enough to match an admiral level. She needed to get her hands on it. No one knew that the Donquxote pirates had access to such a weapon. She originally only intended to subdue the Donquxote brothers, but this was a massive surprise, and she couldn't let such a chance slip by. The massive flagship picked up speed as the rest retreated. Big Mom ordered Katakuri and a few others to stay with the rest of the ships. Just as she had guessed, the weapons started targeting the fleet that was retreating. Big Mom kept countering the attacks. The attacks started raining down systematically for close to a dozen minutes before the attacks ceased. The more she learned about the weapon, the greedier she became. From her estimate, whatever that weapon was, it could fire 3 shots every minute. It may seem like a small number, but imagine a dozen such weapons installed around Totoland. Her territories would be unbreachable. If she hadn't personally made this trip today, there was no way the Big Mom pirates could have even approached Dressrosa. Totoland, New World. At the same time that Big Mom was planning to lay siege to Dressrosa, she was unaware that a massive threat was descending upon her own territory. A massive flying island appeared over Totoland, casting a vast shadow over the entire area. This was Golden Lion Shiki's massive flying fortress, his new main base. Golden Lion Shiki himself floated above the Emperor's territory, his haki flaring intensely, making everyone within Totoland tremble in fear. Shiki was a tall, imposing figure with a wild mane of golden hair that billowed around him like a lion's mane. His eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, and his face was etched with lines of age and battle-hardened experience. He wore a long, flowing cape that fluttered in the wind, and his legs had been replaced with 2 long swords, which he used with deadly precision. Shah! Lin Lin! Get out here! Did you think just because I was captured by the Marines I would never return? He bellowed, calling out to his former comrade from the Rock's crew. You dared to take what's mine, and now I have come to take back what's rightfully mine, he laughed. After Shiki's capture at Marineford, Big Mom's territory had rapidly expanded as Charlotte Lin Lin annexed most of the territories Shiki once ruled. Now, he had returned to reclaim them all. Lin Lin! You better come out before I sink your whole territory into the sea. Shiki roared again. With a swing of his hand, a massive chunk of land descended from the skies. Before anyone from Big Mom's side could react, Shiki launched an assault. He had little patience, and he did not care that Lin Lin was currently not in her territory. He had come with the mindset of reclaiming his title and cementing his status as a new emperor by taking down one of the current ones. Because Big Mom had annexed his territories, he targeted the Big Mom pirates with ruthless determination. As the command from Shiki echoed across the skies, chaos descended upon Totoland. Shiki's new crew laid waste to Whole Cake Island. With most of Big Mom's strongest fighters away, the Golden Lion pirates went unchallenged. Shiki's new crew consisted of some of the fiercest pirates who had escaped Impel Down. His new right-hand man was a powerhouse from the Rocks era, a pirate subdued by Garp a year before the incident at God's Valley, with a bounty of 2.9 billion berries. Burn it! Burn the island to the ground. Damn that Lin Lin. She thinks she can take things that belong to me, the Golden Lion, Shah. Shiki roared as his 2 blades sent out massive flying slashes, cutting down enemies and buildings alike. It was total, one-sided carnage. Buildings crumbled under the relentless assault, and screams of panic filled the air as the inhabitants of Totoland tried to flee from the onslaught. Shiki's haki was so overpowering that it caused even the bravest of Big Mom's subordinates to falter. The once vibrant and bustling Whole Cake Island was being reduced to rubble in a matter of minutes. Where's your mama now? Shiki taunted, his voice booming across the battlefield. She cannot protect you from me. I will reclaim what is mine, and you will all pay for her arrogance. The Golden Lion pirates moved with ruthless efficiency, torching everything in their path. Shiki's right-hand man, a hulking figure who towered over 6 meters tall with rippling muscles and a cruel sneer, led the charge. His mere presence was enough to instill terror in the hearts of those who dared to oppose him. He wielded a massive club, and with each swing, he shattered bones and crushed defenses. Originally, he wouldn't have served under Shiki, but the Golden Lion had spared his life after besting him in single combat, and Jack was someone who respected strength, and Shiki had promised to challenge the world government sooner or later, which was the sole reason he became a pirate in the first place. So with their goals aligning and Shiki's promise, he had accepted to become the first mate of Golden Lion pirates. "Come on, you cowards," he bellowed. "Face your doom at the hands of the Golden Lion pirates." Meanwhile, Shiki continued his aerial dominance, launching devastating attacks from above. His two sword legs flashed through the air, sending waves of destructive energy crashing down upon the island. Explosions rocked the landscape, and fires spread uncontrollably, consuming everything in their path. The inhabitants of Tato Land had never seen such devastation. They had grown accustomed to the protection of Big Mom, but now, without her presence, they were left vulnerable and defenseless. The once impregnable territory of the Big Mom pirates was now a battleground, and it was clear that Shiki had no intention of showing mercy. "Lin Lin!" Shiki roared once more, his voice filled with fury and triumph. "This is just the beginning. I will take everything from you, and you will regret ever crossing the Golden Lion." As the chaos continued to unfold, the Big Mom pirates, who remained behind, fought desperately to protect their home. But they were hopelessly outmatched. The sheer power and ferocity of Shiki and his crew were overwhelming. It was a massacre, and there was little hope of salvation. Shiki's laughter echoed across the burning landscape, a chilling reminder of his dominance and the terrifying power he wielded. "Shihaha! Remember this day, for it is the day the Golden Lion reclaimed his throne." G9 Marine Base, New World. The entire Marine base was a flurry of activity as more and more shocking news poured in from their informants. First, it was reported that the Big Mom pirates had moved in force to attack Dressrosa, the territory of the Donquxote pirates. "Sir! It's confirmed. Shiki has officially descended on Whole Cake Island. He and his crew are currently raising the Emperor's territory," said a Marine who had just decoded the incoming message relayed to his superiors. The 3 vice admirals and the 8 rear admirals stationed at the base were already gathered, waiting for the command from Marine headquarters. TCH. As if the seas weren't already messy enough, why would these fellows go ahead and cause more chaos? The vice admiral in charge of the G9 base sighed, blowing out smoke from his cigar in frustration. Unlike the first half of the Grand Line, where the Marines were regaining control of the sea due to the massive influx of Marine numbers after the World Military Draft, conditions in the New World were deteriorating. Most of the powerhouses who had escaped Impel Down had returned to the New World, their hunting grounds, bringing new threats for the Marines: Golden Lion Shiki, Patrick Redfield, Birdie World, and many more. Recently, a group of pirates who had escaped Impel Down formed an alliance called the 12 Zodiacs. This coalition of 12 pirates, each with more than 1 billion berries bounty to their name, had already taken down many Marine bases. Rumors suggested their group aimed to bring down one of the Emperor's crews. "Well, I think this is good for us. Let those pirates kill each other. The more they slaughter each other, the easier our job becomes," a female Marine chuckled while remarking jovially. Despite her tone, none of the Marines could disregard her because she was one of the 3 vice admirals stationed at G9 base. Before the vice admiral in charge could comment, the emergency transponder snail rang, "Perry, Perry, 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 Perry." The transponder snail was reserved for emergencies only. The vice admiral did not delay and immediately picked up the call. "What's happening?" Before he could finish, deafening sounds of cannon fire echoed from the other side. "Sir! This is Rear Admiral Garland reporting. We are under siege. The 12 Zodiacs have broken through the G9 patrol area. Their target is likely the G9 base. Their fleet has more than 20 ships. They will reach." The transponder snail disconnected abruptly. Garland, are you there? What's happening?" The vice admiral roared, but there was no response. The Vice Admiral threw the transponder snail in frustration. The entire room fell silent, waiting for the Vice Admiral's orders. The Vice Admiral, a grizzled veteran with countless battles under his belt, clenched his jaw. His face, lined with years of hard-won experience, betrayed his mounting anger and concern. "Prepare all available ships and personnel for immediate deployment," he barked. "We cannot let the 12 Zodiacs take G9. Mobilize the defenses and call for reinforcements from nearby bases." The female Vice Admiral, known for her keen tactical mind, nodded in agreement. "I'll coordinate with the fleet. We need to create a blockade to slow their advance. Rear Admiral Garland's forces might still buy us some time. Make sure the citizens are evacuated to safety. We can't afford any civilian casualties," another Vice Admiral added, his stern voice reflecting the gravity of the situation. As the orders were rapidly disseminated, the base transformed into a hive of activity. Marines rushed to their stations, artillery was positioned, and the ships in the harbor prepared for battle. The tension was palpable as everyone braced for the impending confrontation. The Vice Admiral in charge took a deep breath, his mind racing with strategies and contingencies. This is no ordinary pirate raid. The 12 Zodiacs are a formidable force. We need to be ready for anything. Inform Marine headquarters of our situation and request additional support. Marines, both seasoned veterans and fresh recruits, steeled themselves for the battle ahead. The air was thick with anticipation and fear, yet there was an unspoken resolve among them. They knew the stakes were high, and failure was not an option. Meanwhile, out at sea, Rear Admiral Garland and his remaining forces were engaged in a desperate struggle. The 12 Zodiac's fleet, a menacing armada of heavily armed ships, loomed ever closer. Cannonballs whizzed through the air, and explosions lit up the horizon. Despite their valiant efforts, the Marines were heavily outnumbered and outgunned. "Hold the line!" Garland shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of battle. "We must buy time for the base to prepare." His words inspired his men to fight with renewed vigor, but the sheer power and ferocity of the 12 Zodiac's assault were overwhelming. One by one, Marine ships were being crippled or sunk. Chapter 199, Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. The crew members of the red-haired pirates looked on in worry as they saw their captain, Shanks, lying unconscious. Despite the protests of Buggy and the rest, Shanks had gone ahead and continued the clash with the monstrous Donquxote Rosinante. Now, they had a glimpse of the true terror awaiting them once they began their journey into the Grand Line. Fortunately for them, Ross did not have the intent to kill Shanks, otherwise, their entire crew might have perished here. "Ross, you bastard, did you have to be so heavy-handed?" Buggy couldn't help but shout, fuming as little Mancherry tended to Shanks with her healing powers. "Well, it was him who insisted on continuing the fight, and I was holding back," I replied with a shrug. I was not going to take the blame for Shanks' recklessness, but I kind of understood why he kept pushing despite knowing he had no chance of victory. Stepping back would have shattered his resolve. Even now, I had no idea what Shanks' true goal was. Would he become a friend or a foe? Only time could tell. Buggy huffed and puffed, but knew the fault lay with Shanks for challenging such a monster. He also knew that they needed to grow stronger if they truly intended to fulfill their captain's wish. As Mancherry's healing magic enveloped Shanks, the crew's anxiety began to ease slightly. The glow of her powers was a gentle reminder of the miraculous world they inhabited, filled with both wondrous and terrifying forces. Each member of Shanks' crew was lost in their thoughts, contemplating the harrowing experience they had just witnessed. Yassop, the sharpshooter, clenched his fists. He had always trusted Shanks' judgment, but this encounter had shaken him to his core. "We need to be better prepared," he muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for unseen threats. Meanwhile, Lucky Roo's usually jovial face was shadowed with concern. He sat close to Shanks, ready to defend his captain at a moment's notice. The confrontation with Rosinante had been a sobering reminder of their vulnerability. Mihawk stood to the side, not wanting to disturb the ongoing treatment, observing the crew's reactions. He could see the mixture of fear and determination in their eyes. They had been given a harsh lesson, but it was one that could potentially strengthen their resolve. He sighed, a mix of approval and admiration filling him as he watched the resilient crew of the red-haired pirates. "He will wake soon," Mancherry assured them softly, her voice a beacon of hope. "He's strong, stronger than most. His vitality is strong, all he needs now is some rest, and he will wake up within a few days at best." Buggy crossed his arms, still simmering with a mix of anger and worry. "He better be," he muttered. "If we're going to face more monsters like this, we need him at his best." He glanced at me as if wanting to curse me. I couldn't help but smirk, though there was a hint of warning in my eyes. "You'll need more than just him, Buggy. You'll need to become monsters yourselves if you wish to survive the Grand Line." I shared because, unlike in the canon, there are too many monsters out in the sea now, and it wouldn't be easy to climb to the apex with just one powerhouse among their crew. "Well, we should let him rest." "Ross, we need to talk," Mihawk said, stepping forward. He had been holding back his curiosity for a long time, and now, with Shanks having been taught his lesson, it was a good time to have a chat with his friend. This trip to East Blue, meant to be a part of his training, had held many surprises for Mihawk. He was truly glad he had accepted Ross's offer to help Doflamingo, otherwise, he would have missed quite a few opportunities. Soon, I followed Mihawk to the cliffside where the workshop was. Mihawk immediately cut to the chase, his gaze directed at the blade strapped to my side. "Is that it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. He could feel Yoru trembling with excitement, with a hint of fear and defiance mixed in. As the one who had formed a connection with Yoru, he could somehow sense its emotions. Fear was something Yoru had never showcased before, this was a first. I knew exactly what Mihawk was asking about, so I unsheathed Akatsuki. The glowing moonlight, instead of reflecting off the blade's crimson surface, seemed to be absorbed. The ominous aura of wailing souls spread, and Mihawk's eyes sharpened. Maybe he could hear it too. His eyes widened momentarily before he regained his composure. "So it truly exists, a blade that even Ryuma could not tame, but you managed to. What kind of monster are you?" Mihawk asked. He very much wanted to inspect the blade closer, but his instincts told him that trying to handle it would harm him. So he decided against it, now even more eagerly looking forward to his time training in East Blue. "So, care to tell me how you were able to counter the future side of Shanks' observation haki?" he inquired. He was intrigued because, during their sparring, Shanks had used his observation haki to stay one step ahead of him. The only reason he could match Shanks was that his mastery over the sword was a degree higher. "It seems like you haven't explored much about Conqueror's haki, I suppose?" I asked Mihawk with my brows raised. But it was only natural, even I had only recently learned about the usage of Conqueror's haki to counter the future side of observation haki. There were so many things about Conqueror's haki that most did not understand, and it would take years, maybe decades, for someone unaware to even know that Conqueror's haki had such an advanced application. "So, are you going to share the details?" Mihawk questioned. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered to ask for help, but he trusted Ross, so he didn't mind asking for suggestions that would help him grow stronger. "In time, Mihawk. But first, you need to learn how to infuse Conqueror's haki into your attacks. Once you get the hang of that, I will share the rest of the details. After all, I have only recently started unlocking the secrets of Conqueror's haki," I commented. We both stood there, enjoying the cool night breeze. The moonlight bathed the landscape in a serene glow, and the sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs provided a rhythmic backdrop. The night was calm yet charged with the unspoken understanding between two warriors constantly seeking to push their limits. Room of Authority, Mary Geos. The rhythmic sound of Elder Saturn tapping his staff was the only sound that echoed in the quiet room. Every one of the 5 elders was immersed in deep silence, contemplating the gravity of their situation. "There is no longer any doubt," Elder Mars finally fumed, breaking the silence. "That Donquxote brat was simply baiting us for information. He must not have had any intention of submitting to us from the start. It was all a ploy to learn our plans. And if I am not wrong, he has likely obtained the information he wanted. Despite their repeated attempts to reach out to Doflamingo after making their offer, there has been no response. They now understood that just as they had schemed against the Donquxote brothers, the brothers had schemed against them. The Donquxote brothers were now likely aware that their target was the younger brother. Should we have Tsuru brainwash one of the brothers? Elder Workuri suggested. The lightning Logia user was too important for them to pass up, and with Imu-sama having ordered not to directly interfere with the younger brother's growth, their hands were tied. We need to talk to Imu-sama about the matter. We have already conveyed how important Rosinante is to us, so we must try to get him under our control before he grows too strong to manage, Elder Nustro spoke. He had contemplated all methods, and since Vegapunk had disclosed the possibility of a lightning Logia user being an alternate fuel source for the ancient weapon, they had been planning and scheming to get the Donquxote brothers under their thumb. But now, with their intentions exposed, the playing field was leveled again, and as long as Imu-sama's restriction stood, they could not use force on the younger Donquxote brother. Sigh. Fine, we will approach Imu-sama regarding the matter. Let Imu-sama decide the brother's fate, Elder Saturn finally relented. He had been the one who approached Imu-sama and confidently proposed that he could bring Doflamingo under their wing by tempting him with the position of elder and immortality. But now it was clear that Doflamingo was not swayed by their offer, and this only showed how dead set Doflamingo was on opposing the world government. Do you think those brats know? Elder Jupiter couldn't help but ask, looking at the others in the room worriedly. We offered him a chance for eternal life, and he declined it. We know for a fact that Doflamingo is not the type to give up on something as lucrative as immortality, so it's safe to assume that the two brothers must have found a way to achieve immortality. Elder Jupiter's tone deepened, making them understand the weight of his doubts. That also makes me wonder how they know about our secrets and where exactly they got all this information from, he added. Ever since the CP0 leader walked into this room with a note from a boy all those years ago, the elders had not been able to pinpoint one thing: where exactly was all this secret information leaking from? I'm afraid that Tsuru might have been right. There are quite a few traitors among the celestial dragons. Maybe they think it's time to change leadership within the celestial dragons. Those family elders and leaders think that we are unaware of what they are doing behind our backs. It seems it's time we taught them a harsh lesson, that even celestial dragons need to bow in the presence of supreme authority, Elder Saturn commented, his face betraying the anger simmering within him. Unless there were traitors within their own ranks, there was no way the Donquxote brothers could stay ahead every time they made some plot against them, and each one was a trap that they laid out meticulously. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense. What are you suggesting? Elder Nustro questioned, though he had an inkling of where this was going. He wanted to make sure he wasn't jumping to conclusions. It's time for a cleansing within the ranks of the celestial dragons themselves. They have so much privilege, and they are still not happy with it and are conspiring for more power. It's high time we teach everyone in the Holy Land a harsh lesson, Elder Saturn added. You can't be thinking. Elder Jupiter finally caught on and gasped. No, you cannot harm our own without proper reason. This would simply cause chaos. And if Imu-sama were to know, we would not walk out unscathed, he added, a rare hint of worry crossing his face. Although he seemed nonchalant, he knew that a few of the descendants of the Jupiter family were also among the dissidents causing trouble in the Holy Land. The other two elders finally understood what Elder Saturn was suggesting, and even they couldn't help but sweat. However, Elder Saturn remained calm and turned to his colleagues. Where do you think I got the orders from? Imu-sama wants this done. Imu-sama thinks that our descendants have become too comfortable and need to be taught a harsh lesson. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. There was no way Elder Saturn would lie about Imu-sama passing down an order. So this was Imu-sama's will. Elder Nustro no longer hesitated and began working out options. So how are we going to achieve this? We cannot just capture all the troublemakers and start executing them. That would cause chaos, and others might use that as an opportunity to create a rift in the Holy Land. If it's one or two, we can set it up as an accident, but from your tone, I feel there are quite a few on the list. His eyes darted to the folder on the table, which none dared to open yet because they didn't want to know if their own descendants' names were among the list. This was a list that Elder Saturn must have prepared after Imusama passed down the orders. "No, we will not be directly involved in this matter, at least on the surface," Elder Saturn commented with a cold tone. "We will be conducting the native hunting competition once more. This time, it's not just to cull the insignificant humans beneath us, but also the traitors among our own kind. To achieve that, we will be borrowing quite a few hands from the pirate world. Soon enough, we will have all the reason to unleash hell upon all those who have defied us," he added with a smirk. The native hunting competition, an event exclusive to the world nobles, has been followed for centuries as a tradition. Since the incident at God Valley, the event has been indefinitely postponed. But now, with Imusama's blessing, the event would be re-established. Elder Saturn's eyes gleamed with a cold determination. The native hunting competition will be our instrument of judgment. Not only will we rid ourselves of insignificant humans, but we will also identify and eliminate the traitors among our own ranks. This tradition will serve as both a purge and a reminder of our supreme authority. The sacred city, usually basked in ethereal light, now seemed shrouded in a foreboding aura. The 5 elders, having concluded their intense deliberation, stood at the pinnacle of the Pangea Castle, overlooking the vast expanse below. Chapter 200. The very sea trembled as 2 ships faced off against each other. One ship was a massive behemoth, the flagship of the Big Mom pirates, Queen Mama Chanter. The other ship, which was much smaller, seemed like a tiny boat in comparison. Big Mom stood at the bow of her ship, her eyes radiating anger. Both Zeus and Prometheus were riled up, ready for action, and even Napoleon was brandished by the Emperor. She was not yet aware that Golden Lion Shiki was attacking her main base. Currently, her eyes were transfixed on the figure leisurely talking into the transponder snail, disregarding her presence. She wanted to pounce on the man immediately, but a blind swordsman was pulling in meteors from the sky one after another to keep her in check. Although she was confident she could take down the blind swordsman if she rushed him, the presence of the other figure on the tiny ship made her wary. "Roscoe, you sure know how to drive a hard bargain. I wondered why you asked me to accompany Isho out to sea." Rayleigh's gaze turned to Big Mom, who was fuming, contemplating whether to risk a head-on clash with the Dark King. "Rayleigh-san, I did not want you to feel compelled. That was why I shared the information about Rouge-san and Ace," a voice echoed from the other side of the transponder snail. "You really have become more cunning, Roscoe. But fine, you kept your word, and I will help you out. After all, I am a resident of Dressrosa. I can't have this madwoman destroy my new home," Rayleigh chuckled. "Remember, Rayleigh-san, I know you must be eager to meet Roger's child, but be careful. Your presence will only alert the world government to their existence, so I suggest you not make any moves now. Just bide your time before you meet Ace," Ross's voice added from the other side. "I know, and thank you for saving them both. It seems Roger's trust in Garp was not wasted after all. Well, I have to get going. Isho seems to be having some difficulty holding back the monster," Rayleigh chuckled, not a bit worried about the clash happening between Isho and Charlotte Linlin. Though Isho was strong, he hadn't yet reached Big Mom's level, so he was struggling. However, because the battle was out in the open seas and with his ability to fly using gravity, Isho was holding his own. "Hee, Rayleigh-san, you don't have to worry about Linlin. She will soon turn back. Maybe she is not aware of what's happening back at her own home," Ross laughed, and soon the conversation came to an end. Rayleigh finally let out a sigh of relief after the call was disconnected. "Roger, you bastard, so you weren't joking when you said you were going to settle down and start a family of your own. Maybe I should have believed you back then rather than consider it a joke. But never mind, I promise I will take care of your son. No matter what path he chooses, I will help him grow into someone who can stand on his own in this chaotic sea," he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a powerful burst of Conqueror's haki erupted, showing his resolve. Even Big Mom, who was clashing with Isho, felt the pressure. Her Conqueror's haki burst out and clashed with Rayleigh's own, 2 titanic powers colliding with relentless fury. Isho immediately retreated, understanding that he had done enough. His breathing was labored. He was still in his early 30s, but Big Mom was at her peak. The current him was no match for her, but that did not mean he was helpless. However, if the clash dragged on for too long, he might end up losing. Rayleigh's haki created waves that rippled across the ocean, causing even the mighty Queen Mama Chanter to sway. Big Mom's eyes widened with a mixture of rage and admiration as she felt the sheer force of Rayleigh's will. "You think you can stop me, Rayleigh?" Big Mom roared, her voice shaking the heavens. "I will crush you and that blind fool." Rayleigh stood firm, his eyes locked on Big Mom. "Lin, you've always been too reckless. This sea isn't yours to dominate. Leave now, while I am still being civil." Big Mom's laughter echoed across the sea, but there was a hint of caution in her eyes. "You talk big, Rayleigh. Let's see if you can back it up." As the two conquerors' haki clashed, the sky seemed to split apart, the sheer force of their wills creating a storm of energy. The sea beneath them churned violently, with waves crashing against both ships with terrifying force. It was a clash of titans, a battle of wills, that shook the very foundations of the world. Rayleigh knew that for pirates at their level, words were dust. Only strength could convey one's thoughts. Without a second thought, he unsheathed his blade and launched himself forward at Big Mom, his entire blade coated with armament haki and conqueror's haki. Big Mom lost her usual mad laughter and focused completely. Her original plans had all been ruined because of the presence of this single man. "Rayleigh! You broke into my territory last time and stole something that belonged to me while I was away. Only then was Roger able to reach the final island. Now you once again stand in my way of getting what I want. Tell me, have you joined a new crew after abandoning the name of Roger Pirates?" She roared, and a massive blast of sound waves echoed through the seas, shaking the very souls of anyone who heard it. The very shout was infused with her will, making anyone with weak will succumb. Even the sea kings beneath were scared because of the soul-stirring shout. But Rayleigh simply blitzed through the skies, launching himself at Big Mom. "Dark Descent," he called out as a pitch-black sword slash large enough to cleave the island-sized Queen Mama Chanter was launched. Big Mom immediately grabbed Napoleon to counter. "Ikaku's sovereignty," she roared as a massive pillar of energy erupted from her blade. The two colossal attacks clashed midair. Boom! The clash created a massive pit in the sea, pushing away all the seawater, forming a vortex hundreds of meters deep. The sheer force of their collision sent shockwaves through the air and across the ocean. The sky darkened, and the sea churned violently, as if nature itself were reacting to the power of these two titans. The Queen Mama Chanter groaned under the strain, its massive form being pushed back by the force of Rayleigh's attack. Big Mom's eyes narrowed as she felt the weight of Rayleigh's will pressing down on her. "You old fool! Do you think you can stop me? I'm Big Mom." Rayleigh's gaze was steely, unwavering. "Lin, you've always underestimated the resolve of the Roger Pirates. And now, you're underestimating me." Big Mom let out a primal roar, her voice laced with fury and frustration. Prometheus and Zeus crackled with energy, ready to strike at Rayleigh, but he was relentless. He moved with the grace and speed of a seasoned warrior, his sword slashing through the air with deadly precision. As their battle raged on, the surrounding seas seemed to come alive with their haki. Lightning crackled in the sky, a storm of fire surrounded the battlefield, and the ocean swirled into massive whirlpools. The sheer intensity of their fight created a spectacle that drew the attention of every pirate and marine within miles. Isho, breathing heavily from his earlier struggle, watched in awe. So this is the power of the Dark King and the Emperor. Truly, the world is vast. Rayleigh and Big Mom clashed again, their haki-infused weapons creating sparks that lit up the darkening sky. Each strike shook the air, and the sea responded with towering waves. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend under the weight of their wills. Rayleigh's eyes never left Big Mom's. "You are still as insufferable as ever, Lin. As long as you don't understand the true secrets this world holds, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to reach your goal." Big Mom snarled, her teeth bared in a furious grin. You're a fool, Rayleigh. This sea belongs to the strong, and I am the strongest. Their next clash sent a shockwave that split the sea in two, a chasm opening in the water that revealed the ocean floor beneath. The sheer force of their hockey created a barrier that no ordinary person could breach. Heh, quit daydreaming, Lin Lin. If you were the strongest, then what's stopping you from becoming the Pirate Empress? We both know why. Though you are strong, you are not strong enough. Though you call yourself fearless, you are too much of a coward to face the world government head-on. Tell me, Lin Lin, what have you even done to carry the name of an emperor? Even your feat of besting the marine force at Wano was because Whitebeard kept their strongest forces in check. You can fool the others, Lin Lin, but not everyone will be swayed by your act. The more Rayleigh spoke, the angrier Big Mom became. Her attacks grew more ferocious. Heavenly flames! Indra! Big Mom clad one arm with Prometheus and the other with Zeus, charging and firing a barrage of attacks at Rayleigh. With equal ferocity, Rayleigh countered each attack. One of Rayleigh's clashes even severed a part of the flagship, sending it sinking into the sea. Rayleigh! I will kill you! Big Mom roared. Rayleigh simply chuckled as he deflected the punch and countered with a swift thrust, which Lin Lin dodged. You should have never come to Dressrosa, Lin Lin. You've always been impulsive. Go back now, at least that way, you might be able to save what remains of your home, Rayleigh added in a serious tone. Dressrosa and its surrounding territories are not something you should step into. Big Mom, who was at the edge of madness, suddenly calmed as she was confused by the Dark King's words. Rayleigh! What do you mean? Just then, Perispero, who was down on the flagship, screamed at the top of his voice, Mama! Land is under siege. Shiki has descended upon our main base. Big Mom's eyes widened in shock. Rayleigh couldn't help but smirk as he created some distance from Lin Lin, giving her room to ponder. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The realization of Shiki's assault on Land was an unexpected blow to Big Mom's ironclad confidence. The sky above them darkened further, and the air was heavy with tension. The sea, stirred by their earlier clash, seemed to echo with the chaos unfolding in Land. Perispero's voice was frantic and desperate. Mama, it's chaos. The Golden Lion Shiki has attacked Land. Our defenses are crumbling. Rayleigh's smirk deepened. You see, Lin Lin, while you were busy chasing shadows, a real threat has already moved against you. Shiki is no ordinary pirate. You know his reputation. Land is burning, and your throne is at stake. Big Mom's face contorted with rage and fear, a rare combination for the formidable Yonko. Rayleigh, you bastard! How dare you? Rayleigh's voice was calm but edged with steel. It's not me you need to worry about now, Lin Lin. You have bigger problems back home. This sea is changing, and so is the balance of power. Go back, save what you can, or stay and fight me, and risk losing everything. The Dark King's words hung in the air, a stark choice laid bare. Big Mom's massive frame trembled with indecision, the ferocity of her earlier attacks waning as the reality of her predicament sank in. In her thoughts, the sounds of chaos from Land could almost be heard, the cries of her children and the clash of Shiki's forces invading her mind. The Queen Mama chanter swayed with the violent waves, a testament to the storm brewing both outside and within. Finally, with a roar of frustration, Big Mom made her decision. This isn't over, Rayleigh. I'll deal with you and those Donquxote brats later. With a powerful leap, she soared back towards her ship, Prometheus and Zeus swirling around her. Rayleigh watched her retreat with a mixture of relief and satisfaction. Go save your kingdom, Lin Lin. This sea belongs to those who can protect what's theirs. As Big Mom's flagship turned and sailed away with all haste, the sea began to calm, the tension slowly ebbing away. Rayleigh sheathed his sword and looked towards the horizon, where Land lay. The smirk on his face remained, knowing that the tides of power were shifting and that he was ready for whatever came next. Uncharted waters, new world. BOLO blast. A massive beam of energy split the entire island in two. Roar! A heaven-piercing roar shook the very seas as a colossal dragon swam high in the darkened skies filled with thunderclouds. Despite the lightning strikes grazing his sides, Kaido seemed unfazed. Since his defeat at Wano, he has been in seclusion, training like a man possessed. He channeled all his rage into his strength, establishing a base deep inside the new world where few dared venture. The sea surrounding the area was treacherous even on normal days, on others, it turned cataclysmic. Kaido had shown immense growth, but he wasn't yet satisfied. The humiliation of running away pricked at his heart every single second. He had even foregone consuming alcohol, as it impeded his training. Suddenly, a massive pteranodon appeared in the skies, but compared to Kaido's massive size, it was negligible. Kaido-sama, we have news! Golden Lion Shiki has targeted the main base of Big Mom's territory. We might soon have a change in the status of emperors within the new world. The moment King spoke, Kaido reverted to his regular form. From high up in the skies, he descended onto an island below in a freefall, crashing into it. King followed suit, landing next to where Kaido landed and returning to his normal appearance. Worororo! Kaido bellowed in laughter as he climbed out of the massive pit. Oh, Lin, how low have you fallen? I wish I could see your face now. How did you mock me when I was not able to defend Wano? Now you are not able to defend your own home. Big Mom had reached out to him back then with the sole intention of mocking him, now he couldn't wait to get back at her. But that would have to wait. He had much better things to do as of now. King, how about the crew? Have you been able to find a suitable target to help rebuild our crew stronger? He asked King, who was his right-hand man and had assigned him quite a few duties while he immersed himself in training. Yes, Kaido-sama. Queen and I have been finding crew members that would suit our beast pirates, and the new influx of pirates after the incident at Impel Down has given us quite a wide choice. My suggestion is to target a group called the 12 Zodiacs. They are gaining fame, and we should subdue them. This will bolster our forces to a vast degree. We can keep those who surrender and kill off the rest to send a message that the beast pirates still hold hegemony in the new world. Most of our previous territories are currently under the Zodiac Group's control after we left Wano, King responded. Kaido sneered, understanding that when the true rulers of the sea are absent, every petty little pirate wants to take the throne for themselves. Soon enough, he would teach the whole world why he was called the strongest creature in the world. We will deal with them in time. Have you made any progress in strengthening our current crew? Most of them are simply useless. Numbers don't matter when we clash with the true rulers. We need stronger crew members, even if they are just cannon fodder. I need stronger cannon fodder, he roared in frustration. King, deep in thought, suddenly remembered something Queen had mentioned before. Kaido-sama, Queen, once mentioned a project involving artificial devil fruits that the MADS were working on. Maybe if we can get our hands on this research, we can have our crew consume these artificial devil fruits, King added. Kaido's eyes shone with brilliance. The mere thought of his entire crew being devil fruit users was exhilarating. Even better, what if his entire crew was made up of Zoan devil fruit users? That would truly embody the spirit of the name, Beast Pirates. Kaido turned to King. I don't care what it takes. Collect all information about these so-called artificial devil fruits. I will show the world the true might of a dragon. He roared as his conqueror's haki shot out, splitting the very skies. The air crackled with the raw power of Kaido's resolve. His crew, scattered across the island, felt the surge of his haki and knew their leader was on the brink of something monumental. The very sea seemed to bow to his will, the waves calming in the presence of his unyielding determination. The beast pirates would rise stronger than ever, and the world would once again tremble at the name 100 Beast Kaido. Chapter 201 At Marine Headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk, the weight of the world bearing down on his shoulders. The recent reports from the New World had thrown the entire organization into disarray. In front of him sat Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admirals Garp, Kizaru, and Akainu, their faces reflecting a mix of concern and determination. Shiki's audacity knows no bounds, Akainu growled, slamming his fist onto the desk. First, he escapes impelled down, and now he dares to attack Big Mom's territory. This chaos cannot continue. We must restore order. Garp, chewing on a senbei, looked thoughtful. Shiki's a wild card, always has been. But attacking Big Mom directly, that's not just recklessness. There's a plan behind this. Kizaru, lounging against the wall, chimed in with his usual laid-back demeanor. Garp-san, you don't suppose he's trying to destabilize the balance of power among the emperors, do you? It's quite the gamble. I am not currently worried about Shiki, Sengoku said, his voice as firm as steel. With the chaos he's causing in Lin's territory, it's inevitable that the two will come to a full-scale clash. We just need to be ready to take advantage of the situation. What concerns me more right now is the pirate alliance called the Zodiac. As we speak, they are currently laying siege to G9. Garp chuckled, a sound that seemed out of place given the gravity of the situation, causing Sengoku to frown deeply and raise his brows, curious about Garp's apparent nonchalance. Garp swallowed another senbei and grinned. Sengoku, you don't have to worry. Raylene was near the G9 base area, so she's already been informed. I'm just wondering if those pirates will give her a decent challenge. Zephyr, who had been quietly observing, nodded with pride. Yes, Garp is right. With Admiral Raylene reinforcing the G9 base, the situation should be under control. And don't forget, Virgo is stationed in G10. He'll be moving to assist as well. Sengoku's eyes widened in surprise, then relaxed as the tension left his shoulders. He hadn't been aware that Garp had already informed Raylene about the matter. Raylene. Wasn't she taking care of things near Sabeti? Why is she in the New World? I haven't given her any missions there. He started getting a throbbing headache as he realized who had recommended her to the Admiral post. Garp! You! Am I not the Fleet Admiral? Why am I only being told now that an Admiral was dispatched to the New World without orders? This was your doing, wasn't it? He looked at his friend, fuming, as if wanting to swallow him whole. Sengoku already had enough tension dealing with one rogue marine like Garp, now there was a second one, even more unruly, and Garp seemed to be endorsing her. The recent matter of bringing down all the auction houses and shutting down the slave trade had already put Sengoku in hot water with the world nobles. All those slavers and related groups were mentioned as collateral damage, while her original target was a pirate worth 30 million belly, and she had blatantly stated in her report how difficult it was to subdue the pirate. Who in their right mind would believe such an absurd lie? From how much Garp had praised the mythical Zoan-using admiral, Sengoku knew Raylene was using Garp's modus operandi. His friend must have been teaching her all the loopholes he had been exploiting for years. Garp grinned, unbothered by Sengoku's anger. Well, Sengoku, the situation was dire, and I made a judgment call. Raylene was the best choice for handling certain matters. Besides, she's proven herself more than capable, hasn't she? Sengoku rubbed his temples, trying to quell the headache. You can't just make these decisions on your own, Garp. There's a chain of command for a reason. Raylene is an admiral, not a lone wolf. Zephyr interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Sengoku, Raylene's actions, though unconventional, have yielded results. The slave trade has been significantly disrupted, and her presence in the New World might be something that can help us gain some control. Her methods may be unorthodox, but her effectiveness is undeniable. Sengoku sighed deeply, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. I understand that, Zephyr, but we need to maintain order within our own ranks as well. Garp, you need to communicate these decisions. We can't afford to have admirals going rogue. Garp chuckled, taking another bite of his senbei. Fine. I'll make sure to keep you in the loop next time. But trust me, Sengoku, Raylene is exactly where she needs to be right now. Sengoku shook his head, a small smile breaking through his frustration. You and your protégés, Garp. Always causing me more trouble than anyone else. Akainu, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. Admiral Raylene's presence in the New World will give us a strategic advantage. We should focus on leveraging this situation to our benefit. With her and Rear Admiral Virgo handling the Zodiac Alliance, we can concentrate our efforts on the fallout from Shiki and Linlin's clash. Sengoku nodded, his resolve strengthening. Very well, in that case, Akainu, I am going to redeploy you in the New World. We'll monitor the situation closely and be ready to deploy our forces at a moment's notice. The Marines must be prepared to restore order and maintain our dominance over the seas. As the rest of the officers cleared the office to carry out their respective orders, only Sengoku, Garp, and Admiral Zephyr remained. Sengoku had specifically asked them to stay back. Garp, who had been jovial all this time, turned serious. Sengoku, are you going to tell us what's really bothering you? You were already aware that with Virgo there, the Zodiacs weren't going to be much of a problem. He even set aside his senbei, a sign of the gravity of the situation. As his closest friend, he knew how Sengoku was, and the way Sengoku was acting meant the matter was dire. Sigh. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh deeply as he pulled out a large folder and placed it on the table. These orders came in earlier, and they came directly from the 5 elders. I'm sure neither of you are going to like this, he said cryptically. Even Zephyr now showed seriousness. For something to make the fleet admiral so hesitant, the order had to be significant. Garp didn't stand on ceremony and reached out, picking up the folder. As he read, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The ominous haki exuding from the marine hero made even Zephyr and Sengoku flinch. Sengoku! Garp growled in a low tone. Tell me you didn't agree to this madness. Garp! We don't have a choice. Even I wasn't aware that the elders would pull such a stunt at such a time, Sengoku replied, frustration clear in his voice. Zephyr, confused about what was going on, reached for the folder, but Garp, in his anger, crumpled the file. Bastards! Garp smashed his fist into the table, shattering it into pieces. Sengoku! Have you gone crazy? Don't you remember what happened at God's Valley? Garp roared, standing up from his seat. Garp! Calm down. Let's first understand what's going on. Getting angry at Sengoku isn't going to solve anything, Zephyr intervened, realizing Garp was truly furious. He turned to the fleet admiral for an explanation, as he still didn't know what exactly was in the folder that made Garp so angry. Garp took a deep breath and sank back into his chair in disbelief, his eyes closed, trying not to look at Sengoku because, with how angry he was right now, he might beat Sengoku to a pulp. Sengoku struggled to explain to Zephyr, knowing his reaction might not be very different from Garp's. The native hunting competition. The world nobles want to reinitiate the native hunting competition, and they've already decided on the venue for this year's hunt. They picked the Sorbet Kingdom in South Blue, which is currently undergoing a revolution, Sengoku finished with difficulty. For a moment, Zephyr thought he was hearing things. His blood froze in shock, and it took him a few moments to realize the seriousness of the matter. He launched himself from the chair. Sengoku! You cannot allow this. This is madness, pure madness. Zephyr roared. He knew of the native hunting competition. He was an admiral candidate back then, and the events at God's Valley had shaken him to his very core. Normally, as an event exclusive to the world nobles, the Marines were not aware of such atrocities. But Roxty Zebek had taken it upon himself to challenge the might of the world nobles back then, and because of the danger, the Marines were deployed. Garp had to team up with Roger to bring an end to the wanton slaughter by Zebek, who wanted to change the world's order. Since then, the world nobles have not shown any inclination toward their so-called triennial ritual. But now, after all these years, they wanted to conduct the native hunting competition, and by the looks of things, it seemed like the world government wanted the Marines to dip their hands in this matter. Sengoku looked at both of them, his eyes heavy with the burden of his position. I didn't agree to it. But refusing directly would mean defying the 5 elders, and you know what that would entail. We need a plan, and we need it now. Garp's fists were clenched tightly. Those damn world nobles. They think they can do whatever they want. We need to protect those people, Sengoku. We can't let history repeat itself. Zephyr, still fuming, nodded. We need to find a way to stop this. We can't let innocent lives be used for their twisted games. Meanwhile, at the G9 base, the fleet of the Zodiacs clashed relentlessly with the Marine defenders. Where are the damn reinforcements? We cannot hold them off for long. The vice admiral in charge of the base roared, demanding an update from his subordinate as he fought 3 pirates simultaneously, all proficient in hockey. Originally, they had the numbers to mount a proper defense, but then the pirates split up, targeting the nearby inhabited islands. The vice admiral had rerouted the majority of their forces to intercept the pirates who had branched off. Boo-ha-ha-ha. Is this the standard of a marine vice admiral currently? So pathetic, a burly man cackled as he observed the ongoing fight, casually seated on the ship's railing. He carried a massive war axe, its blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. His muscular frame was adorned with numerous scars, a testament to countless battles. His thick beard and wild, unkempt hair added to his fierce appearance. This was Taurus, one of the 12 Zodiacs. He was a pirate from the Rocks era, infamous and feared, with a bounty of 1.4 billion berries. Saru! The vice admiral pushed back the 3 pirates and appeared in front of Taurus, determined to finish him with a single blow. He swung down his cutlass, infusing it with haki. Busashokukoka! The blade descended rapidly, but Taurus chuckled and raised his arm casually, catching the blade. Clang! The clash of blade and arm was fierce, sending a ripple of energy through the air. The vice admiral's eyes widened in shock as his blade, reinforced with haki, was halted effortlessly. Is that all you've got, Marine? Taurus sneered, his grip tightening around the blade. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered the cutlass, sending shards flying. You can't hope to stand against the might of the seas with just your puny strength. The vice admiral staggered back, his hand trembling from the impact. Damn you, he growled, summoning all his strength to keep fighting. I won't let you take this base. Taurus stood, his massive frame towering over the vice admiral. You're out of your league, he taunted, swinging his war axe with devastating force. The vice admiral dodged, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, but the sheer power of the swing created a shockwave that knocked him off his feet. As he scrambled to regain his footing, the 3 pirates he had been fighting earlier closed in, their weapons ready. Is this the end of the Marine's pride? Taurus mocked him, raising his axe for another strike. Just then, Taurus's observation haki picked up an incoming threat. Instinctively, he swung his axe upward. Boom! With a deafening sound, 2 weapons clashed, and the sheer pressure made the warship sway dangerously. The deck groaned and cracked as a metal pole, infused with haki, collided with Taurus's war axe. Taurus squinted to look at his attacker, feeling the weight of the blow in his arms. He knew immediately that the newcomer was the real deal. Virgo, with a steely determination, launched a barrage of attacks, forcing the Zodiac to change targets. His movements were precise and relentless, his metal pole whirling expertly as he pressed the assault. Each strike was aimed with lethal intent, pushing Taurus back step by step. Sir, I will take care of things here. Please leave this to me, Virgo said confidently, not taking his eyes off his opponent. Since coming to the New World, he had been fighting and honing his skills non-stop, and he was confident in taking down the formidable foe before him. The Vice Admiral, still transfixed, watched the scene unfold. He knew of Rear Admiral Virgo, Admiral Zephyr's protege. Many hailed him as the second coming of the Marine hero. Just looking at Virgo's back, the Vice Admiral felt immense pressure despite his higher rank. He immediately moved to carry out Virgo's request, trusting in the younger officer's prowess. Virgo's pole struck like lightning, each hit echoing across the battlefield. "You won't get past me, Taurus," he declared, his voice steady and full of resolve. Taurus snarled, his war axe swinging in wide arcs as he tried to overpower Virgo. "You think you can stop me, boy? I've crushed stronger Marines than you." But Virgo was unfazed. His hockey-clad pole met each of Taurus's strikes with equal force. "This isn't about thinking," Virgo retorted. "It's about knowing. And I know you won't win." Their weapons clashed again, sending shockwaves through the air. Virgo's focus was unbreakable, his strikes were precise and unyielding. Taurus, despite his brute strength, found himself being pushed back, his confidence wavering. The surrounding Marines watched in awe, the sight of Virgo standing firm against such a formidable opponent boosting their morale. "Rear Admiral Virgo," they cheered, rallying behind him with renewed vigor. Chapter 202, Fuchsia Village, East Blue. "Agatha-san, can you make 2 more apple pies?" A childish voice echoed from the counter. The little girl, about 9 years old, carried an infant while helping take orders from the patrons in the bar. A young mother was busy working in the kitchen. This bustling place was Party's Bar, the most popular spot in Fuchsia Village. Currently, the bar was filled to the brim, thanks to the new cook, a young mother named Agatha. The bar's owner had hired Agatha as a favor for Garp, who had asked him for help. He also took pity on the woman, but never in his wildest dreams had he expected Agatha to be such a great cook. Within a month of her start, the average number of patrons had tripled. He even had to have his granddaughter, Makino, help him at the bar. In one corner sat 2 men, their eyes full of grievance and tears. They were being heavily reprimanded by their boss, Dayton, a wanted criminal in the Goa Kingdom but warmly regarded by the people of Fuchsia Village. Though she was a bandit boss, she and her men had helped the village countless times against pirates. Dayton boinked her subordinates on the head once again, making them cry out. "You dare target Agatha-chan? Have you guys gone senile?" She took a bite of a freshly made apple pie, her face flushed with bliss. She looked at her subordinates, who had planned to rob Agatha, and the more she tasted the pie, the more she wanted to beat them up. The scene was comical. Dayton was beating them and feeding them delicacies. The subordinates had no idea that Agatha-san was related to the monster Garp. Before leaving the island, he had especially asked Dayton to help Agatha out if she needed it. "Dayton-san, it's all right. It was a genuine mistake. I'm sure they didn't really mean to harm Ace," a soft voice echoed. Rouge, who had taken the identity of Agatha, walked out with 2 apple pies. She squinted at the 2 men who had planned to kidnap Ace and get money, but then they were beaten to a pulp by her. After learning what they had done, Dayton dragged them all the way from the mountain, beat them again, and had them apologize to Agatha. Now, they were being treated to a meal. The 2 bandits immediately shook their heads, promising they would never mess with Ace again. Makino, the little girl who had asked for the pies, smiled brightly at Rouge. "Thank you, Agatha-san. Everyone loves your cooking." Rouge smiled warmly at the child. "Thank you, Makino-chan. You've been such a big help today." Makino blushed at the praise, then ran off to deliver the pies to the waiting patrons. Rouge watched her go, a fond smile on her face, before turning back to Dayton. "Dayton-san, thank you for your help. I don't know what I would have done without you." Dayton waved her hand dismissively, though her expression softened. "There is no need to thank me, Agatha-chan. Garp asked me to look out for you, and besides, anyone who can cook like this deserves some protection." Rouge chuckled softly. "Well, I appreciate it nonetheless." As the bustling atmosphere of Party's Bar continued, Rouge felt a sense of peace. Despite the challenges and the constant threat of danger, she had found a place where she and her son, Ace, could be safe. And for now, that was enough. "Say, Agatha, are you really related to that bastard Garp? No matter how I look at it, I can't seem to relate such a polite person to that rude bastard. I had thought his whole family must be as crazy as him." Dayton scoffed. Garp had introduced Agatha as his niece, who had recently lost her husband due to some misfortune. Agatha was a kind and polite soul, and almost everyone in the village had quickly become attached to her. Dayton couldn't bring herself to believe that Agatha could be from Garp's family, who she thought must all be rowdy and rough. Agatha couldn't help but chuckle. Dayton, however, failed to notice the pale faces of her two subordinates, and her back was turned to the pub's entrance. "Why don't you ask him yourself, Dayton-san?" "He's standing right behind you," Agatha said, returning to the kitchen as more orders poured in. Dayton sat frozen as a massive shadow loomed over her. She couldn't help but gulp, realizing she had just badmouthed Garp. Though they were friends, she knew Garp was unpredictable and enjoyed beating people up just for fun. Garp's booming laugh filled the bar, causing the patrons to momentarily pause in their conversations. "Bwahaha! Dayton! Always talking behind my back, huh?" he said, clapping a heavy hand on her shoulder. Dayton winced under the weight of Garp's hand. "Gee, Garp. I was just, praising you, you know?" she stammered, trying to wriggle out from under his grip. Garp's grin widened, and he leaned in close. "Oh, I heard everything, Dayton. But don't worry, I won't hold it against you, this time." He finally released her, and Dayton let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. "Agatha, it's good to see you," Garp called out, turning his attention to the kitchen. "How's everything going?" Agatha appeared from the kitchen with a few more orders, passing them to Makino, wiping her hands on her apron. "Everything's going well, Uncle Garp. The bar's been busier than ever." Garp nodded with a smile on his face. "Good, good. I knew you'd do well here." The bar's patrons, initially wary of Garp's overwhelming presence, relaxed as the atmosphere returned to its usual lively state. Makino, sensing the tension had lifted, approached Garp with a beaming smile. "Grandpa Garp, did you bring me any of those toys you promised?" she asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Garp laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. "Of course, Makino-chan. I've got plenty of them. But first, let me have a good look at my grandson." Garp carefully took Ace from Makino's hands, who happily went back to work, leaving little Ace in Garp's care. After playing with Ace for a few minutes, Dayton, who understood that Garp needed to talk, chased away her subordinates. They happily packed up more food and ran away towards their hideout. "Did you not say that you might not return for quite some time?" Dayton couldn't help but question. Normally, whenever he visited, he would at least let her know beforehand. This visit was too abrupt, and he had only recently returned to duty after many years of break. "Ah! I just took another break. I missed Ace," Garp bellowed in laughter as little Ace giggled and started pinching Garp's face. Dayton understood there was more to it but didn't ask any further. "So, has there been any trouble in the village since I left?" Garp asked. Not many would dare target Dawn Island, only the ignorant and downright stupid would do so, and the world lacked neither of those types. But the truly informed would never touch the village because they knew it was the home of the marine hero. Even the Goa Kingdom royalty left Fusha village alone, not wanting to mess with it. "Well, we had a few run-ins with some pirates. There was nothing we couldn't handle. The East Blue seems to have become much quieter in recent days. I feel like someone powerful is prowling the East Blue Sea." Garp immediately understood, and his thoughts drifted to his student, who must still be in East Blue. "Maybe I should visit that brat and give him a good beating. I don't know what he's doing here in East Blue, maybe he wants to influence Ace to follow in his footsteps. I must really chase him away," he murmured, turning to little Ace in his arms. "Oh, don't you worry. Grandpa here will make you the strongest Marine that ever was," he added, to which little Ace responded with a soft punch, making Garp smile widely. Dayton watched the interaction with a soft smile. Despite her gruff exterior, she had a soft spot for Ace and respected Garp for his dedication to the boy. "You really believe Ace will become a Marine, don't you?" she asked. Garp looked at her, his expression serious, for a moment. "I do. He's got the spirit for it. And with the right guidance, he'll be a great Marine, even better than me." Dayton snorted. "Better than you? That's a tall order." Garp chuckled, bouncing Ace gently. "That's right. This little guy is destined for greatness. Just wait and see." Within a hidden base of the revolutionaries, a heavily pregnant woman stirred, and the doctor in charge of the med bay moved to assess her condition. Reiju. Reiju. Sora opened her eyes, her head still throbbing, but her mind instinctively searched for her daughter. The last thing she remembered was a gunshot and Reiju falling to the floor. Tears welled up in Sora's eyes. "Miss, please, you need to calm yourself down," the doctor said kindly, trying to soothe the distressed woman. She already knew the identity of the woman the revolutionaries had rescued, the queen of the Germa kingdom, Vinsmoke Sora. Well, she was no longer a queen because the kingdom was no longer there. The entire floating kingdom of Germa 66 had been sunk beneath the sea. The poor woman must have gone through quite the ordeal. From the initial tests, they had deduced that the fetus within her womb had been modified by experiments. Despite their best efforts, they hadn't been able to reverse the effects, as the damage had already been done. They couldn't understand why someone would be cruel enough to experiment on unborn children, but they had no idea that it was her own husband who had subjected her to such inhumane experiments. "Reiju, where's Reiju? Is she all right?" Sora asked with a hint of hope, thinking that if she had been rescued, there was a chance her daughter might be alive and well. Her eyes darted around the small room, searching for her little girl. The doctor lowered her head, unable to meet Sora's eyes. "I am sorry," she replied softly. She had learned from the revolutionaries who had saved Sora that the woman's daughter had been gunned down by underworld members and did not make it. They couldn't even retrieve the child's body as the island was sinking. Sora's world shattered. The hope that had briefly flickered in her eyes was extinguished. She clutched her belly protectively, tears streaming down her face. "No, not my Reiju." The doctor placed a comforting hand on Sora's shoulder. "I'm truly sorry for your loss. But right now, we need to focus on you and the children you're carrying. You must stay strong." Sora nodded weakly, though her heart was breaking. She had lost so much, but she knew she had to survive for the sake of the children growing inside her. The doctor continued to monitor Sora's condition, making sure she was stable. "You are safe here. We will do everything in our power to protect you and your children." "Where is this place?" Sora asked weakly. "Who are you?" Though she was thankful, she had no idea who her benefactors were because she had fainted at the time of her rescue. "We are part of a resistance group called the Revolutionaries," the doctor replied while checking Sora's vitals. "You don't have to worry, we will not harm you. You are in safe hands." "Is the Germa kingdom gone?" Sora asked softly, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She wanted that kingdom burned to the ground, the kingdom that took away her lovely daughter. Her hatred for Judge had reached a tipping point. If not for her husband's greed, all this would not have come to pass, and her little Reiju would still be alive. "I'm sorry, but the Germa kingdom is no more," the doctor said. Donquxote Doflamingo made sure of it. It is said that the Donquxote pirates chased down the islands that had split up during the chaos and sank them. Contrary to the doctor's expectations, Sora showed a faint sign of relief, as if the kingdom had been a curse. Sora sat up with difficulty. "Thank you for helping me. I'm sorry, but I currently do not have anything to pay you for the treatment." She did not want to impose on their kindness any longer and decided it was better to leave. "Where do you think you will go in your current condition?" the doctor asked sternly. "It is downright foolish to think about leaving. What are you planning to do out there?" Sora looked down, her hands resting protectively over her swollen belly. "I don't know," she admitted. "But I can't impose on your kindness forever. I need to find a way to survive and ensure my child's safety." The doctor shook her head, her expression softening. "You are not imposing. We helped you because it was the right thing to do, and you still need care. Going out in your condition would be dangerous for both you and your child. Stay here until you are stronger. The revolutionaries look after their own, and we will help you find a way forward." Sora's eyes were filled with gratitude and uncertainty. "Thank you," she whispered. I don't know how to repay you." "Your recovery is enough for now," the doctor assured her. "When you are ready, we will talk about the future. For now, focus on getting better and keeping your unborn children safe." Sora nodded, leaning back into the pillows with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Her heart still ached for Reiju, but she knew she had to stay strong for the children she carried. The revolutionaries had given her a second chance, and she was determined not to waste it. A new life within the so-called revolutionaries did not seem bad. At least the people here seemed to have a bit of humanity, much more than one could expect in this cruel world. As the doctor left the room, Sora closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting to her old life, her lost daughter, and the hope for a better future. She would survive, not just for herself but for the children growing inside her. She vowed to protect this new life with everything she had, determined to make sure her children would never suffer as Reiju had. Maybe her children would come to embrace their new life as part of the revolutionaries. Chapter 203, Fishman Island, New World. Whitebeard stood in front of a massive pit in the central plaza. Fishman Island had returned to a calm state after every last one of the pirates and troublemakers had been hunted down. It had been more than a month since the Whitebeard pirates arrived, and stability had returned to Ryugu Kingdom. King Neptune stood beside Whitebeard, along with a few of the Whitebeard pirates' cadres. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as he tried to gauge the depth of the pit. "So you are saying that little brat did this?" Whitebeard questioned his friend, who had a wide smile on his face. "Yes, it was Roscoon. He helped us defend against whatever that boar-like monster was. If not for him, I am sure that monster would have destroyed the entirety of Ryugu Kingdom," Neptune replied. "He showed special favor to the Donquxote family because, as of now, the only place where the fishman could safely traverse on the surface was Dressrosa and the surrounding seas controlled by the Donquxote pirates. Many of their traded supplies came from Dressrosa." "Interesting. That brat sure has grown. Garp sure has created another monster and released him into the sea. But the beast that attacked Fishman Island? I don't think the matter is so simple. There's a high possibility it was a mythical Zoan user," Whitebeard mused. Beside him, Crocodile had an uneasy expression on his face when Neptune mentioned Rosinante. His hand unconsciously went to the metal hook where his amputated arm used to be. Whitebeard did not miss this and chuckled. "So it was that brat who took your arm?" He smirked, but Crocodile simply snorted and turned his attention back to the dark pit. "Say, Whitebeard, can you do something like this?" Crocodile asked. He had been training hard to learn all the nuances about hockey from Whitebeard himself, but even he could not fathom how strong one must be to create something like this. However, it wasn't Whitebeard who spoke. It was Marco who chuckled at how naive a question that was. "Croco! If Pops wanted to, he could easily tear down the entire island, let alone create such a thing. But I have to say, this is sure impressive. Still, if that one's your opponent, your current level of growth is nowhere near enough," he added. "My name's Crocodile," he growled, but Marco simply waved his hand, transforming into a phoenix and diving into the dark pit to explore it. As Marco's blue flames illuminated the walls of the pit, the extent of the damage became apparent. The sheer power it must have taken to create such a massive chasm was beyond comprehension. Marco flew deeper, his keen eyes scanning for any clues about the nature of the attack. Crocodile, still brooding, looked up as Marco returned to the surface. "Find anything interesting down there, bird brain?" Marco reverted to his human form, shaking his head. "It seems like the beating that I gave you in the last training session wasn't enough, Croco." He chuckled, and the rest of the cadres joined in, teasing Crocodile. Whitebeard turned to Neptune. "We'll stay here for another week or so and then return to the New World. It seems things have become quite chaotic there, with Shiki running rampant. I doubt he would target my territories, but then again, he is a madman. And if that brat Ross is as strong as you say, I might need to meet that kid in the future. It sure would be interesting. Even Roger had praised that kid, so I want to see how far he has grown." Whitebeard then turned his attention to a large blue whale shark fishman soldier standing beside King Neptune. The young Jinbe, clad in Ryugu Kingdom's armor, stood tall and vigilant, his strong frame and serious demeanor showing his dedication to his duty. His dark blue skin and large, imposing build were complemented by a pair of sharp fangs and discerning eyes. His bulb-like nose and other features added an imposing presence, making him stand out from other fishmen. "You have potential, and you have the spirit," Whitebeard said, his voice booming yet kind. "Would you like to join the Whitebeard pirates and become my son?" Jinbi was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. By his side, even Arlong shifted uneasily. Arlong, with his long, saw-shaped nose and fierce eyes, had always harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. He despised the idea of forming alliances with them, even if it was with someone as powerful as Whitebeard. He viewed humans as inferior beings who had persecuted his kind for too long. The idea that his close friend might consider Whitebeard's offer filled him with disdain and fear. To Arlong's relief, Jinbi composed himself and respectfully declined Whitebeard's offer. "I'm sorry, but I am a soldier of Ryugu Kingdom, and I would like to serve Fishman Island." Jinbi's voice was firm but respectful. His heart held gratitude for Whitebeard, who had saved Fishman Island, but his experiences had left him wary of humans. He had seen too much suffering inflicted by them to easily accept an invitation to join their ranks, even from someone as esteemed as Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded, understanding the young fishman's perspective. "I respect your dedication to your people, lad. But know that my offer stands. Should you ever change your mind, the Whitebeard pirates will welcome you with open arms." King Neptune placed a reassuring hand on Jinbi's shoulder, pride evident in his eyes in the recent defense of the palace. Jinbi had earned quite the merits, and he knew if Jinbi joined the Whitebeard pirates, then their alliance would only strengthen. "Thank you, Whitebeard. Your offer is a great honor, and I know Jinbi appreciates it. He has always been dedicated to protecting our home." Whitebeard turned his gaze back to Neptune. "Take care of your people, Neptune. The world is changing, and strength alone won't be enough. Just be prepared for what is coming." O'Hara, West Blue. Amidst the burning ruins of the island stood a man, his tears blending with the smoke rising from the charred remains. Dr. Vegapunk, a genius whose intellect was renowned across the seas, surveyed the genocide that had occurred here. His eyes were set on the burning cinders of a massive fallen tree, the Tree of Knowledge, which had stood for millennia. Now, the whole of O'Hara was a wasteland. Even months after the attack, the embers hadn't died down. Soon, he would need to move to Egghead Island, and this might be his last trip he could afford without too many eyes prying into his matters. Vegapunk had just arrived, taking a scientific division ship to find anything worth salvaging and to pay his final respects to his old friend, Clover. As he wandered through the devastated landscape, his mind was heavy with grief and guilt. He wondered if all his work, all his compromises, were worth this tragedy. Meanwhile, within the interior of the island, a group of giants was stealthily searching for something. It was supposed to be here. Why isn't it here? One of the giants questioned their captain, Saul. Saul, who had escaped pursuit with the help of Rosinante, had taken Nico Olivia and her daughter Lily to the Grand Line. Olivia had decided to risk separating from Saul, and trusting him to preserve the books the scholars had died to protect. Despite Saul repeatedly offering Olivia asylum in Elbaf, she adamantly refused, not wanting to cause more problems for the giants. Saul had now returned with a few of his tribe members to transfer those precious books to Elbaf, as per Olivia's wishes. But even after searching the island for 3 whole days, they hadn't found any such books, only a few heaps of burned texts and records, already turned to ashes. According to Olivia, there should have been hundreds of thousands of books. "Keep looking. Those books are important, and I gave my word to Olivia-san." "I intend to keep that word," Saul urged. The giants nodded in agreement, their simple but resolute nature driving them forward. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of a giant made the half-dozen giants alert. "Captain Saul, I spotted a ship anchored on the south coast. It looks like someone disembarked on the island, and it seems to be a world government ship," the giant reported urgently. Though the giants were not afraid of a fight, their captain had emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary commotion. Before Saul could devise a plan, the giant added, Dora wouldn't listen and went ahead, saying she would take down the people from the ship on her own. Saul's eyes widened in alarm. If the giants clashed with world government troops, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Vegapunk, who was wandering around the devastated Ohara, couldn't help but grieve more. His tears had already dried, but his sorrow had not. He wondered if his friend Clover had foreseen this tragedy. Would he have taken a different approach if he knew such devastation awaited? Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, causing him to panic. What was happening? There shouldn't have been anyone on Ohara. He turned and, in the distance, saw a massive figure rushing towards him, charging through the burning embers. He had left the agents meant for his protection back on the ship, despite their protests. Their ranks were not high enough to overrule Vegapunk's decisions, and because he was compliant, the world government wasn't putting too much pressure on him. Realizing it was a giant and that dialogue or running away wouldn't help, Vegapunk closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. "You government dog, I will smash you to pieces." Dora roared as she charged, her intent to kill clear. She had been devastated by the genocide on this island. Though it wasn't her species, the blatant disregard for life by the world government had enraged her. When she spotted a world government ship anchored nearby, she charged, ready to smash its occupants to pulp. Just as Dora's massive fist was about to crush Vegapunk, a figure moved with blinding speed, hands coated with haki. Ryusoken! Dragon roared as his haki-infused attack clashed with the giant's fist. Boom! Despite the sheer difference in size, the attack threw Dora back, making her fall to her rear. She immediately gazed at her attacker and was surprised to see who it was, the man the whole world government was hunting for, the worst criminal who had just formed the so-called Revolutionary Army and sent shockwaves throughout the world. Dragon kept his eye on Dora while addressing Vegapunk. "What is a man like you, who willingly works for the world government, doing here, Vegapunk?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity and a hint of accusation. He had no idea why Vegapunk was here. He had come to say farewell to the souls that had fallen in Ohara, especially Clover, and to find out if he could learn anything substantial about the poneglyphs. If he truly wanted to fight the world government, he needed to understand them, and the secret of the Void Century was something he wanted to uncover, as it would give the revolutionaries an edge against their enemy in the future. Currently, no one knows the true extent of the world government's strength. Dora picked herself up, growling, "Monkey D, dragon." Just then, Saul, followed by a few other giants, rushed into the scene. Dragon immediately recognized Saul, whom he was acquainted with from his time in the Marines. "Saul," Dragon acknowledged in surprise, his voice steady. "What brings you here?" Saul looked at Dragon and then at Vegapunk, assessing the situation quickly. Saul had known Dragon for a long time, a man who didn't like violence but, in the end, defected from the Marines to uphold his ideals. Saul trusted the man and his character, so he did not hide his purpose. "We came to retrieve the books. Olivia-san's last request. But it seems we have other complications now." Vegapunk quickly understood the gravity of their mission. "Let's handle this without any unnecessary violence. We're all here for a reason. I am just here to pay my respects." Dragon turned to Saul, giving him a nod of acknowledgement. Though Saul knew of Vegapunk, he didn't trust him. Vegapunk had willingly joined the world government and assisted in their various nefarious projects. However, if Dragon vouched for this man, Saul was willing to withhold his judgment for the time being. "Dora, you get back," Saul began, but Dragon interrupted him because his earlier statement caught Dragon's attention. "Saul, do you know the whereabouts of Nico Olivia and her daughter?" Dragon asked with hope in his eyes. Recruiting someone capable of deciphering the poneglyphs would be a massive boon to the Revolutionary Army. The world government wanted to bury that knowledge forever. Saul shook his head with a sigh, indicating that he was not aware of where Olivia-san was hiding after they had parted ways after reaching the first half of the Grand Line, making Dragon visibly disappointed. Dragon couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment and was about to address Vegapunk when his haki picked up a new presence. He was immediately aware of who the newcomer was, and he couldn't help but smirk. "You should forget about finding those books, Saul. I'm sure someone has already gotten their hands on them. and I doubt that person would be willing to return what he has taken. At least, I have never known him to be the generous type. Isn't that right, Ross? Dragon's gaze turned towards a seemingly empty area amidst the burning embers. Everyone was confused by Dragon's words, even Vegapunk. I stepped forward, my form shimmering with electrical energy as it reformed a dozen meters away from the group. Sigh. Dragon-san, it seems you haven't been slacking. You've grown much stronger than the last time we met. I still can't mask my presence completely from your haki. Dragon's eyes squinted, feeling the pressure emanating from me. The kid who he had once forcefully inducted into the Marines had now grown into a powerhouse. Dragon still regretted not being more persuasive about me joining the Revolutionary Army back then. However, he was at least relieved that we were on neutral terms. Someone like me joining the world government's side would be a nightmare. Dereshishishi. My laughter echoed, taking everyone by surprise. Even the giants and dragon were astonished as Saul rushed forward. Roscoon! It really is you. Saul was delighted. I had been his savior. If not for me back then, he and Olidia-san would have perished. Though the girl Lily harbored some resentment because I hadn't defended O'Hara, Saul understood I wasn't obligated to do so. The things I had discussed back then made sense. As much as the fault lay with the world government's cruelty, the scholars couldn't escape blame either. They knew such an eventuality would come and still risked innocent lives. But that was in the past, and Saul was genuinely happy to see me here. He didn't even bother to question why I was here. Dragon, do you mean to say this kid has all the books from O'Hara? Vegapunk, having momentarily forgotten the life-threatening situation he was in moments ago, realized the significance of Dragon's earlier statement. Vegapunk looked at me curiously. He had heard of the Donquxote brothers and the tissue that he had tested and incinerated because he had deemed it was too dangerous and did not want such a maple falling back into the world government's hands. It belonged to this young teen standing in front of him, the lightning Lovier user, a fruit the world government had wanted to get their hands on for centuries. I carefully weighed everyone present here. I had left East Blue after Shanks and his crew made for the Grand Line. With my hawk in Shimatsuki village, I didn't have to worry about the safety of Lucci and the rest. With my lightning powers, the trip that might take others months only took me a week to traverse all the way from East Blue to West Blue. I arrived in O'Hara a week prior. I had a few informants keep an eye on Vegapunk's movements. I needed to talk to the man alone. He is one of the greatest pieces I had to set on the board for the future. Originally, as I made the trip to O'Hara, I wasn't sure if Dragon would be here at the same time. Unlike in the canon, Dragon had already formed the Revolutionary Army beforehand. In the canon, he only formed the revolutionaries after visiting O'Hara. But meeting Dragon here is a good thing. He is probably not aware of what is coming for the Revolutionary Army in Sorbet Kingdom. The rebellion is still going strong, and with their recent influx of resources, they have fully invested themselves in liberating Sorbet Kingdom from its ruler. Chapter 204, Roscoon. Is what Dragon-san said true? Do you have all the books from O'Hara? Saul asked, hope shining in his eyes. Well, I did safeguard all the books, I replied with a chuckle. They contain quite useful pieces of information about the world's history and many other topics. I knew what Saul wanted, but I wasn't going to hand them over for free. Nor was I going to extort him for it. Instead, I saw an opportunity to build a connection with Elbaf. Ross, would you be able to part with those books? Saul asked, scratching his beard awkwardly. He knew the likelihood of getting them was slim. To his surprise, I responded, well, I might not be able to give you the originals, but a copy of the books is something the Donquxote family can help you with. We've already started replicating them, so providing Elbaf with a complete set is possible. You just need to wait, as we can only create so many copies each year, and there are more than 100,000 books. Saul's eyes widened in delight. Dragon, however, looked at me as if I were an imposter. Since when did the boy he knew become so generous to people outside his family? His mind raced, and then he understood. I was making a play to build a relationship with Elbaf. Ross, since you are producing copies, would it be possible for the revolutionaries to get a complete set too? Dragon added shamelessly. He needed access to many of the records and books from O'Hara and was even willing to pay a certain price for them. Well, why don't we all pay our respects to the deceased first? We can discuss the rest later, and I would also like to have a chat with the smartest man in the world, I said, turning my attention to Vegapunk. His large head, brimming with knowledge and intellect, seemed almost too big for his body, giving him a unique and somewhat eccentric appearance. Soon, we gathered near the lake, where the books had originally been dumped for safekeeping. Dora returned with a large boulder fished out from the sea at my request. I unsheathed Shusui, and the blade streaked through the air, slicing through the large boulder. Within minutes, a large, obelisk-like monument was fashioned out of the boulder. The finished obelisk stood close to 30 feet tall, and the cut was so smooth it looked like polished stone. The giants dug a huge pit and buried the obelisk's base 10 feet into the ground. Dragon-san, why don't you write something on the monument so the world can remember these fallen souls? I suggested while sheathing Shusui. Dragon nodded, stepping up to the stone monument. He coated his hands with hockey and started etching it with his fingers. I couldn't help but smile at what Dragon had written on the stone obelisk. To the martyrs of knowledge, who braved the darkness in pursuit of truth. Your light shall never fade, and your sacrifice will be remembered as the foundation upon which the future is built. Here lies the courage of O'Hara, undying in the face of tyranny. The pursuit of knowledge is the path to freedom. The inscription captured the essence of the scholar's sacrifice and the enduring spirit of those who seek the truth. As we stood there, paying our respects, the only sounds were the crackling of embers and the distant melody of the sea. May your soul rest in peace, my friend, Vegapunk whispered. I noticed that although Dragon and Vegapunk seemed acquainted, Dragon was keeping his guard up around the scientist. After discussing the details with the giants about the books, I brought up the possibility of acquiring a vast quantity of treasure tree atom. Rumor had it that Elbaf had the largest supply of treasure tree atom, and to create Pluton, we needed not only an enormous quantity of metal but also the finest wood. Small quantities of treasure tree atom occasionally surfaced at underworld auctions, but these meager amounts barely met a fraction of Pluton's requirements. To build the formidable warship, we needed a steady supplier, and the giants of Elbaf seemed like our best bet. I already had plans to bring Dori and Bragi into the Donquxote family by hook or by crook. They were elites, even among the giants, revered and respected in Elbaf. Their joining us would be a significant boon, but that plan had to wait until I reached the first half of paradise. For now, securing a relationship with Elbaf is crucial. Saul and the other giants had proven their trustworthiness in the short time we had known each other, and their willingness to cooperate was a promising sign. Iceberg had been insistent upon finding atom tree wood for Pluton's construction. Although we still had some years before Tom-san returned, we wanted to ensure we had all the raw materials procured for building the second Pluton. One of the main reasons I wanted to speak to Vegapunk was because of this. I needed him on the Pluton project. Ross, you need to be careful when you deal with Vegapunk, Dragon warned, placing a hand on my shoulder while whispering. He's someone who willingly joined the world government. I'm not sure what the man truly thinks. Many say his only loyalty is to science. Dragon treated Vegapunk with neither hostility nor trust. He had invited Vegapunk to join the revolutionaries, but the scientist had rejected the offer, saying the revolutionaries couldn't provide the resources needed for his projects. However, he had also promised Dragon that he would help with certain matters in dire circumstances. I have always wanted to meet the man whose mind is so advanced that the technology and discoveries he comes up with are at least centuries ahead of our own time, I praised softly as I stepped next to Vegapunk, who was standing by the shore, gazing at the far horizon. Donquxote Rosinante, it's simply an exaggeration. Compared to your achievements, mine seem lackluster, don't you think? He replied with a light smile. His head was almost twice the size of his body, a testament to the vast intellect contained within. Just in his teens, yet your name is well known throughout the world. So tell me, why have you come looking for me even after our good friend Dragon warned you to keep your distance? Or have you forgotten that I work for the world government? Unlike Dragon-san, I don't believe you truly serve the world government. You only work for them because you have no better options. You must have considered all the factors before deciding to work for them, even knowing their true intentions, I said, watching for his reaction. Vegapunk couldn't help but smile. He had expected the teen to be an arrogant fellow, just like many others who reach a significant level of strength at a young age and let pride get to their head, stopping them from using their brains. But that still doesn't explain why you're looking for me, he added. It's simple, Vegapunk. I want you to work for the Donquxote family, I said plainly. Vegapunk turned to me slowly, as if I had made some sort of joke. You can't be serious. Do you really think that the world government will simply sit by while I leave them? I am only tolerated because they need me for now, but don't mistake that for favor. The world government keeps me under close watch, and even then, why would I agree to work for someone like you? I don't think you can provide me with anything that the world government can't. Tell me, Vegapunk, if I were to tell you that I know the future, would you believe me? I spoke with a grin. Vegapunk's eyes sharpened, intrigued but cautious. The future? What kind of future do you claim to know? He asked, his curiosity piqued despite his skepticism, but I could tell beyond all that his mind had already started working on the possibility if there were really ways to know about the future. I leaned forward and whispered into Vegapunk's ear, making absolutely sure that only he could hear what I said. You. How do you know that? Vegapunk questioned in shock. I added a few more bits of information that I was sure would pique his interest. A devil fruit, perhaps. Very much possible. Maybe an ability like precognition or divination, or even a time traveler, he murmured to himself, thinking of all the possibilities where I could have obtained the information that I had just shared. Vegapunk's eyes widened slightly at that last piece of information. It was something he had barely begun to conceptualize, let alone discuss with anyone. You have my attention, he said, his voice now tinged with genuine interest. But knowing a few things doesn't mean you can change the course of events or provide what I need. And you're not yet in a position where you can challenge the world government, so whether what you have told me will truly come to pass or not, it's useless. Ultimately, I am under the world government's thumb. There is no way I would go against them, he added with a smile. Says the man who has been actively undermining the world government for years. Others may not understand your motives, Vegapunk, but I know that no matter what kind of act you put on, ultimately, you are a man of science. And like any man who has dedicated himself to science, your end goal is to discover and illuminate the truth. Am I wrong, Vegapunk? I responded. Vegapunk was dead set on keeping up his act, claiming his allegiance was with the world government. Even when I shared certain things about the future, he just wanted to find a logical explanation for it and was not ready to believe me yet. Vegapunk looked out at the horizon, lost in thought. You speak as if you know me well, Rosinante. It is true that my loyalty lies with science and the pursuit of knowledge. But the world government provides the resources and protection I need to continue my work. Without them, my research would be at a standstill. I leaned in closer, lowering my voice to a whisper. Well, even then, that didn't stop you from prying into matters that are banned and considered taboo by the world government. Tell me, Vegapunk, how do you think the elders would react if they knew you were trying to restore that giant robot that once belonged to the ancient kingdom with resources from the world government? Or that you were one of the main parties helping Professor Clover and the O'Hara researchers from the shadows? Vegapunk's expression shifted from his usual casual, goofy smile to one of intense focus and suspicion. His eyes narrowed, analyzing my words with a keen intellect. And what about when they find out you've mastered a way to replicate a mythical Zoan devil fruit and even improved upon it? And I'm certain you've already discovered a workaround to create giants, yet you haven't disclosed it to anyone. His gaze sharpened, the weight of my revelations pressing upon him. What do you really want? He asked, his voice a mixture of curiosity and caution. I smiled, a cruel glint in my eyes. What I want, Vegapunk, is the world. To achieve that goal, I need someone like you by our side. It doesn't have to be all of you, just a part will suffice. I'm aware that you're planning to split your consciousness into different entities and create something called Punk Records. Am I right? Vegapunk couldn't help but gulp. If the previous matters could be attributed to information leaks or the young man in front of him bluffing, this was different. This was something only he knew of, a plan he had only recently conceived. Even the name, Punk Records, was something he had just decided upon for the central brain to be used by the satellites he was going to create. The more Vegapunk heard, the more curious and shocked he became. I just want you to create an entity and send it to Dressrosa. Make sure that only you are aware of its existence. Not even the other satellites you plan to create should know about it. Seal away the memory so the rest of your entities cannot access this conversation we are having. I am sure you can achieve that much, Vegapunk. I chuckled. Vegapunk took a deep breath. The teenager in front of him seemed worse, much more worse than the 5 elders he had dealt with. And if he could truly discern the future, as he claimed, Vegapunk had to tread carefully. For the first time in his life, Vegapunk was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Just as Vegapunk was contemplating his next move, I spoke again. Vegapunk, I hope you haven't yet tampered with the artificial devil fruit you created, replicating Kaido's devil fruit, have you? This was something I had to make sure of because if it was faulty, I would need to find a different devil fruit for Lucci. But if it was untampered, Lucci would truly live up to his name as the greatest genius in the last 8 centuries. Lucci, the one I have been personally training with all my heart, just imagining him with mythical Zoan devil fruit like that of Kaido sent shivers down my spine. Lucci would make Kaido look like a joke once he grows up. Please tell me you haven't tampered with it. I pressed again, and with all the leverage that I had on him, I was sure he wouldn't play any trick, but then I needed to be careful. After all, he was the smartest man in the world. Vegapunk subconsciously nodded, indicating that he hadn't tampered with it yet. He had been planning to, but he was still studying the fruit and had planned to tamper with it before leaving for Egghead Island. No, I haven't. But, how do you know all this? Does that mean you truly know the future? Even Vegapunk couldn't believe he was asking such a question. You can have the answers you need and much more, Vegapunk. Trust me, helping me is a way of helping yourself find the truth about this world. And a friendly piece of advice, just because you create your satellites doesn't mean everyone will remain loyal to you. The moment they are born, they become individual life forms with their own thoughts and behaviors. Don't get blindsided. For a man so bright, you did go down in a rather foolish way. I chuckled while Vegapunk's eyes widened at the crucial snippet of information I had shared. Vegapunk's mind now entertained a solid possibility. Though he had never heard of such a devil fruit, what if there was a devil fruit that could help one travel through time or peek into the future? This was all new. He had never entertained such possibilities, and what did the team mean by getting betrayed by his own satellites? He knew they would be different entities, each with their own personalities, but he had never considered the possibility of one of his own creations betraying him. Vegapunk now entertained the idea I suggested, create another entity only he would be aware of and make sure it was uncompromised. It could act as his second life, and who better to help him protect it than the young man who had made his mind race after all these years? Maybe, just maybe, he would truly be able to uncover the truth of this world. Will you truly share all the information about the future that you are aware of? Vegapunk couldn't help but ask impatiently. That would depend on your sincerity. If you try and play tricks, I will know. You could fool the elders all these years, but it won't work with me. I genuinely want to offer you a place in my family. As for the rest, it depends on the decision you make. I suggest you leave Punk Hazard as soon as possible and leave the artificially synthesized fruit behind. I will consider it a token of your sincerity. I gave him a wide grin, which made Vegapunk frown. The weight of my words hung in the air as Vegapunk mulled over his options. His mind, a labyrinth of calculations and theories, was now racing faster than ever. The choices he made in the next few moments could change the course of history, not just for him but for the entire world. Chapter 205. I knew I was taking a huge gamble with Vegapunk by revealing sensitive information, but it was better than disclosing my true secret, that I was a transmigrator from another world where our current reality was merely fiction. So, tell me, Ross, Vegapunk countered. If what you're saying is true, what stops me from disclosing to the elders that you can see into the future? I'm sure the world government would be very interested in knowing how you managed this. His question showed he wasn't yet convinced I had leverage over him. He believed I must have an ulterior motive and wanted to understand why I needed him specifically. Despite the Donquxote family's advanced technology, especially in weapons, which even he found intriguing, he was skeptical. You asking me that question means you have no intention of disclosing what we spoke about to the elders, I replied, chuckling. And have you forgotten, Vegapunk? Unlike you, I am not under their thumb. Do you think I wouldn't know if you ratted me out? I could see he was probing, trying to determine if I could truly carry through with my plans. Taking over the world wasn't a simple matter, and many had tried and vanished from history in the last 8 centuries. He needed to be convinced that I could achieve what no one else had. I tossed a transponder snail to Vegapunk. Take your time to think it over. You have until you leave, Punk hazard. I turned to leave, giving him space to consider his options. I had a wealth of information I could share, but I wasn't going to help him until I was sure he was on my side. Though he had no combat potential, his mind was the most dangerous in the world, something I had to be wary of. One of the main reasons, other than for Pluton, I desperately needed Vegapunk, or at least one of his satellites, was to help us research pure gold and modify Doffy's physique. As someone who had extensively worked on Kaido's physiology, he surely had methods to enhance physiques. While I was developing a monstrous physique, the same couldn't be said for Doffy, which was a weakness. If he had consumed a mythical Zoan fruit or the lightning Logia, we wouldn't need to find a roundabout way. But what was done, so we could only find alternatives, and Vegapunk was the best alternative. Having Vegapunk on our side would bolster our ranks to unimaginable levels. If Vegapunk agreed to my conditions and created a 7th satellite to join the family, its identity would have to remain a secret, even from the core members of the family. Only Doffy and I would know. I walked away, leaving Vegapunk to his thoughts, knowing that the future of our plans now hinged on the decision of the man with the most brilliant mind in the world. Meanwhile, a few hundred miles away from Ohara, the ship that Vegapunk had arrived on was under siege by a dozen sea kings. The agents aboard were fighting desperately to fend off the colossal sea creatures. Damn it, how did we not realize we drifted so far from the island? One of the lead agents bellowed, frustration etched into his features. The higher-ups are going to have our heads if they find out we left Dr. Vegapunk alone on Ohara. We should never have let him go onto the island by himself. There's nothing left on Ohara. With a furious cry, he unleashed a haki-infused Rankyaku, leaving a deep gash on one of the Sea King's necks. The beast roared in anger before diving back into the sea. What the agents didn't know was that Ross had knocked them all out with his Conqueror's haki and severed the ship's anchor, causing them to drift aimlessly. He didn't want the agents to discover that Vegapunk had made contact with people on the island. Quit whining! Since when did you outrank Dr. Vegapunk? The leader of the CP group snapped, his voice cutting through the chaos. He asked us to stay on the ship, and we followed orders as to how he fell unconscious and how the ship drifted so far out. We can discuss that later. Finish off the Sea Kings if you have energy to spare. I've already reached out to Dr. Vegapunk. He's safe on the island and said he'd wait for us. We need to return as soon as possible. He punctuated his orders by punching through the eye of a Sea King, sending it thrashing in pain. Back on the island, I was engrossed in a lively conversation with the giants. Having saved Saul, I had earned their warm regard, and their boisterous company was a welcome change. And then, the whole world trembled under the name of the giant warrior pirates. Dora laughed heartily, embellishing tales of the legendary giant pirates crew, whose exploits were still celebrated in Elbaf, despite their disbandment nearly 80 years ago. Were Dory and Broggy really that strong? I asked with genuine curiosity. Though I had plans to recruit them, my knowledge of Dory and Broggy came from canon alone. I wanted to understand more, and Dora, who almost worshipped the pair, seemed the right person to ask. Strong? No, they weren't just strong, they were among the strongest giants in the history of Elbaf, she declared with pride. Just then, another giant muttered his doubts about her claim. They are simply ghosts of the past. Without hesitation, Dora pounced on him, demanding a brawl. It took Saul's intervention to separate them. I realized not everyone shared Dora's reverence for Dory and Bragi. The giant who spoke against her was seething with barely controlled anger, an emotion my observation hockey picked up on. Why the hostility towards Dory and Bragi? I asked, trying to understand the undercurrents of dissent. The giant, still fuming, glanced at me before speaking. Not everyone believes in their so-called legends. Some of us think they brought more trouble than glory to Elbaf. I couldn't help but raise my brows at the sour comment and turn to Saul, who sat back down with a sigh. Bjorn here is the younger brother of Oimo, who was once part of the giant warrior pirates, Saul began, his voice tinged with the weight of old memories. Nearly 3 decades ago, Oimo and another giant embarked on a venture to find Dory and Bragi, but they never returned. Saul's revelation cast a somber shadow over the lively conversation, and the other giants grew quiet. Bjorn's eyes were dark with the pain of old wounds, and I could sense the depth of his resentment. Tell me more about what happened, I urged, wanting to understand the full story. Saul nodded, his expression grave. Oimo and his companion, Kashai, believed that their captains, Dory and Bragi, were still locked in an endless duel to find out who is the stronger one amongst them, just like many on Elbaf do even to date. They set sail, driven by their belief that their captains were still alive, but as the years passed with no word from them, hope turned into sorrow, and sorrow into anger. Bjorn was just a young giant back then, and he idolized his brother. The disappearance of Oimo left a deep scar. Bjorn clenched his fists, his voice tight with emotion. They chased after ghosts. The legends of Dory and Bragi are just that, legends. Real or not, they brought nothing but heartache to our family. While everyone else sang praises of their might and valor, we lived with the uncertainty of not knowing what happened to Oimo. The other giants exchanged uneasy glances, the tension was palpable. It was clear that the legacy of the giant warrior pirates was a double-edged sword, one that inspired some while leaving others wounded. Dora, her earlier exuberance dampened, spoke up softly, I understand your pain, Bjorn. But the legends of Dory and Bragi also inspire us to strive for greatness. They remind us of what it means to be a giant of Elbaf. Bjorn shook his head. Inspiration? Is that what you call it? My brother was inspired to leave his home in order to find his captain and never come back. For what? For a dream that wasn't even his. I could feel the weight of his words, the raw honesty cutting through the romanticized tales of heroism. It was a reminder that legends, while powerful, could also have unintended consequences. Saul placed a comforting hand on Bjorn's shoulder. We all have our paths to follow, Bjorn. Oimo made his choice, just as you must make yours. But don't let anger cloud your judgment. We are giants, and our strength lies not just in our size but in our spirit and unity. Then it struck me, these giants had no idea that Dory and Bragi were still alive, locked in an endless battle just like some giants believed, and that Oimo and Kashai had been tricked by the world government into serving as gatekeepers in Eni's lobby after they were captured by the Marines. A smile tugged at the corners of my lips. While I couldn't reveal Dory and Bragi's location just yet, I needed to speak with them first. Sharing information about Oimo and Kashai could earn me the giant's favor. Wait, did you just say Oimo and Kashai? I asked, feigning a look of surprise as if I had heard those names before but couldn't quite place them. Bjorn and the other giants turned their attention to me, curiosity and a glimmer of hope lighting up their faces. I think I've heard those names before, I continued, carefully crafting my words to make it seem like a chance discovery. And I don't think they've perished, as you believe. Their eyes widened in shock, and Bjorn rose to his feet with surprising agility, causing the ground to tremble. What do you mean, Ross? What did you mean when you said Oimo wasn't dead? Is that really true? If so, where have you heard that name? Please recall it. I will be eternally grateful if you can give any information about my brother. I scratched my head, pretending to think hard. After a few moments, I spoke again as if I had just remembered. Yeah, now I remember. Eni's lobby. I recall that Eni's lobby is being guarded by two giants named Oimo and Kashii. I'm not sure if they are the same giants, but from what I know, they entered the service of the world government close to 3 decades ago. The reaction was immediate. The giants erupted in a mix of disbelief and hope. Dora's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Bjorn's face was a mixture of shock and cautious optimism. Eni's lobby? Bjorn repeated, his voice trembling with emotion. Are you certain? Could it really be Oimo and Kashii? Alive and in service to the world government all these years? They must have been tricked. Yes, tricked by the world government somehow. If not, there is no way Oimo and Kashii would serve the world government, those bastards. One of the giants roared in anger. Saul stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Bjorn's shoulder. If what Ross says is true, then there is hope after all these years. We need to confirm this information immediately, but if it's true, that could mean that Oimo and Kashii are alive, even if they've been deceived. Bjorn's eyes were filled with determination. We must find out the truth. Ross, you have given me a sliver of hope, and for that, I am grateful. If Oimo and Kashii are truly at Eni's lobby, we need to rescue them. The other giants nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere was charged with a renewed sense of purpose. Dora looked at me with admiration. Ross, you've done more than you realize. This information is invaluable to us. Say, Dora, I began, turning to the young giantess, who seemed to be the strongest and most spirited among the group. What if I told you that I believe Dory and Broggy are still alive out there somewhere? Would you believe me? Dora's eyes sparkled with interest. She was clearly a devoted fan of the legendary warriors, and her enthusiasm was contagious. If you're as passionate about finding them as I think you are, then perhaps you'd be willing to join me on a quest to find them. Because unlike others, I believe they are somewhere out there. I added that it made Dora's eyes glow dangerously. All these years, it was not like many others like Oimo and Kashii hadn't embarked from Elbaf on a quest to find them. Even the original crew members under Dory and Broggy had tried many times, but ultimately none could locate the island where their duel began. Little Garden is notoriously difficult to find, almost as if luck itself guards its location. After decades of fruitless searching, many have come to believe that Dory and Broggy perished fighting each other. Dora's eyes lit up like Christmas. Really? You want me to join you? Will you really be able to help me find Dory and Broggy? Before she could complete her queries, the other giants looked at each other in shock. Saul, visibly alarmed, interjected. Dora, you can't. Prince Loki will have our hides. You already left Elbaf without informing anyone, and we're already worried about how we're going to explain this to him. Please don't cause us any more trouble, Princess. My eyes narrowed at Saul's last word. Princess? If Dora was indeed the princess of the giants, this was a golden opportunity. I could sense her thirst for adventure and the chance to find her idols. If I could persuade her to join my family, it would be like gaining the support of Elbaf itself. However, I needed to approach this delicately. Humph. Dora scoffed, folding her arms defiantly. Big Brother Loki is a mean bully. He never lets me go anywhere. This is my chance, after so many years, to finally leave Elbaf and find my idols. I'm not going to give up now. It's too boring to go back. I might as well follow Ross. From what you said, Saul, he's trustworthy, right? She turned to Saul with a wide grin. Saul was caught in a bind. He couldn't use force on the princess, and she was no weakling. With the bloodline of the giant royalty flowing through her veins, she was much stronger than the other giants. He sighed heavily, clearly conflicted. Dora, it's not about trust. You were not even supposed to leave Elbaf, Saul began cautiously. It's about responsibility and duty to our people. If something happens to you, it could cause a lot of trouble for Elbaf. Dora rolled her eyes. Saul, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. And besides, this is something I've dreamed of my whole life. You know how much Dory and Broggy mean to me. If there's even a chance that they're alive, I have to take it. And I am not going to fall for your tricks. If I come back to Elbaf with you all, then I don't know when I will be able to leave Elbaf again. Seeing the determination in her eyes, I decided to solidify my offer. Dora, if you come with me, I promise we'll find them. And not only that, but you'll have the adventure you've always dreamed of. We'll uncover the truth behind the legends and perhaps even create new ones. Dora beamed, her excitement palpable. Then it's settled. I'm going with you, Ross. The other giants looked uneasy, but the decision was made. Dora's resolve was unshakable. Saul, the leader of the expedition, couldn't accept Dora's decision so easily. He turned to me with pleading eyes. Roscoe, please help me persuade Dora. If she truly follows you, it will cause quite a commotion back at home. She is of royal bloodline, and if anything were to happen to her under your watch, the wrath of all Elbaf would follow. Please reconsider, he said earnestly. I understood Saul's concerns, but the opportunity was too valuable to pass up. I glanced at Dora to see if she had any doubts, but her tearful eyes were fixed on me, filled with determination. She was barely a young teen, brimming with a thirst for adventure. I'm sorry, Saul, I said gently. I don't think your princess is in the mood to listen to anyone. But don't worry, she will be safe. I can promise you that much. But Ross, she is. Saul started, but Dora interrupted, throwing a tantrum like a child. No! I'm not going back. I'm going on an adventure, and nobody will stop me. If you try, I'll venture out to sea alone, she huffed and puffed, her determination unwavering. Saul sighed again, resigned to the inevitable. Just promise me one thing, Dora. Be careful. And Ross, you'd better keep your word and protect her. I promise, I said firmly. To reassure him, I retrieved a special transponder snail and handed it to Saul. He took it gratefully, relief evident in his eyes. We'll look out for each other, right, Dora? I added, turning to the newest addition to the Donquxote family. Absolutely! Dora exclaimed, her tears turning into a wide, excited grin. Chapter 206, Shiki. A blood-curdling cry tore through the skies as Big Mom finally laid her eyes on the devastation and carnage that Golden Lion Shiki had wrought throughout Tato land. Rage, pure, unadulterated rage, coursed through every cell of her body. Despite returning with all haste, it had taken her close to 3 weeks to reach her territory, and her once pristine base was now unrecognizable. Whole Cake Island wasn't even a whole island anymore, more than 2/3 of it had sunk into the sea. The destruction was unimaginable. The towering cake-shaped structures that once stood proudly were reduced to rubble, their sugary remains scattered across the crumbled landscape. The once vibrant and bustling Sweet City was now a ghost town, its streets cracked and flooded. The chocolate fountains had dried up, and the candy trees lay uprooted. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of burnt confectionery, a grim reminder of the havoc Shiki had unleashed. Big Mom's children, who had followed her to besiege Dressrosa, flinched at the murderous bloodlust emanating from Mama. Most of them unconsciously took a step back, not wanting to feel her wrath. It was well known that she would vent her anger on anyone in such a situation. This was a blatant insult, a slap in the face. Only recently had she gained her title as an Emperor of the Sea, and now Shiki had proven that even the emperors were prey in this vast ocean. Big Mom's mind raced, trying to piece together how it had come to this. Just then, a group of her children, who had been left behind to guard the territory, approached, all battered and bruised. The Charlotte siblings had lost 3 members during the assault, and Daifuku, who had been left in charge, was severely injured. He had only awoken a week ago after falling in the defense against Shiki's forces. Mama. Daifuku started, his face etched with guilt. Though he had no chance against someone of Shiki's caliber, he felt responsible. He had approached Mama to apologize, but what he didn't know was that the moment she laid her eyes on the incompetent son who had allowed her base to fall to ruins, she snapped. To Big Mom, someone who was not useful, even if it was her own child, needed to be dealt with. Such a major blunder could not go unpunished. If not, the rest of her children might think that failure wouldn't have consequences. Mama. I tried, but I couldn't save my siblings. Before Daifuku could explain the situation, Katakuri, who stood nearby, sensed the impending danger. His eyes widened in sheer terror, and his body moved unconsciously, his entire form infused with haki. Boom! A devastating punch landed on Katakuri as he took the blow meant for Daifuku. The attack was launched with the intent to kill. Big Mom's eyes were red, filled with anger, and there was no room for mercy. If not for Katakuri's observation haki allowing him to see the future, Daifuku would have been killed. Big brother. Many of the siblings cried out, rushing to help Katakuri, who had crashed into the now ruined buildings of Whole Cake Island. But a sudden burst of Conqueror's haki made them all freeze in place. Daifuku stood there, not understanding what was going on because everything had happened in an instant. Mama mama! Big Mom roared. Katakuri, are you defying my will? She took a step toward Daifuku, who stood frozen in place. The sheer bloodlust made everyone understand that Big Mom truly wanted to kill Daifuku. Big Mom had been cruel and harsh before, but never had she tried to kill her children. Today, it seemed she was dead set on killing Daifuku for failing to defend Tado land. As Big Mom brought down her arm to crush Daifuku, Katakuri launched himself from the rubble, his head bleeding. If there was one thing that could supersede his loyalty to Big Mom, it was his love for his siblings. Katakuri once again crossed his arms, taking the blow that cracked the entire ground he stood on. Behind him, Daifuku was barely able to keep his consciousness as Mama's overwhelming Conqueror's haki burst out in waves, pink lightning tearing through the already devastated island. Mama, you need to stop this. You know that Shiki is not someone my siblings could have stopped, he tried to reason with Big Mom, who was hellbent on killing Daifuku. Katakuri's feet sank into the ground, and he struggled to keep Big Mom's hand from descending on his brother, who was now kneeling on the ground behind him. The tension was palpable, and the atmosphere crackled with the immense power of Big Mom's fury. Katakuri, move aside! Big Mom bellowed, her voice shaking the very air. He failed me, and he must pay. Please, Mama, Katakuri pleaded, his voice strained. Daifuku did his best. None of us could have predicted Shiki's attack. Punishing him won't bring back what we lost. We need to focus on rebuilding and protecting what remains. Best? He should have died trying, but no, these cowards must have run. If they do not have the guts to face the enemy, then there is no need for them to live. Step aside, Katakuri, or do you have a death wish as well? Big Mom roared, her anger only surging stronger at Katakuri's defiance. Mama. Listen to me, however, before Katakuri could finish, a massive arm slapped him heavily to the side. Despite coating himself with haki, his bones cracked, and he was shot out like a broken twig. Though Katakuri had been growing rapidly and had already stepped into the ranks of admiral-level fighters, he was still no match for Big Mom, who was a league above. Big Mom turned her attention back to Daifuku, who was still trembling on the ground. The injuries he had sustained were severe, making him unable to stand against Big Mom's sheer aura in his present condition. Mama, please! Perispero finally picked up the courage, seeing Katakuri desperately trying to save Daifuku's life, but Big Mom ignored everyone. Her massive form loomed over Daifuku. Mama. Maybe your death would be the lesson the rest of the family needs, she chuckled darkly, reaching her hand to devour the soul of her own son. Just as her arm was about to reach Daifuku, layer after layer of shields formed around him, a layer of candy, a layer of biscuit, a layer of mochi. The shields kept stacking, and Katakuri, from within the rubble, infused his mochi with armament haki. The other siblings followed Katakuri's lead, infusing the shields with haki. The siblings who still stood under Big Mom's Conqueror's haki were some of the strongest cadres, and now they were pouring out their all to save one of their siblings from Big Mom's wrath. But not all siblings shared similar feelings, some were absolutely loyal to Big Mom, some just didn't care, while the majority were too afraid to act, not wanting to be next. Seeing many of her children defying her will, Big Mom roared. Righty, she bellowed as a massive lightning bolt struck the dome the siblings had created and tore through it. Mama. If only you all had put such effort into defending my territory, she chuckled darkly, catching Daifuku by the neck and picking him up. He started gasping for air as she tightened her grip, wanting to suck the lifespan out of him. Mama. No! Katakuri, limping, saw in his future sight how Big Mom drained the soul out of his brother, and something deep within his soul stirred as if a primal force awoke within him. Big Mom, who was about to crush Daifuku, widened her eyes as the surroundings stirred. The entire area, which was filled with her own conqueror's haki, now felt a new force pushing against her will. Katakuri's eyes blazed with fierce wrath and hatred, and an aura unlike any before erupted from him. The air around him crackled with raw energy, and the ground beneath him began to tremble. His conqueror's haki surged forth, clashing violently with Big Mom's. The sky above darkened, and the very heavens seemed to respond to the awakening of this new conqueror. Enough! Katakuri's voice boomed, carrying with it a power that resonated deep within the souls of those present. His haki expanded, pushing back against Big Mom's oppressive aura, creating a shockwave that blasted debris in all directions. Purple lightning pushed back the pink lightning with all its might. Big Mom's grip on Daifuku loosened as she turned her gaze to Katakuri, a mixture of surprise and anger in her eyes. Katakuri, you dare defy me? She snarled, her voice laced with fury as her haki started pushing back on Katakuri's. Katakuri stood tall, despite his injuries, his presence commanding and unwavering. I will not let anyone harm our family, Mama. Not anymore. The clash of their conquerors' haki intensified, pink lightning clashed against purple lightning, the ground splitting and the air crackling with the force of their wills. The sheer power of their confrontation sent waves of energy rippling through the ruins of Whole Cake Island, and even the most steadfast of Big Mom's children could feel the seismic shift in the balance of power. With each passing moment, Katakuri's haki grew stronger, fueled by his love for his siblings and his unyielding resolve. The atmosphere was electric, and the very essence of his spirit challenged the indomitable will of Big Mom. Mama. You think you can stand against me, Katakuri? You are nothing compared to me. Big Mom bellowed, her voice shaking the earth as her conqueror's haki surged again with ferocity. Maybe not, Mama. But I won't let you destroy what's left of our family. It wasn't his fault, even I wouldn't have stood a chance against Shiki. Katakuri's voice was steady, and his gaze was unwavering. The clash of their conquerors' haki reached a crescendo, the very air vibrating with their power. In that moment, Katakuri's conqueror's haki burst forth in a brilliant display, a wave of indomitable spirit that swept over the battlefield, pushing back Big Mom's aura and enveloping Daifuku in its protective embrace. The ground shook, the sky roared, and the world seemed to hold its breath, bearing witness to the birth of a new conqueror. Big Mom's anger slackened as a cruel glint appeared in her eyes, momentarily caught off guard by the sheer force of Katakuri's will and his awakening. Her eyes narrowed, a mixture of pride and rage swirling within them. Very well, Katakuri. You have earned yourself a chance. But remember, this changes nothing. You are still my son, and you will obey me. Despite his outburst, Katakuri's haki was being overwhelmed, but the determination in his eyes remained. I will protect our family, Mama. Even if it means protecting my siblings against you. Big Mom knew that Katakuri awakening his conqueror's haki was a double-edged sword. As a user of conqueror's haki herself, she understood its rarity and the immense potential it signified. In her eyes, Katakuri's worth skyrocketed. If she were to kill Daifuku now, she would lose Katakuri forever. But if she could bend Katakuri to her will, she would have a right-hand man who might be able to reach her level in the near future. As long as she kept her other children under control, she could leverage them to keep her prized son in check. After a long contemplation, she decided not to be hasty and lose the gem she had finally uncovered among her children. Fine! Katakuri, on behalf of proving yourself to me, I will spare his life for now. Big Mom's words made the siblings sigh in relief. Even Katakuri's haki slackened as he saw Big Mom back down. But suddenly, a blood-curdling cry reverberated throughout as, to the terror of everyone, Mama ripped an arm off Daifuku and tossed it aside. And that's the lesson for trying to defy me and failing me. Remember, Katakuri, henceforth, every time you try to defy me, your siblings will suffer. Do I make myself clear? Big Mom chuckled darkly as Daifuku roared in pain, trying to stop the bleeding. Katakuri's eyes filled with rage as he looked at his brother writhing on the floor, but he saw Mama's eyes. There was a mocking warning, as if daring him to challenge her again. He was certain that if he defied her again, she would turn her wrath on his siblings. His nails dug into his palm, drawing blood, and his jaws tightened, making a creaking noise. Suddenly, Perispero placed a hand on Katakuri's shoulder. "Don't, Katakuri," he warned. Finally, Katakuri bowed his head, and Big Mom's smile widened as she strode away to teach the rest of her creations a lesson for their failure to defend her island and to assess the condition of her territories. She was followed by the children, the ones who were absolutely loyal to her and the ones who were terrified of her. Big Mom's cruelty was on full display, and her cunning manipulation was evident. She had leveraged Daifuku's suffering to keep Katakuri in check. Katakuri's inner conflict was a storm of emotions. He wanted nothing more than to challenge Big Mom, to stand against her tyranny, but he couldn't do it. The safety of his siblings weighed heavily on him. The image of Daifuku's severed arm was etched into his mind, a constant reminder of the cost of defiance. As Big Mom walked away, her loyal children in tow, Katakuri fell to his knees beside Daifuku, who was gasping in pain. Perispero quickly used his candy to create a makeshift bandage, trying to stop the bleeding. "Stay with us, Daifuku," Katakuri murmured, his voice strained with guilt and anger. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Daifuku managed a weak smile. "It's not your fault, brother Katakuri. We all knew the risks." Katakuri's heart ached with a mix of helplessness and determination. He had to protect his family, but he also had to find a way to stand up to Big Mom's tyranny. For now, though, he had to bide his time and gather his strength. The day would come when he would no longer bow to her will, but for the sake of his siblings, he would endure. Chapter 207, Ross, do you think it wise to put your trust in Vegapunk? Dragon stepped up as we watched the world government ship sail away into the horizon. "Don't you trust him, Dragon-san?" I asked, keeping my eye on the tiny speck vanishing into the setting sun. "It's complicated. I don't know where that man's true allegiance lies. I would suggest you stay away from him if possible," Dragon said cryptically. "Dragon-san, you're good, but not good enough." I turned to him with a smirk. "If you didn't trust his character, you wouldn't have shown up to help him in the first place. And you're worried about how strong my family and I will become with Vegapunk's help, aren't you?" I asked, and Dragon's face remained neutral. "Like it or not, our ideals clash. You like to deprive us of anything that might give us an advantage, isn't that right, Dragon-san?" Sigh. "You are a dangerous one, Ross. My mind tells me I should get rid of you while I have the chance, while I am still strong enough to beat you. Who knows how strong you will grow in the future? But my gut tells me that it would be the worst decision I could make. You might not have realized it yet, but you are different. You are different from how you perceive yourself to be," Dragon added, looking at me complexly. I was right. He wanted to deprive us of the chance to collaborate with Vegapunk because he had no idea what we had spoken about earlier. Any plan I came up with would have far-reaching consequences, and he didn't want to face such anomalies in the future. He felt like he was in the light, while my actions were shrouded in darkness. "Thank you for being honest, Dragon-san. At least I can rest assured that I wouldn't be stabbed in the back while working with a man like you. And who knows who would end up as the victor in this great game we're all playing." I chuckled. "Ah yes, speaking of games, are you aware that the world nobles are reinstating the native hunting competition?" I asked with nonchalance, knowing full well how this information would unsettle him. Doffy had shared a lot of intel about the native hunting competition, and it was going to be a big event, maybe even comparable to the God's Valley incident. The location picked for it was an interesting choice. From the spies in the Holy Land, I knew the entirety of the world nobles were riled up for the event that had been suspended for close to 2 decades. What? What did you just say? Dragon's emotionless face faltered as he lost composure for a second. Is this intel reliable? Tell me, Ross, what else do you know about it? He questioned in a hurry. If the revolutionaries could disrupt something like this, it would be a perfect way to announce the birth of the Revolutionary Army to the world. I paused for a moment, savoring the impact of my words, before continuing. The intel is solid. According to my sources, the event is said to take place in a place you are very familiar with. They've already started making the preparations, setting up plans, and importing exotic creatures to make the hunt more entertaining for the celestial dragons. Dragon's expression darkened. And on which island exactly are they planning to carry out this genocide? Who are they planning to hunt? In addition to the inhabitants of the island, slaves, prisoners, and undesirables from various walks of life, they're rounding them up as we speak. This isn't just a hunt, it's a spectacle for the celestial dragons to display their power and cruelty. From the scale on which they are planning things, it seems to be an event much bigger than the one in God's Valley. Dragon eyes widened in shock and then clenched his fists, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This could be the opportunity we've been waiting for. If we can expose this atrocity and disrupt the event, it would send a powerful message to the world. In that case, you might not have to exert much effort because the revolutionaries are already on the ground, giving you a head start, I said with a dark smile. Dragon, who had been contemplating the ambition of disrupting the event, suddenly turned to me, grabbing me by the shoulders. Ross, are you certain? He roared, his haki lashing out as anger and frustration seeped from him. Yes, Dragon-san. The target for this year's native hunting competition is the Sorbet Kingdom, where your revolutionaries are currently aiding the rebellion and overthrowing the current monarchy, I added. Dragon was still trying to process what I had said, but he knew I wouldn't lie about something so significant. But why? The Sorbet Kingdom is a country affiliated with the world government. Why did they target the Sorbet Kingdom? Dragon questioned, his mind racing to formulate countermeasures. Well, you can thank yourself and the revolutionaries for this. Maybe they realized Sorbet Kingdom was lost, and it seems they are trying to send a message to the world, just like you are trying to send one to them. Man! I can't wait, this is going to be fun, I chuckled, and Dragon's face soured. Ross. Dragon started, but I interrupted him. I know what you want to ask, Dragon-san, but sorry, I am not going to throw my family into this mess to save the necks of your comrades. As much as I respect what you are trying to achieve, I am afraid I can't be of any help. I wanted to make it clear, if there was a gain in helping the revolutionaries, I would, but if not, I was content with seeing the world government and the revolutionaries at each other's throats. Like I said earlier, you are a cruel one. It seems you have already forgotten that I helped your brother earlier in Germa Kingdom, Dragon added, trying to force my hand into helping him. If what I said was true, the world government was planning to wipe out the revolutionaries in Sorbet Kingdom, and they were the elites of his budding group. His force couldn't afford such a loss. Dragon-san, I repaid you much more than you asked for your help, and I didn't even bring up the 25 billion that your revolutionaries took in addition to what was promised. Look, me sharing this news in advance is already doing you a favor, I said, my eyes narrowing sharply. Have you considered what would have happened to your group if you learned about this too late? From what I know, they are planning a massive blockade, and the Marines are also involved this time around. So you better find a solution to the situation in Sorbet Kingdom, I said while tossing him a document containing some information I deemed fit to share. Dragon is someone I wanted to keep a neutral relationship with because he is one of the best distractions I currently have. With him being active, the world government cannot lay down their cards openly, giving us the time we need to grow. What about my old man? Did he not do anything against this? Dragon sighed, looking into the folder. Oh, he does what he does best. I heard he ignored the Fleet Admiral's order and returned to East Blue. I suppose he will stay out of this, like a bystander as he always is, I chuckled, further souring Dragon's mood. This was a mess, a complete mess. "How much time do I have?" he asked hurriedly. I quickly thought back. 3, maybe 4 weeks tops. "They haven't mobilized in force yet because they don't want to startle their prey," I smiled. Dragon's eyes blazed with determination as he processed the information. "Thank you for this, Ross. Whether you intended it or not, you've given us a chance. We will not let this opportunity slip. Good luck, Dragon-san." "You're going to need it," I said, watching as he turned away, already formulating plans and strategies in his mind. The game was set, and the pieces were in motion. Only time would tell who would emerge victorious. Shimotsuki Village, East Blue. "Beat him. Beat him. Beat him to a pulp. Yeah." Mancheri cheered from the sidelines as the entire dojo of Ishin students attempted to subdue Lucci. More than 100 students swung their practice swords, trying to land at least a single hit on the blindfolded Lucci. Mancheri, Leo, and Robin were fervently cheering for Lucci, who effortlessly countered every attack, making a mockery of the Ishin dojo students. Kushiro stood outside the training area, shaking his head in exasperation. He couldn't blame anyone but his own students, who had foolishly asked for this painful lesson. Lucci had been commanding the other kids, and they challenged him, eager to take his position. Lucci had offered them a chance. Anyone who could beat him would take his place. Mihawk had settled down on Shimotsuki Island for the time being. Despite Kozaburo losing his sword arm, he had much to share about swordsmanship, and like Ross, Mihawk had made significant progress. "Kushirodano, I think it's better we put a stop to this. Lucci-kun has a tendency to go overboard, even in training," Miyamoto advised, noting how Lucci's hits were becoming increasingly heavy-handed. "If they allowed this to continue, they might end up with seriously injured kids." Lucci ducked under another kick from behind. Although he was blindfolded, his observation haki was at a decent level, allowing him to dodge the attacks from these children. With the training regimen Ross had introduced, 2 kids in the Ishin dojo were showing signs of awakening haki. Even Kushiro was surprised that the crude training method of blindfolded beating could help them awaken haki. Although Kushiro made this type of training voluntary, nearly 24 children initially joined. However, after 2 days, more than half had quit, leaving only 7 dedicated participants, 2 of whom were on the threshold of awakening haki. Originally, Kushiro had no intention of teaching the children about haki, deeming it unnecessary in the East Blue Sea. However, Ross had convinced him otherwise, arguing that if Kushiro wanted to teach, he should do so wholeheartedly. Half-baked knowledge would only endanger the children who might venture into the world in the future. Since then, Ishin Dojo has been imparting the basic principles of observation and armament haki. The children, who had always wondered how Lucci could dodge their attacks as if he had eyes all over his body, now understood and strove to catch up. However, they had picked the wrong target in Lucci, aiming too high from the start. "Shit! Just one hit, just one hit. I don't believe we can't even manage to land a single hit," a boy roared as he launched himself forward. But Lucci's fist was faster, crashing into his jaw and sending him flying. Lucci danced through the training field like a storm, knocking out one child after another. Suddenly, a boy picked up a fistful of sand and hurled it at Lucci's eyes. Only then did he realize how stupid his action was, as Lucci was already blindfolded. Before he could surrender, Lucci was upon him, sending him crashing with a punch to the gut. Lucci was struggling to hold back his strength, having been pummeling Sea Kings with his bare hands. If he unleashed his full power, he might end up killing these kids. "Enough!" Kushiro finally called out, stepping forward. "Lucci, that's enough for today." Lucci stopped immediately, removing his blindfold and looking at the scattered, groaning children around him. "Understood, Kushiro-sensei," he said, bowing slightly. The children, though battered and bruised, had a newfound respect for haki and the strength it required. They had a long way to go, but today's lesson was a step in the right direction. Kushiro turned to Miyamoto, who nodded in agreement. "We'll need to adjust the training regimen." This was enlightening, but we need to ensure the children's safety as well, Kushiro-san. Agreed, Kushiro replied, looking at the determined faces of his students. We'll find a balance. For now, let's get them treated. As the students were taken to be treated, Lucci walked over to Mancherry, Leo, and Robin. Did you enjoy the show? He asked with a cold smirk. Little Robin pouted. You didn't have to be so rough, Lucci. Mancherry laughed with delight. If she had been allowed, she would have liked to beat up some kids too. Yeah, but it was impressive. They'll think twice before challenging you again. Leo nodded thoughtfully. It's a harsh lesson, but sometimes those are the most effective. Lucci's cold smirk widened. Let's see if they can rise to the challenge. If they can't, they have no place in the world beyond this island. Kushiro overheard and smiled. Despite Lucci's harsh methods, he knew the boy was right. The world was a harsh place, and his students needed to be prepared. And it was better to shed blood here rather than risk their lives elsewhere. As the kids were discussing, Mihawk returned to the dojo, having spent the morning training in the mountains. He carried something unusual in his hands. What's that? Mancherry asked curiously as she pounced onto Mihawk's shoulder. Leo, who wanted to follow suit, was flicked away by Mihawk with a casual swipe. Why does only the princess get the special treatment? Leo roared, rubbing his head. But Mancherry's glare made him cover his mouth with his hands. Robin chuckled at Leo's antics, feeling a bit sorry for him. Even Ross only allowed Mancherry to sit on his shoulders, and whenever Leo tried sneakily, he was taught a painful lesson. Everyone's attention turned back to Mihawk, ignoring Leo's complaints. Mihawk carefully placed down what seemed like a small nest. Even Kushiro and Miyamoto approached, intrigued by the lively atmosphere. Despite Mihawk's distant demeanor, he was warm with the children, especially Ross's group. Is that what I think it is? Kushiro said in surprise, recognizing the small fledglings within the nest. I thought these birds had gone extinct. I never would have thought I'd see a stormwing hawk. The children gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. The nest contained 3 tiny, fierce-looking fledglings, their downy feathers already showing hints of the majestic snow-white plumage they would one day have. The stormwing hawk was a legendary bird of prey, known for its unparalleled speed and razor-sharp talons. In addition, there were quite a few other rumors surrounding these birds. Where did you find them, Mihawk-san? Robin asked, her voice filled with awe. In the mountains, Mihawk replied, his usually stern expression softening slightly. Their nest had fallen from a cliff. I thought it best to bring them here. Mancherry leaned in closer to the nest, her eyes sparkling. They're so cute. Can we keep them? Chapter 208. Somewhere in the sky. Shah. Good, good. A native hunting competition, is it? I wondered why the world government was acting so silent despite our recent rampages, Shiki bellowed with mad laughter upon receiving the latest intel about the world government's plan to revive their infamous sport in the South Blue. However, what even Shiki did not realize was how easily the information about such an event was spreading. The elders had discreetly leaked the news, intending to involve multiple parties in the chaos. They aimed to rid themselves of any world noble who entertained even the slightest thoughts of betrayal. The elders needed to maintain the world government's image. Allowing pirates to kill world nobles would challenge their authority, so they involved the Marines to eventually pin the blame on them for failing to protect the nobles who would perish. Captain, this might well be a trap, Shiki's right-hand man commented. As someone from the Rocks era, he was aware of the triennial competition exclusive to the world nobles. With the way everything was progressing, his instincts screamed that it was a trap, though he wasn't sure for whom. Shia, so what if it's a trap? Don't you think this is the best chance to re-establish the Golden Lion Pirates as the overlords of the New World once again? Whitebeard has been alone on his throne for quite some time. It's time I give him some company, Shiki bellowed cruelly. He never considered Charlotte Linlin on the same level as Whitebeard. The only pirate he believed could challenge him was the strongest man in the world. Shiki turned his gaze towards his new first mate, who seemed hesitant about something. What exactly happened in God Valley? Tell me, Captain, is Xebec truly dead? Jack couldn't help but ask. The fate of Xebec had always remained a mystery to the pirates of his era. As someone who could rule the entire New World with an iron fist, it was rumored that Xebec was indeed alive somewhere, just biding his time. Rox D. Xebec. Shiki whispered the name with venom. If he hadn't fallen in God Valley, I myself would have tried to take him down with my own hands. His eyes showed a complex mix of emotions. Despite his pride, there was a fear etched into his very soul, a feeling that no other being could evoke in him. Xebec was no mere human. Shiki struggled to put it into words as memories of the past flashed by. Even his first meeting with Xebec was vivid in his mind. Xebec ruled with absolute strength. Maybe only a single man out there can truly answer your question, Jack. Roger is no more, and Garp is perhaps the last living man who truly knows about the fate of Xebec. Shiki spoke thoughtfully. Do you think he still lives? John couldn't help but ask. Although Roger conquered the seas, he couldn't truly rule the New World, but Xebec did. He was someone who blatantly challenged the world government and managed to shake their very core. I hope he is. Roger and Garp deprived me of the chance to end Xebec with my own hands. So I hope he is alive somewhere, Shiki said seriously, his eyes blazing with a challenge. If Xebec was truly alive, he would challenge him, even if it cost him his life. So did the brat share any other information regarding the hunt? Shiki composed himself and questioned John. The information they had received was only rumors, but the solid intelligence came from the younger brother of Donquxote, who Shiki was waiting to mature and grow up completely. Maybe, just maybe, he would find another worthy adversary in the future. Yes, Captain. It's going to be in Sorbet Kingdom in South Blue, and it was also mentioned that your former crew members are planning to make an appearance, he added. Newgate? Shiki asked, intrigued, but John shook his head. I'm not sure about Whitebeard, but it seems like Kaido and Linlin are on the move. Linlin expects us to make an appearance at such a grand event, he chuckled. As for Kaido, I think the brat is making a play for the position of emperor. After his loss in Wano, his reputation took quite a beating. This would be a good place to regain it. Shihaha. This is going to be epic. I wonder how that brat was able to gather all this information and deliver the message to us while our base is moving all around the world. He sure is an interesting fellow, Shiki mused, impressed by the Donquxote family's resourcefulness in gathering intelligence. Prepare our entire fleet. We are going to pay a visit to South Blue. Let's turn this into a hunt for the world nobles. Let the world understand that it is time for a change, Shiki commanded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The crew moved with purpose, the air buzzing with a sense of impending chaos. As the Golden Lion pirates prepared for their journey, the seas themselves seemed to hold their breath, awaiting the storm that was about to be unleashed. It was not just Shiki, Ross had spread the information to various parties who might want to exploit this event. Even forces hostile to the Donquxote pirates were discreetly informed about the hunting competition. Though it was the elders who started the fire, Rosinante added fuel, turning it into a blazing inferno. He even added rumors about the prizes of the hunt being 3 very special fruits, a mythical Zoan fruit, the Logia-type Yami Yami no Mi, and the ultimate Paramecia-type fruit, the Op Op no Mi. This was all that was needed to stir the world into setting its sights on the Sorbet Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, a heated conversation was happening on deck. They sure are going all out this time, but is the intel solid? After all, it came from an unknown source, Jozu asked. The entire crew had gathered to discuss the news regarding the hunting event. Whitebeard sat on his throne with a nonchalant attitude, content as long as the so-called world nobles didn't bother him or his children. He was curiously observing his sons argue and comment about the event. However, one particular figure in the group caught Whitebeard's attention. Teach was staring into the report with a glint in his eyes. He rarely showed himself. If someone were to ask who was the most low-key in the Whitebeard crew, it would be Teach. Since the day Teach joined, Newgate has kept an eye on him because of an initial unease. but after years, that had eased a lot. Today, however, Teach had come to participate in the discussion, which may as well be the first time, and something in the report had caught his usually subdued attention. What Whitebeard didn't know was the internal turmoil Teach was currently experiencing. His mind blazed with 1,000 curses upon seeing that the fruit he had been seeking was going to be offered as a prize in the competition. Fuck! If it's really the yummy yummy no me, then I will have to get my hands on it somehow, he thought internally, his fist clenched. Marco, noticing Teach's unusual focus, asked, "Teach, what's got you so interested in this report?" Teach, snapping out of his thoughts, replied, "Oh, nothing much. I was just curious about the fruits being offered. If the intelligence is true, those fruits could shift the balance of power in the world." Vista, standing nearby, scoffed, "It's not like you to care about devil fruits, Teach. What's really on your mind?" Teach forced a grin, hiding his true feelings. Just thinking that if those fruits fall into the wrong hands, it could spell trouble for everyone, including us. Whitebeard, sensing something amiss, leaned forward. "Teach, if there's something you need to share, now's the time." Teach hesitated, then said, "I just think it's worth considering whether we should go after those fruits ourselves. Better in our hands than anyone else's, right?" Marco nodded. "You might have a point. If we don't move, others surely will. It could be a chance to keep those dangerous powers out of the wrong hands. What do you think, Pops?" He turned his attention to Whitebeard. "Gururara. Since when did the Whitebeard pirates worry about devil fruits? If anyone wants to challenge us, let them come. There's no point in throwing ourselves into this mess," Whitebeard added, his voice booming with authority. He had no allure toward the so-called devil fruits. The crew shared a simple rule: whoever found a devil fruit could consume it or pass it on to others. Even Whitebeard wouldn't interfere with that decision. Teach's jaw tightened in anger, but he maintained a naive, smiling facade. He knew that with Whitebeard showing no interest, the only way to make the Whitebeard pirates move was if the so-called sons of Whitebeard collectively asked their captain to go after the devil fruits. His mind raced for options, and he decided to take a gamble. "Forget about it, Teach. If it's a devil fruit you want, the next time I come across one, I'll give it to you." Thatch, recently appointed as the 4th Division's vice commander, comforted Teach by tapping him on the shoulder. But I have heard rumors about the Op no me. I just thought if we could get that fruit, one of us could help Pops live eternally," Teach added, dropping a huge bomb in the midst of the conversation. Even Crocodile, leisurely smoking his cigar, choked in surprise. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened at Teach's words. The secret of the Op no me was not known to many. It was a closely guarded secret by the world government. But Teach, who had researched most of the devil fruits in the world, was aware of the secret and used it to leverage the interests of the division heads. The entire crew hissed in shock at the revelation of the Op no me. Marco shot up from the barrel he was sitting on and grabbed Teach's shoulders. "Teach, what did you just say?" His eyes glinted because, as the ship's doctor, Marco had detected signs of internal damage within Whitebeard. Though it wasn't prominent now, within a decade or two, it would start hindering Pops and might even be fatal. "Yes, Marco. I read about it a long time ago. There's another name for the Op no me. It's called the ultimate devil fruit. Once someone awakens it, they have the ability to grant a single person eternal life in exchange for their own. I thought maybe if we could find it, I could consume it and sacrifice myself to help Pops gain eternal life," Teach added, his eyes moistened with feigned emotion. "Enough!" Whitebeard's voice roared across the deck. Sacrificing one of his sons' lives to gain immortality was something he would never consider. He was already aware of the rumors surrounding the Op no me but never wanted to live eternally. He wanted a peaceful life and to die when his time came. Though Whitebeard did not want it, the rest of the crew thought differently. They were moved by how Teach was willing to give up his life to grant their Pops immortality. Even if it was a mere rumor, they understood how much Teach must have cared to make such an offer. "Pops, we need to reconsider," Marco stepped up. He always wanted to find a way to help Whitebeard. Despite his efforts to restrict Whitebeard's activities as the ship's doctor, Pops never listened and did as he wished. Marco was sure that if this continued, Pop's health would deteriorate sooner or later. Crocodile, observing the situation, asked the crucial question everyone had missed. "So, how did you come by such information? As far as I'm aware, you joined the crew when you were young. If you really cared about Whitebeard, you should have mentioned it way earlier," he questioned, taking a deep drag of his cigar. Teach turned to Crocodile with a goofy smile, awkwardly scratching his head. "Ah, I forgot. Only after seeing the fruit's name did I recall what I had once learned as a child," he added, making an excuse. The others in the crew didn't bother much because they knew how clumsy and absent-minded Teach could be. But Crocodile was not convinced. He knew there was something off about this man. "Someday, I'll rip your head off, you sand bastard," Teach fumed internally. But luckily, Joseph intervened before Crocodile could press forth with more queries. It doesn't matter how Teach became aware of this matter. But what if it's true? What if it can really do what Teach said? "Pops, we cannot let other powers get their hands on this fruit," Jozu added. He wanted to get the fruit for their pops, and many in the crew would be willing to sacrifice their lives if it could grant Whitebeard eternal life. Whitebeard sat in silence for a moment, contemplating the situation. His crew's loyalty and love for him were evident, but he couldn't let them risk their lives for something he didn't even desire. Yet, the potential threat of such powerful fruits falling into the wrong hands couldn't be ignored. Marco knew that to move Whitebeard into action, he would have to emphasize the interests of Whitebeard's beloved sons. Later, once they found the fruit, they could have Teach or someone willing to exchange their lives consume the fruit without Pop's knowledge. It was better to ask for forgiveness than to seek permission. "Pops, think about it," Marco began, his voice calm but persuasive. "If the fruit can really grant eternal life, it must be special. What if one of us in the future ends up meeting a gruesome fate and the only way to save us is with the Op no Mi? Although I don't have much information about the fruit, the last known user was said to be a miracle doctor. It might help save our crew from a crisis in the future." Thatch nodded in agreement, his face serious. "Marco's right, Pops. We've faced countless dangers out there. Having the Op no Mi could be our ace in the hole. Even if we don't use it for eternal life, it could save one of us in a dire situation." Young Vista, twirling his mustache thoughtfully, added, "We're strong, Pops, but the seas are unpredictable. We've all seen things that defy logic. Having a fruit with such potential could be a game changer, not just for us but for the balance of power in the world." Jozu, crossing his massive arms, spoke up. "It's not just about the fruit's power, Pops. If we let this opportunity slip, it could fall into the wrong hands. Imagine what someone like Shiki, Kaido, or Big Mom could do with such power. We have a responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen, especially if that comes back and bites us later." Crocodile, though still skeptical of Teach, saw the strategic advantage. "Even if it's a gamble, it's a risk worth taking. You're not just protecting yourselves, you're protecting the crew from another tyrant rising with this power and causing mayhem." Whitebeard listened to his sons, his expression contemplative. His initial resistance wavered as he saw the genuine concern and strategic reasoning in their eyes. In the background, Teach's internal thoughts raced with satisfaction. "Perfect," he mused, keeping his face a mask of hopeful innocence. "They're doing exactly what I need. Once we get to Sorbet Kingdom, I'll just need to bide my time, let them find the fruit, and then, the Yami Yami no Mi will be mine." Isaac chimed in, his voice steady but earnest. "Pops, you've always taught us to be prepared for anything. This is just another way of ensuring we're ready for whatever comes our way." Marco finally hit the nail while the iron was hot. "We've faced impossible odds before, and we've always come out on top because you have always shielded us from the front. This may be our opportunity to create a powerhouse within our ranks that could save us in a time of crisis. We need the fruit, Pops, at least for the sake of the crew." Whitebeard finally sighed, a deep, resonant sound that carried the weight of his decades of experience and love for his crew. "Very well. We'll head to the Sorbet Kingdom, but remember, this isn't just about the fruit. It's about protecting our family and ensuring that we have something to rely on in the future." The crew erupted in cheers, their spirits high with determination. Teach, amidst the celebration, silently reveled in his success. The stage is set, he thought, his eyes glinting with hidden ambition. Now, all I need to do is play my part and wait for the right moment, he thought, turning to Whitebeard with a wide smile plastered on his face. Chapter 209, You Fucking Monster. Why? Why? I told you that I wanted to surrender. The man roared, desperation seeping through his voice as he tried to make his opponent show some leniency. Yet, his adversary continued to babble about how long he had been in the Marines, how he longed to return to his family and serve his master once more, on and on. Why are you telling me all this? I know you have no intention of sparing me. Just kill me and be done with it. The man finally lost his patience, realizing his opponent was toying with him. He had already lost both his limbs and growled at the young man standing before him, whose entire navy uniform was stained crimson with blood. Do you know how hard it is sometimes to pretend? The young man mused, almost conversationally. Living a life undercover is hard. Sometimes, even I need to vent my anger and frustration. So, I share things before I kill people. Dead men tell no tales, after all. Tui! For someone who calls himself the Blood Raven, one of the 12 zodiacs, you are quite the coward. Virgo couldn't help but chuckle. After their attack on Marine Base G9, Virgo and Admiral Raylene had arrived in time to reinforce the Marines. They had chased the 2 zodiacs who had laid siege to G9 separately to finish them off, and after a month-long pursuit, Virgo had finally cornered the Blood Raven in the New World. After a grueling battle for over 2 days, the man worth 1.6 billion berries had fallen into the hands of Rear Admiral Virgo. With a swift thrust of his hockey-clad metal pole, Virgo pierced through the neck of Blood Raven. He ensured no one was in the vicinity before picking up a small transponder snail used to send coded messages. Virgo knew that if the information Blood Raven had shared was true, Master Doffy and young Master Ross needed to know immediately. Virgo watched as Blood Raven gasped his final breaths, his eyes wide with a mix of rage and fear. Virgo felt a strange satisfaction. This was not just another victory, because the information that he had acquired would be something that would help the family in the future. Blood Raven, you talk too much, Virgo muttered, wiping the blood off his pole. You should have kept your secrets to yourself. With precise movements, he activated the transponder snail. The coded message needed to reach Dressrosa swiftly. He knew Doffy and Ross would be waiting for news, and this information could change everything. Virgo's mind raced as he composed the message, every word carefully chosen to ensure it was deciphered correctly by the intended recipients. As the snail transmitted the coded message, Virgo stood over the lifeless body of Blood Raven, reflecting on the nature of his work. Undercover life was indeed hard, but it was moments like this that made it worthwhile. He was a soldier, a spy, and, above all, a loyal servant of the Donquxote family. He looked out over the horizon, the sun setting over the tumultuous seas of the New World. The battle was over, but the war was far from won. Virgo knew that many more challenges awaited, but with each victory, they moved closer to their ultimate goal. Master Doffy, young Master Ross, Virgo whispered to himself, we're one step closer. The world will soon know our true power. Turning away from the grisly scene, Virgo made his way back to his ship, his mind already planning the next move. The message had been sent, and soon, the gears of the Donquxote family's grand design would turn once more. The New World was a place of chaos and opportunity, and Virgo was determined to seize both for his masters. Elbaf, New World. The entire island of giants was in turmoil as news of the missing princess spread throughout Elbaf. Initially, they had believed Dora was simply hiding somewhere on the island, as she often did, vanishing for days at a time. But this time was different. It had been 3 weeks since anyone on Elbaf had seen their little princess, Dora. I don't care how you do it, find her today. Prince Loki's voice echoed with a majestic aura, bellowing at the group of giants who were supposed to keep an eye on Dora and ensure her safety, even though she rarely needed protection. "Please punish us, Prince Loki. We were negligent in our duties." Two of the giants knelt before him, their faces a mix of guilt and fear. Though Loki was furious, he didn't entirely blame them. He knew his sister well, how headstrong and adventurous she was. Faulting just these giants for her disappearance would be foolish. "We can think about your punishments once we find my sister," Loki said, trying to contain his rage. "Have you managed to contact all the ships that left Elbaf in the past month?" Just then, another giant came running in, panting heavily. "Prince Loki, we have news. Princess Dora is with Saul's group. She had unknowingly snuck onto their ship before they departed for West Blue." Loki's fists clenched in anger. Why the hell didn't they inform us earlier? Do they think such matters are insignificant and don't need to be reported? His voice rose with fury. If he had known earlier, he would have personally ventured out to sea to drag his sister back. The hall fell silent as Loki's words hung in the air. The tension was palpable, with each giant feeling the weight of their prince's wrath. Despite the anger, there was an underlying current of fear and concern for their princess, known for her spirited nature but also her vulnerability in the vast world beyond Elbaf. One of the kneeling giants spoke up, his voice trembling. "Prince Loki, Saul's group might not have realized she was aboard until they were too far to turn back. Princess Dora is known for her stealth. It's possible she remained hidden until the ship was well on its way." Loki took a deep breath, trying to calm his storming thoughts. "Prepare a ship immediately. I'm going after her myself. Ensure we have the fastest vessel and the best crew." We set sail within the hour. The giant, who had come running with the message, scratched his head awkwardly and gulped. "Prince Loki, there is more to the message we received from the group." He hesitated, unsure whether he should share the rest of the news. "Speak!" Loki growled, his patience waning as he saw the hesitation on the giant warrior's face. "Well, it seems the princess has declared her intention of becoming a pirate and has joined the Donquxote pirates. She sent a message saying she's embarking on a journey to find Dory and Bragi," he finished, his voice trailing off. Loki stood dumbfounded, and even the other giants present couldn't help but want to slap themselves in disbelief. What were Saul and the rest thinking? They should have just brought her back, by force if necessary. What nonsense is this about becoming a pirate? And that Don Quixote, damn you! "I will break every bone in your body when I get my hands on you," he roared. He knew his little sister must have been tricked. Dory and Bragi had likely perished long ago, and whatever she had been promised was probably just a ruse to deceive her. Giants were naturally naive, making it easy to fool them. "Prince Loki, you should know that despite her young age, she is strong. I don't think Saul and his group would have been able to subdue her. I'm sure the princess must have used her authority as royalty to command the rest of the giants," an elderly giant standing nearby informed. "We knew this day would come sooner or later. If that is what she truly wishes, we shouldn't stop her." Loki sighed deeply. Giants had the freedom to choose their own paths, and as a prince, though he cared deeply for his sister, he couldn't deprive her of her choice. "For now, let's watch from the sidelines. I've heard the Donquxote pirates are a powerful group in the New World, so she should be safe. Let Saul and his team return. Once we get a clearer picture of what's happening, we can decide on our next steps. Now that we know Princess Dora is safe, we have other matters to address." The disappearances of giants have been increasing. In the last 6 months alone, we've lost contact with 4 giants. "I fear the world government is behind this," the elderly giant added gravely. Loki's bloodthirsty aura burst forth. Earlier, his anger was due to his missing sister, now, it was a terrible killing intent aimed at their enemies. The giants knew far more about the world government than many others did, and they had been patiently waiting for centuries for the time to strike back. Sooner or later, that time would come, and the promise they made all those centuries ago would finally be fulfilled. Loki clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. "We will find out what the world government is up to and protect our people. The giants of Elbaf will not stand idly by while our kin are taken. Prepare our warriors. It's time to cleanse the surrounding seas of those scum and hunt down any marine or world government members that enter the territory of the giants, and if the world government truly did have something to do with the vanishings, then we will teach them a lesson they will never forget. The giants nodded in agreement, their resolve hardened by Loki's words. The island of giants was no longer in turmoil over a missing princess with her safety confirmed, it was now preparing for a confrontation that had been brewing for centuries. Marine HQ, Marineford. Inside the grand meeting hall, most of the high-ranking Marines were gathered. The room was filled with a sense of urgency and tension. Fleet Admiral Sengoku glanced around the table, eyeing the participants of this important meeting. Seated to his immediate right was Admiral Zephyr, a veteran of the Marines for close to 4 decades. However, it was the man sitting to his immediate left who drew particular attention. This man had risen to the rank of Admiral after the World Military Draft, alongside Admiral Raylene. He was known by the epithet Hirokaku, meaning Gray Elephant, but his real name was Hazard. With his striking appearance, sharp features, and calm demeanor, Admiral Hazard exuded an air of intellect and quiet power. He wore sleek, round spectacles that glinted under the room's bright lights, adding to his scholarly appearance. He was the current user of the plasma fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit that granted him control over plasma, a state of matter created by superheating gas. His abilities were a terrifying blend of destructive power and precise control. The fruit was a direct gift from the world government to the new admiral so that he could serve the world government better. He was casually transferring plasma bolts from one finger to another, and though it seemed playful, he was practicing to gain better control of his new devil fruit. His entire body seemed to shimmer and glow with a deadly, almost ethereal light. His marine coat draped over his shoulders like a cape, barely moving despite the palpable energy that radiated from him. Hazard's calm, collected demeanor often made others underestimate him, but those who had faced him in battle knew the truth. His strategic mind and overwhelming power made him one of the most dangerous figures in the Marines. He had a reputation for resolving conflicts with minimal collateral damage, his precision in combat mirrored his meticulous personality. He was already a powerhouse, but in recent years he had come to consume the Logia-type devil fruit, making him even more formidable. As the tension in the room reached a critical point, Hazard adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the lenses. His every movement, though subtle, carried weight. "Where is Kazan?" Sakazuki couldn't help but ask as he saw an empty seat next to him and Borsellino. As of now, almost the entire Marine Corps was aware that these three would be the next generation of admirals. Borsellino simply shrugged while turning to Tsuru, who must be aware of Kazan's current deployment. Akiji has been assigned the mission to track down Nico Alvia and her daughter, who are on the run. We cannot have the survivors of O'Hara prowling the open seas. They are too dangerous, especially if they were to garner support from the wrong factions, Tsuru added while she was going through the folder that contained all the information regarding the upcoming World Nobles native hunting competition. She showed a sick expression as she read through the folder. TCH, if Kazan had done his job back then properly, those two wouldn't have slipped past through the net. We could have finished them off then and there, Sakazuki scoffed in frustration. He still remembered clashing with Akiji at O'Hara. Like how you finished off those civilians from O'Hara? Zephyr couldn't help but ask in disdain. Though it was reported that the rescue ships that Sakazuki escorted with the civilians met with an accident after Sengoku ordered Kazan to chase after Alvia, almost everyone understood the unspoken truth that Akainu was directly involved in the so-called accident where none of the civilians of O'Hara survived. Enough! This is not the time for petty squabbles. We have much more important matters to discuss today, Fleet Admiral Sengoku intervened. He knew Zephyr was not a fan of how things were handled regarding the innocents of O'Hara. What they carried out was genocide, and Sengoku knew this as well, but before the Elder's orders, he couldn't do anything and had to carry it through. The Marines sure lacked the internal cohesion that I expected. We must work in that direction, Hazard mused as he scribbled on his notepad. Even Sengoku couldn't truly gauge what kind of character the new admiral was. His background was clean, and he was an ex-bounty hunter who used to work closely with the Marines back in the day, and even the world government was positive about his appointment, unlike the case with Raylene, which was a headache to get the elders' approval. Sengoku-san, why don't you just start the meeting? We're all eager to know if the rumors are true. Are the world nobles really going to restart the native hunting competition? Borsellino questioned, his usual nonchalance barely hiding his curiosity. Zephyr's face soured at the mention of the hunt. Admiral Hazard, sitting with an impassive expression, merely observed the proceedings. Sakazuki snorted, his thoughts unreadable. Sigh. It's better we get to the point. Yes, the world nobles are planning to reinitiate the native hunting competition, and they expect us to get involved directly. They fear that incidents of the past might repeat, so the Marines will be providing security for the event, Sengoku announced, his tone heavy with reluctance. I will have no part in this matter, Zephyr began, his disdain and opposition clear, but Sengoku immediately interjected. With Garp throwing a tantrum and Raylene causing chaos in the New World, he needed Zephyr to take control of the situation. Zephyr, if you deny my orders, then I have no choice but to redeploy Virgo from the New World to the team handling the security for the event, Sengoku asserted, his voice firm. He knew Zephyr wouldn't want his son involved in such a despicable matter. It was outright blackmail, but with Garp out of the picture and 2 new admirals, he needed Zephyr at the helm. You. Zephyr's eyes narrowed, ready to challenge his friend, but then he took a deep breath and calmed down. He wasn't like Garp, who would smash things and just leave. He knew Sengoku was serious about redeploying Virgo. Sengoku felt bad for his friend but continued, wanting Zephyr to understand the gravity of the situation. We have intel suggesting that the information about the competition has somehow spread. No one knows the source, but it seems that they are even aware that the event will take place in South Blue. We have reports that Charlotte Linlin has already moved, despite her base being destroyed. I'm afraid she will use this event to cement her position in the New World. We can also be sure that Golden Lion Shiki will make a move, he explained, his eyes scanning the room to ensure the information sank in. What about the rumors regarding the prize for the event? Is there any substance to them? Admiral Hazard asked, flipping through the reports. The Logia type Yami Yami no Mi, a mythical Zoan type, and the Paramecia type Op Op no Mi. If these rumors are true, we can expect more company. It won't be just the Big Mom pirates and Golden Lion pirates moving, we can expect more interested parties, he added. Sengoku had to praise him inwardly. Unlike other hot-headed admirals, Hazard was a man who used his brains first rather than brawn. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging Hazard's point. The intel on the devil fruits has not been confirmed by the world government. But we cannot underestimate the allure of such powerful fruits. The Marines must be prepared for the worst. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the world nobles attending the event and prevent any major incidents, he stated firmly. Borsellino, leaning back in his chair, chuckled softly. Well, this just got a lot more interesting, he mused, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement. So, according to the report, the kingdom has already been taken over by the terrorist organization known as the Revolutionaries, Admiral Hazard mused, his eyes sharpening with interest. Officially, everyone in the kingdom has been declared a revolutionary. The world nobles have certainly found a convenient excuse to raise a kingdom affiliated with us. But why do I feel there's something more to this matter? He questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. Hazard, with his precise intellect and lack of moral scruples, saw the world government as the righteous governing body and the world nobles as privileged descendants of gods. Although he wouldn't grovel at their feet, neither would he challenge the established order. You're not wrong to be suspicious, Sengoku replied, his expression grave. The timing of this uprising is too convenient. There's more at play here than what meets the eye. Sakazuki leaned forward, his fists clenched. Regardless of the underlying motives, our duty is clear. We must quash any threat to the stability of the world government, even if it means dealing with the revolutionaries harshly. Zephyr, still simmering with anger, interjected, but as Marines, How can we let innocent lives be sacrificed for the sake of the world noble's whims? We can't allow this event to happen in the first place, as it is sure to become a massacre. Admiral Hazard adjusted his glasses. His calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the tension in the room. He. While I understand your concerns, Admiral Zephyr, our primary objective remains the same, to maintain order and uphold the laws set by the world government. If the world nobles demand action, we are bound to comply. And the report here declares the whole kingdom as a base of terrorists, and everyone there is a criminal. There are no innocents involved, and it's our duty to deliver justice. Chapter 210, Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. No! 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 You can't do this to us. You promised. You promised us that you would help liberate us from this oppression. So why? The rebellion leader roared in anger and desperation, his face stained with tears. They were so close to gaining freedom at last, but now the leader of the revolutionaries was recalling the core of their forces. Although their numbers were small compared to the rebel forces, the revolutionaries were elite fighters. Without them, this entire rebellion would crumble. Even Dragon couldn't help but bow his head in shame. He knew this was almost akin to betraying someone in their time of need after affirming them of their support. However, the situation forced him to take this drastic action. The revolutionaries were not yet in a stage where they could challenge the world government or the Marines head-on. He had personally scouted the surrounding seas after getting the information from Ross. Upon returning to South Blue in all haste, he found the blockade already being deployed in the surrounding seas. You bastard! Say something! Are you going to leave us to our fate? If so, why did you even say you wanted to help us? The leader of the rebellion had lost all hope now. Though the world did not know about the native hunting competition, when Dragon announced that the world nobles would be directly involved in the so-called hunt, he knew the fate of the Sorbet Kingdom was sealed. A few other newly joined members of the revolutionary army sat in the meeting room. Kuma and Ivankov's expressions were especially sour. They knew the true horrors of the native hunting competition, having already gone through one and lived to tell the tale. Kuma couldn't help but clench his fist in anger. Though he was from the Sorbet Kingdom himself, he couldn't bring himself to ask Dragon to senselessly sacrifice the revolutionaries, nor could he condemn all these lives in the kingdom. Why? Why the Sorbet Kingdom? Why pick such a kingdom that hosts millions of people? Dragon, is there really nothing we can do? Are you absolutely sure that the information is reliable? Ivankov couldn't help but ask, worry etched on her face. She still held a semblance of hope that they might be able to come up with a solution for the situation. It was you people. It was you people who brought ruin to this country. The government wants to make an example of us, isn't that right? One of the commanders of the rebel army roared, standing up from his chair. But the rebel leader caught his subordinate by the shoulder, shaking his head. Is this the so-called freedom that you promised us, Dragon-san? The rebel leader questioned, having already lost all hope. Dragon had already shared the truth about what the native hunting competition entailed. At least earlier, they were alive, treated as slaves. But now they were being treated as sport and would soon be hunted down for the entertainment of the world nobles. Despair has a weird way of changing people. Earlier, with a bit of hope, the rebel leader had challenged the might of the entire kingdom's army even before they got the support of the revolutionaries. But now, all that was left was hopelessness. Back then, even if they lost, the remaining people's lives would go back to the way they were. Maybe they would be abused a bit more, but they would be alive. But now, everyone's fate is sealed. Dragon's voice was heavy, laden with regret. I know this is hard to understand, and I won't ask for your forgiveness. But know this, the revolutionaries will return, and we will fight for a future where such horrors will never happen again. The rebel leader laughed like a madman, his voice echoing through the somber room. Ha, ha, ha. Ha ha ha. Return? Return to do what? All that will be left is ash and bones, Dragon. Ash and bones. What are you planning to liberate? Our rotten corpses? We have millions of lives on this island, Dragon-san. From what you shared about this so-called hunt, I am sure no one will walk out of this alive." Tears mingled with the rage in his eyes as he continued, his voice trembling. "I now truly regret the day I accepted your help in liberating this country. I thought I was saving all these people, but ultimately, I became the sinner who will have the blood of millions on my hands. Live well and prosper, Dragon-san, but this dying country has one last request. I hope you can fulfill it." The rebel leader stood up from his chair, the once majestic power and authority that radiated from him now reduced to a mere shadow. His thoughts turned to the daunting task of trying to save as many people as possible before the calamity descended. Most ships had been sunk to cut off supply points, and piers had been destroyed. At best, they might have a dozen ships, and even then, how many could they accommodate? Would they pass the marine blockade, or would the ships be sunk as revolutionary vessels? Dragon raised his head, wanting to know the man's request. The rebel leader looked him straight in the eye with his bloodshot gaze. "Is this what you wanted, Dragon? Is this the kind of freedom you plan to bring to this world? To condemn another island to this fate for your selfish ideals?" His words struck Dragon like a hammer, shaking the very foundation of his beliefs. The rebel leader staggered as he left the tent, pushing aside subordinates who wanted to support him. The weight of impending doom hung heavy in the air, leaving everyone with a chilling realization of what was to come. The rebel leader's voice carried a haunting finality. "All I ask is that you do not condemn another island for your ideals. Let this be the last time you bring such devastation in the name of liberation." Dragon's heart sank as he watched the broken man leave. The depth of his pain and betrayal was palpable, each step was a testament to the anguish he felt. The room fell into a heavy silence, each person grappling with the weight of their collective fate. The revolutionaries had to make a painful decision, one that would haunt them for years to come. The room fell silent as the rebel leaders left, leaving only the members of the Revolutionary Army behind. Livia, the strategist of the Revolutionary Army, sighed heavily. "Is this what we are fighting for, Dragon-san?" she asked, her voice tinged with a mixture of sorrow and frustration. She couldn't help but think back to her own country, ruined by war. She had joined the revolutionaries believing that liberating the world was her calling. Once, she had lost all hope due to the ravages of conflict. She had even considered ending her own life after all the horrors she went through. Her savior had been a young Marine who gifted her a devil fruit for no apparent reason and urged her to take control of her own fate. Back then, she wasn't aware of the young Marine's true identity. She had clawed her way up, cutting down countless villains and becoming one of the first members to join the freedom fighters when Dragon founded the group. Though she had never hesitated to kill evil people, her heart weighed heavily now as their actions condemned millions of innocent lives. Was this truly the way the revolutionaries should act? Were they to consider all these lives collateral damage? Were they to console themselves by calling it for the greater good? No matter how she saw it, the innocent lives were playthings for both themselves and the world nobles. As much as those monsters were responsible for the upcoming genocide, they couldn't shirk their own responsibility. "We should fight. What's the worst that can happen? We'll die at worst, isn't that right? At least I won't have to live every day with the guilt of condemning so many innocent souls," Lydia said fiercely. The rest of the group looked at their bloodthirsty comrade, who always seemed indifferent to everything. Only Dragon knew how much Lydia had gone through before she joined the freedom fighters. "Lydia, I understand what you are saying, but we can't have the revolutionaries perish here. Our ultimate goal is to free the world from oppression," Ivankov added softly, trying to calm the tense atmosphere. "At what cost? At what damn cost?" Lydia roared. "I told you, Dragon-san. I told you we weren't ready." She smashed the table in anger, shattering it into smithereens. Dragon, his face a mask of internal struggle, finally spoke. "Lydia, Ivankov, everyone. I know this situation is dire. I know it seems like we are betraying the very people we swore to protect. But if we engage now, we risk annihilation. The revolutionaries are not ready to face the full might of the world government and the Marines. Our defeat here would mean the end of any hope for future revolutions. We must live to fight another day. Lydia's eyes burned with anger and unshed tears. How many more days will we postpone the true liberation that we envisioned, Dragon-san? How many more innocent lives will be sacrificed for a future that seems to never come? Her voice trembled with emotion. You talk about the greater good, but what about the good of those who are suffering now? What if something like this were to repeat again? Dragon looked at her, pain evident in his eyes. I wish I had a better answer. But right now, survival is our only option. We must regroup, gather our strength, and strike when the time is right. This decision, it will haunt us all. But it's a burden we must bear for the sake of the world we dream of. Just then, one of the revolutionaries burst into the meeting room, panting and wide-eyed. The rebels have launched a full-scale assault on the kingdom's troops. They are throwing themselves into a meat grinder. Everyone in the room was shocked, but many understood the reason behind their actions. This was their final defiance, a desperate act to go out on their own terms. Dragon's heart ached. Perhaps this was what Ross had once told him, the heavy price of freedom. Even to liberate someone in this world, absolute strength is a necessity. Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor, it must be demanded by the oppressed. Have the revolutionaries retreat from the island, Dragon ordered, his voice heavy with regret. We will remember this day, and I promise that I will not let a similar situation ever repeat again. He then turned to Kuma, who had sat silently throughout the meeting, though the pain was evident in his eyes. I'm sorry I couldn't help liberate the country like I promised. Dragon bowed his head sincerely towards Kuma and then addressed the rest, especially Livia. I will not stop anyone who wants to stay behind and fight, but please remember this, throwing away your lives today means giving up a chance to liberate all those people out there in the future. This mistake was mine and mine alone, and it is my burden to bear. I need you. I need you all in the times to come, so please don't throw away your lives unnecessarily. He spoke genuinely, his eyes pleading with his comrades, before walking out of the room to prepare for the retreat of the revolutionaries. Lydia just sat there, struggling to understand what she should do. Ivankov moved next to her. Livia, we need you. The revolutionary army needs you. We cannot afford to lose even one of us. Let's consider this a lesson, she tried to convince her comrade from doing anything rash. Quite the costly lesson, don't you think, Ivankov? Livia whispered, leaning back in her chair, fighting an internal battle over what to do next. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, and she found herself torn between her desire to fight and her understanding of Dragon's words. Ivankov placed a hand on Livia's shoulder. I know it's hard, but we must think of the bigger picture. We have to survive to continue the fight. We owe it to those who have fallen and to those who still suffer under oppression. Livia closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. You're right, Ivankov. We have to keep moving forward, no matter how painful it is. As the room slowly emptied, the remaining revolutionaries began to prepare themselves for the retreat. The weight of their failure hung heavily in the air, but Dragon's words had lit a spark of determination in their hearts. They would not forget this day, and they would use it to fuel their resolve for the battles to come. Meanwhile, inside the main palace vault of the Sorbet Kingdom, a rotund man with large lips and a nose slightly reddened at the tip bustled about. He had light shoulder-length hair, a short, dark beard, and a neat, dark mustache. Wearing a crown, a light cravat, and a dark royal uniform, he was none other than King Dekori, the current ruler of the Sorbet Kingdom. Surrounding him were a few CP agents sent to escort the monarch and his family safely out of the kingdom. The world government needed him to create a plausible story to justify eradicating an entire kingdom affiliated with them, a strategy designed to mitigate any potential backlash. Dekori alone was aware of the true situation. Your Majesty, the commander knelt outside the vault, awaiting the king's attention. Dekori turned to him with impatience, having dismissed his personal guards to be protected solely by the Cipher Pol agents. The rebels have started attacking our defense lines madly. If this continues, we might be able to end the rebellion within the week, the commander reported with delight, oblivious to the terror freezing the king's expression. Bikori's mind raced. Had the rebels learned about the world nobles hunting event? Though promised a new kingdom by the world government, he wasn't worried about losing his authority. He was here to secure the wealth he could take to his new realm. Order the soldiers to collect everything worth anything from the civilians. We will need a lot of money to rebuild our broken kingdom. Cut down anyone who refuses to pay or hides their wealth. You have a day to return with the collected treasure, he commanded. In his eyes, everyone was destined to die anyway, so their wealth might as well aid his prosperity in the new kingdom. But, Your Majesty, what about the rebels? We can end this war if we commit all our troops, the commander insisted. Just follow my orders. Get your work done and don't waste my time, Bikori snapped, kicking the commander before rushing back into the vault. Quick, you imbeciles! Pack everything. If you weren't my family, I would leave you here to rot, he roared, personally filling a chest with valuables. He would have liked to order the CP agents to help, but his eyes inadvertently fell on a man in a mask leisurely playing with a knife. Stepping out of line in the presence of CP0 was a death sentence. Bikori's greed and cruelty were palpable. As he stuffed the chest with gold and jewels, he spared no thought for the suffering civilians or his loyal soldiers. His only concern was amassing as much wealth as possible before escaping the doomed kingdom. The vault echoed with the sounds of frantic packing, a stark contrast to the looming doom awaiting the kingdom outside. That's the end of Tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 9. Peace.